Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me. I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gym, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuck to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer. What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's it's rules, and you can't stick with us. Whatever. Those rules aren't real. You can't stick with us!
Do it my way.
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready, because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around.
She told her subs and everybody to get ready for the shit show that was going to be put on today. She was well aware of it before it happened. She told you to get your cigarettes, your snacks, and your drinks.
Say that I wasn't including Queen Bee, okay? I've said that on every single live. I'm not talking about Queen Bee. I'm not talking about Queen Bee. Guess what? I was fucking talking about Queen Bee.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you'll leave me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen Bee, bring information on Queen Bee. We're done with Queen Bee. Queen Bee's in my crosshairs. There's Queen Bee's channel. Queen Bee thinks she can. But Queen Bee is reformed. I bet you Queen Bee gets tricked. Queen Bee.
Fake PI trash bag bitch is so obsessed with me.
You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen Bee would think she could.
Anybody at Queen Bee show earlier.
We talked about Queen Bee and stuff. I didn't listen to Queen Bee's.
I heard Queen Bee. We got bailing on Salty for Queen Bee, and some people not the Queen Bee. I don't understand why anybody's afraid of her.
About Queen Bee over here on Queen Bee.
Queen Bee, show her face, show her face, show her face.
That's real rich coming from somebody who wears pantyhose on his face every live.
Don't let go. I know you feel the same. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How's everybody doing? How are y'all doing on this fine Monday? Monday, May Day. It's May Day today. It was a beautiful, beautiful day today. I was watching Burnt Toast. Her live came out. Oh, I set mine up and realized that hers was set up. So I was like, oh shit, let me change the time. Then I seen Jenny Jin was live and I'm like, oh shit. So I was trying to push mine off even further. And I'm like, oh hell, it's 9:30. I have to get, you know what I mean? I got to get up about 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning. So I figured I better get started. So I'm like, let me pop on here real quick. I figured I know Burnt Toast will be done. She's been on there probably 2 hours now. So she'll be getting done soon. So I figured I better go ahead and just get started. What y'all doing? While we were over here dealing with the Avery stuff, there was a blowout on Prayer Garden's panel with Don Wells and Jody Sue. And I think this is probably the first time I could actually understand what Jody Sue was saying. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but I've always been sus of like Jody Sue and her son. Also, Diamond Cutter, thank you so much for sticking up for me, love. I seen that video and I just wanted to tell you thank you so much. That was really sweet. I mean, some people do got to take a break. I'm going to try to stay, you know what I mean? I'm going to try to stay off her ass. Like I know she's burnt toast, just lit her ass clean up. So I'm just going to, you know what I'm saying? Let that marinate there and move right on over to, the creators that are exploiting Summerwell's case. And they're still to this day doing it. So, that's what I made this one about tonight. But tell you what, it's been a hell of a couple days with that Avery shit. So I was like, let me just go on ahead and, after Toasty, toasted her ass, I'm like, let me just move. We'll just go on to something different, something else that he's talked about. Also, I want to touch base about this uni situation with the letter that JLR sent about me or whatever, or to his mother, or handwritten note. So I have not seen any note. I didn't know about any note until I got a screenshot of Uni's post where he went live and said, we can talk about it on a live stream. Now, I did message him through Twitter. I have not gotten a message back from him on Twitter. I don't know how to work Discord very well, so I'm not sure what message he's talking about because I don't have any messages from him to me, like in our inbox or whatever, like the DM part. I don't have any messages from that about a letter. So I really have no idea what he's talking about. I can't find any post from him in my inbox on the about a letter. So I don't know where he posted or what he posted on or where he posted this at or whatever. I don't know. But my email works just fine. My email works. My Facebook inbox works. Discord inbox. Navy, he was up here on panel. He's got an inbox with me. I've messaged with him a couple times. So if all else failed, Navy could have reached out and said, hey, Uni's trying to reach out to you. This is pretty important. This fucking lunatic wrote my mom a handwritten letter and it has information about you. You know what I mean? Like I do kind of feel like that's a little shady. Now I did miss quite a bit today. So, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it's shady as hell that JLR wrote that and sent it to his mom. Like, why? What the fuck are you writing? What the fuck are you writing his fucking mom for about me? First of all, and second of all, I would have appreciated it. Had he came to me and said, hey, privately, prior to doing a live stream about it or holding a live stream about it, because I didn't know anything about any letter or anything like that until after the live stream was started and there was like 150 people in there. So I didn't know anything about it. So I don't know. I found out, through YouTube on that screenshot. So, I mean, it would have been nice for him to contact me, prior to doing a live stream or using it for content or whatever, and just being like, hey, I gotta let you know what I mean. Like I gotta let about you, especially I would have messaged him right away. Well, I would have probably messaged him and Navy to make sure I got to him because I don't know his wife's name. I'm not sure of her. I know she's got an account on Twitter. So I actually would probably try to hunt her down too and go make sure she knew that there was a letter mentioning her husband or her family, and make sure that they were well aware of it. So, I mean, I just want to say that, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to put that out there. I just would have liked a little heads up, I guess. That would have been nice. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I know there's still, I know Burnt Toast is live. I know Ginny Jin's live. I know that there's a lot of people that are kind of, you know what I mean, bouncing back and forth here a little bit. And that's okay too, know how it goes. Shit. That's why I was trying to push mine off and wait a little bit, Shambles. Yeah, we need some laughs. I mean, I'm sure we always have shambles. What is a Queen Bee live stream without shambles? I mean, you know what I'm saying. But look, shambles, do I get a break tonight? I am exhausted. You guys, that's so funny to me. I'm silly here. Stifler's mom said, "War in the streets of YouTube." Oh, whore in the streets of YouTube. Oh, I thought I said, "Open your eyes, chinky." Shit. I'm like, quit smoking here. All right, let's see here. What'd you say? Life rewinded. Tiffers is the biggest summer. Well, I think there's more. Prayer Garden is my number one. Well, Don B or Prayer Garden. Those are two of my main ones that I feel exploited the hell out of Summer Wells. I'm sure there's more. Don't get me wrong, because I mean there's a lot of people who spoke on her, but I mean it's 2 years later and here's Don B still doing live streams every single day, videos every single day about Summer Wells nonstop. You still have Bull Heckler tagging her fucking name and Quentin's name and all these missing kids' names in her live streams every time. Let me see here. I've never watched that PG person. I'm afraid. Oh, girl. Just wait. We're going to pull her up. We are going to pull her up. Her live stream was from last night. So, okay. Let me give you guys a little bit of a backstory here. So, y'all know Dawn and Candace. Their daughter went missing. Everybody knows Summer Wells. Everybody in here, most of everyone in here knows who Summer Wells is and what's going on, right? Everybody knows this. So Don had to do some jail time. When he went and did jail time, Candace was staying with her friend Kathy, Miss Kathy. She's really nice. They were best friends. They were really, really close. Kathy, she did a lot for Candace. They were really good friends to each other. Like Candace really, really liked, she loved Kathy. She looked up to her like a sister. You know what I mean? She had stayed off YouTube. She had took her camping and you know what I mean? Like she was trying to help her and she was trying to do right by her. And you know what I mean? Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
I'm talking, kind of giving a little backstory about this Don Wells and Candace situation thing.
Yeah, sorry, I got your message after you had already started.
Oh, it's okay, baby. I just figured,
I never checked.
You know what I mean? I just figured you could kind of correct me because sometimes I mess up or miss stuff. So I just figured you could correct me as I go because I heard about the big fight with Don Wells and Jody Sue. Now, I've always been suspect of Jody Sue and her son. Not so much Jody Sue, but her son. You know what I mean? Like, I know, you know what I mean? I won't go into it, but I just, it's always been a suspect situation to me, like very sus. You know what I mean? Something I'd probably look into, but I don't know,
Right.
Anyhow.
Well, and the issue is because she has came online and said so much for so long and so often and twisted things and contorted things and given different accounts.
I feel like she's another one
she's
that
not credible.
Out of Summer. Every day she's doing live streams every fucking day with her Cash App and PayPal pinned to the top of her stream. Up here at the live, you know what I mean? Up here at the bottom of this, like where it goes on the live stream and rotates at the bottom.
Yeah, the banner runs
nonstop, and she's got her other one pinned in her chat. And I'm like, okay, well, if you're here for the good and you keep yelling at everybody else and telling everybody else they're using Summer's name and their tragedy pimps this and that, but you're doing the same thing. I mean,
well, Jody Sue is the big reason. Well, not the big reason, but the first person I covered extensively on our channel because it's so easy to pick out the lies that she has.
Right.
Because she'll say in the middle of one stream, she'll give 2 accounts on something. So it was really easy to pick up on a lot of stuff. But I honestly quit watching her months ago because it just became exhausting because you're hoping, right? You're hoping she's going to say something that'll help or something of benefit, but no, not at all. So
No,
it's
and it's
just too
hard to keep up.
exhausting.
It's very hard to keep up with her videos, her live streams and her videos. But when she first came out, they were playing. There was a fake FBI agent that she was talking to in a Discord. They were trying to do shirts and billboards and bullshits, and you know what I'm saying. It was a whole bunch of fucking bullshit, really.
Right.
But anyhow, for those of you who don't know who Jody Sue is, let me pop one of her lives up real quick, and you can kind of get an idea of like who she is, like how she talks. This is Jody Sue here, and she does her own thing. She doesn't really, I mean, she does her own thing on her own. She doesn't really go around trolling people or fighting with people or nothing like that. You know what I mean? But she's very hard to focus.
Well,
It's very
I think she has started to recently because her numbers have dwindled significantly.
yeah,
So,
people stopped listening to her and watching her. I noticed that. Yeah.
mhm.
But I noticed that she went on Prayer Garden's panel and somebody else's. So I was like, what is she doing? Because normally she don't do this. You know what I mean?
Well, we've
So maybe,
seen that cycle out of her before, though. She used to go on panels all the time, and then she finally started her own YouTube channel. And then she was probably over there for a solid 6 months, and the numbers like dwindled down. And that's when she hopped up on Dolly's channel and talked to him. She did someone else. That kind of gave her a boost. She kind of went back to her own channel for a while. Then she came out and she gave Rap that interview to kind of stick it to Benny. And then she went back, and now since her numbers are way down, we saw her at Prayer Gardens last night. And Queen, her and Prayer
What's
Garden
the,
go back and forth.
I just saw him on the lab. I just saw her on the lab just now.
oh my God,
Yeah.
are you serious?
Yeah, I think I saw this lady on the lab.
So now she's
I'm not
an interview for
surprised.
Josh. Okay, let me go
Wait,
pop
just
this on if that's, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because it'll be on here. Let's see.
yeah. She's in the lab. 1,500 people are watching with that. Yeah, I'm sorry to announce it live, but you were talking about the same lady. So
Well,
I
no, it's
figured
okay. It's the same. Yeah, because this is her. Oh my God, it's the same. Look, she's on. Oh my God, Tim, did you think you were looking at the same exact video? Look at this.
Yeah, I was like, what? What's going on? Are we talking about what? Because I heard
It
Prayer
does look
Garden.
like
I
the
was like,
same video.
oh,
Guys,
Looks
she
like
has
she's
moved
on the same
positions,
couch,
though.
same video, same.
She used to be in a different spot in her camper, and she always did her live from like the dinette table, and all you could see was a curtain background. And
and a
now
candle.
she's moved to
Always
the
light the
sofa.
candle.
Yeah.
yeah, this is why shambles can't rest. Yeah. I fucking don't like this guy at all. I really, he pretends to give a fuck. I saw him yesterday when he was doing when Brandon Neal jumped up, and he's like bowing his head to pretend that he cares, but he sneaks a look just to see like if someone's watching him, if he's like actually feeling bad, like pretending to feel bad enough. It was just like what a child would do. Like it reminded me of when I was in church and I had to pretend to prayer, and I used to look around and see if other people were praying, and then I just like if someone watched me, it's the same fucking shit this guy does. But a full-grown adult is doing this instead of a child. Oh my God. Oh, this guy is
Shambles says,
something
"Holy
else.
hell, I'm here."
Yeah, the fake empathy. Yeah, it was crazy. And then you could see the smile after Brandon Neal jumps up. He smiles, and you just like say, "Holy crap, this man is like devious." Like, does he feel anything?
Wow, what a little shit. That's the one with the blue.
Yeah, that's the blue gumball, the gumball man.
I have not heard that story, and I don't want to. I don't.
He used to do.
my.
I won't tell you the story, but I'll tell you
like
that
here to enlighten you. I'll tell you.
No.
The Grab released because the history with them, but she showed that he used to do like a raunchy radio
Like a
show, shock jock.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said was he stuck a blue gumball in his foreskin and then took it out and popped it in
I
his
just
mouth.
said I don't want to hear it. La, la, la.
Oh, sorry. That's the story, and you can listen to it.
That's pretty much the gist of it there.
And he says a lot of other crazy things, like really fucked up things, like really
far. Yeah, I've actually listened to some of the shock jock streams he did because I covered that all when the Grab first came out and was sharing all the receipts and stuff on it. But I didn't want to hear that story. That one's bad.
that was a little rough. But yeah, so here,
Yeah.
You said you
okay,
were
so this
jealous
is
because we
Jody's
had
rant.
brand new vehicles and all these cars in our. Look, I'm pretty sure the church bought them, the Subaru. Yeah, and
So yeah,
so he says brand new vehicles. I don't know what he's talking about. That was the only one.
So here's the thing.
so
Jody
that's Jody
Sue,
Sue. Yeah, that's Jody Sue. Just
she
for anybody who
claims,
doesn't know, yeah,
yeah.
he's
She
the
claims to
neighbor,
know so much about the Wells now as their neighbor, as their past neighbor.
right?
Yet in the beginning, she's it's just the things that she said in the beginning of coming on social media are just enough different, to make you be like, no, it's not adding up. It's not adding up.
So this lady's just basically made a career of just going on interviews and just for one case, basically. Okay.
I'm sorry, I gotta click. Yeah, you remember the babysitter at Quentin Simon's case, right?
Yeah,
She's
but this
an
lady's like
angel.
100 times
Yeah.
worse than that one.
Mhm. She's an angel compared to this neighbor, and she has made I feel she's the biggest tragedy pimp in Summer's case, and that's just my opinion,
That's a
but
big claim,
I
man.
do.
That's a big claim.
I was gonna say I want to know how I do this poll thing where you do like 4 or 5 people or whatever where people can vote on who they think the biggest tragedy pimp in Summers Wells case is. But I want them to be, you know what I'm saying, anonymously be able to anonymously vote. I don't want people to have to put themselves out there to, you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But I was gonna put that up like Jody Sue, Prayer Garden, you know what I mean, like put it all out there. You know what I'm saying? Shit. And then tell me
Prayer
why
Garden's a close second.
she is. She's right up there. She's right up there, ain't she?
Yeah.
But I mean, everybody's got somebody different. Everybody's gonna, you know what I'm saying, pop somebody, you know what I mean, depending on what creators they watched and who that, you know what I mean? So I was gonna say
Yeah.
pecan pie. She said I say Benny Keys. I figured people would say Benny Keys. They would say Dolly Vision because he's doing, he's still to this day talking about he's got a $5,000 reward.
Well, the reason I say Jody Sue is because what she has done is stolen the attention from Summer's case and tried to make it about her and her family and their issues. And she is just the neighbor of Summer Wells, nothing more.
Right.
She's not family. She's not even a best friend or a friend of the parents or anything like that. But she has stolen the attention and the information that should be funneled to the case or the conversation that should be happening around the case. She has came on social media and tried to steal that from Summer. That's why
Well,
I
and
put her up.
then you got JLR who used Summer Wells and did 15 videos a day
Yeah.
on her. You know
And
what I'm saying? On the neighbors, on the town, on her family. I mean, he went to Wisconsin. He did, he was digging in her aunt's family, the neighbors of the neighbors of the neighbors' families.
what
I mean,
he's
shit.
done to everyone is just bizarre.
Yeah, for real. For real. So yeah, so I wanted to give you guys a little quick rundown before you listen to this because it's a whole lot of holy hell. This is Don Wells and Prayer Garden on live stream, and they're talking. At the bottom, you see Jody Sue. She says, "I'm coming." She's about to come up on the live stream, and she's going to talk to Don Wells. Now they haven't talked for a while, right? From my understanding, they haven't talked for a while. Jody Sue is the neighbor who said she heard a scream at the bottom of the bottom of the driveway, and the police basically debunked that and said they don't believe there was any scream ever heard.
Right. They said it was unfounded, and she moved away from the hill. She was, the next door neighbor, and she moved, I want to say 3 or 4 months. I think it's 3
Well, yeah, and let's
after
say
Summer
she
went
said
missing. So
animalistic
she's not even
scream.
there.
She said animalistic scream. She didn't say like a little girl screaming. She made it sound like it was something else. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It was kind of odd. So anyhow, that's who Jody. So everybody knows who Jody Sue is. I just wanted to give you a little quick. That's why I put her up there so you guys know who she's. So you know who she is. Kind of give me and Deets give you an idea. B Tim, I'm sure you don't really know much about Jody Sue, do you?
Jack, I know a little bit, but not that much.
Not
I
much.
just,
But
yeah.
you do know who we're talking. You know who she is, though. You know.
Yeah, I know. She's the neighbor. Yeah, I know.
Okay, gotcha. Give
You'll
you just a
still
little
have some
rundown. I
pretty
just wanted to
input.
know. Yeah, I know you can't say a whole bunch, but I was just wanted to make sure you kind of got knew where we were at with it.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna pop this on. We're gonna play it for a minute. I'll open this up here, and yeah, get ready because it does a number on your eardrums here. Oh, mind you, wait, back it up. So Kathy, Candace's friend Kathy, came on her live, and I showed her and Candace how to do their live stream, how to do that. Well, I showed Candace first, then I showed Kathy how to do StreamYard, how to work StreamYard. No, I don't charge people. I know that was a little rumor somebody was trying to run with, but I just help people anyways because they need help. I helped Salty. I taught him how to do it over the phone, on the live stream, and he learned to do his own shit. I mean, like I said, I walk you through it. I did the same thing. And so I did the same thing with her. I kind of walked her through it, told her how to use StreamYard, whatever. She got on there, did a live stream by herself. Then she did another live stream. She did one yesterday and found a box. I believe, was it yesterday, Deets?
I actually don't watch Kathy, but I saw people start
She
talking
did
about it a few days
it's
ago.
a big
Yeah.
deal. It's a big fucking deal because she showed a
Yeah.
box that Candace left there. So Candace was staying there when Dawn was in jail. Dawn had to do a year in jail, and Candace was staying with Kathy, and that's her best friend. They were really friends. They she kind of kept her off YouTube. She kept her busy. She was taking her camping. They went fishing. You know what I mean? Like she was really doing being a very good friend to Candace. When Dawn got out of jail, Candace moved back home, moved back in with Dawn, and kind of quit talking to Kathy. Like she just kind of quit going over there and quit talking to her. And that really hurt Kathy's feelings. It would hurt my feelings too. Especially when you take on that kind of hate and that kind of bullshit for somebody like Candace, because she gets a lot of hate.
Well, and just doing all those things for Candace, because just from what I've seen, she's very high needs when it comes to that sort of stuff. So Kathy probably did a lot of stuff for her. Help wise.
Yeah. So I don't know where B Tim just dropped off. Where'd he go?
He said, "Nope, Jody Sue's too much. I'm out."
Right. He said, "Oh no, I ain't listening to Jody Sue, not tonight." That's funny. So yes. So anyhow, she left a box over there. So come to find out, there was some box that was left over there, and it had Summer's sweatshirt or sweater or something like that picture in it.
The jacket.
The jacket. Okay, the jacket from when was that? Now, was that from the day she went missing, or what was that?
Yeah.
What was that? Okay, so yeah,
it's the jacket you see her wearing in the milk jug video.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But if you look at what the TBI said she went missing in, they said she went missing. And so I guess there's kind of a claim. I haven't watched all of it, but there's a claim out there back and forth that she went missing in that jacket. But what the Amber Alert poster says is that she went missing in a pink t-shirt and shorts, which is separate from what she was wearing in that video. So it makes sense. She went swimming, got home, or changed after swimming. Then they got home, and kids, they change a million times. So it could have been, the t-shirt that was under the jacket, or who knows. But they're claiming that it's, she didn't go missing in the jacket, and it's not on her Amber Alert or any of that stuff. So
yeah, so she came out and was talking about this jacket, and everybody's got their panties in a wad. Look out, everybody's upset about it. They're wanting to know why she's got that jacket, how she got that jacket, where that jacket came from, why does she have it, how did she get that jacket if that was on the video and she was wearing it, why did she have it? You know what I mean? You know how people are. So the jacket is a big deal right now. So everybody's talking about the damn jacket, and they're like, we thought you were done. We thought you left and beat feet.
My internet just cut out. I don't know what the hell happened. I just thought you cut out.
I'm like, oh my God, he doesn't want to watch Jody Sue.
It's like, no. I just dropped off. My internet just shut off.
Tim said,
maybe the internet, maybe my computer was just like, was a self-defense, and it was like, okay, you're done for tonight. We're shutting you off. You had enough. There's been enough little cows.
We're taking you off before it gets started. That's it. Enough
it's been
for you
an
guys.
exhausting weekend and week, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a long week and ain't even started, y'all. It's Monday.
Yeah, I know.
Good Lord. So I just want to say, watch your eardrums, because Don gets really pissed and really offended. He gets blamed all the time. I mean, nonstop. It would irritate me to deal with this every single time I spoke to somebody too. So here it goes.
Okay. They brought in a forensic team. Okay. And they packed up all the dirty clothes out of the laundry, and they wanted some of her toys that she most recently played with and stuff like that. And they bagged it all up. And when the search dog got there, they took like some of her clothing. I'm thinking like short pants, like or whatever. I mean, I can't exactly remember what it was, but it wasn't no damn
Jody Sue's backstage.
But so they took it out of the bag, let the dog sniff it, and that dog went straight from the back basement door straight down the dog trail. Well, I sit there and watched it with my own eyes.
Now the shorts is that you, Jody Sue? Okay, sweetie, you can turn the camera off. Listen, Don, the shorts that law enforcement was handed, was those the shorts that went with the jacket that she was wearing that day? I mean, when the jacket was too hot, did she change out of the shorts as well? I mean, did she completely change, or did she just take off the jacket?
I think after she.
How would Don know? Don was at work. He doesn't know. So if he answers this question and says, I think she changed her clothes, I don't know. You know what I mean? I think her mom changed her clothes. He doesn't know. He wasn't there.
Well, you don't realize that if, she gets this gotcha moment, she'll be internet famous and she'll be in the news and she'll be a multimillionaire.
That's what it is.
It is. And so he's like,
gotcha moment.
Yeah, that's exactly. And you know what? That you just said it right there. That explains right there why people are still on it to this day.
Yep.
I mean, after she got it, as far as what I know about my wife, when they get out of the swimming hole, she will put all dry clothes on her.
Right.
And so the pants she was wearing or whatever, but they wanted all her dirty laundry out of the laundry.
And here's Jody's
and they still have it.
How come the jacket wasn't given to him?
I can't answer that question because I wasn't there. I mean, it probably just in all the confusion and everything else and all the questions and everything going on, I would just say that it was probably overlooked, honestly. Ain't nobody trying to hide anything. We're trying to find our daughter.
It's been 2 years now. Let me point this out. 2 years now. And I know there's still people who believe that they had something to do with it, and that's fine as long as you have something to back it up with. And you know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm down to hear other people's opinions and things like that. But don't just come out and say I think they're guilty because I think they're guilty.
There's no proof of it. Nothing.
Right. You know what I mean? Because that ain't gonna work. Like you know what I'm saying? You got to have something to back that up with. And I say that because I'm going with I still cannot believe that. And in my mind, I just cannot fathom the thought that these two have outsmarted the TBI, the FBI, the Hawkins County, the Dr. Phil, the behavior panel, and everyone that's interviewed them, anyone that spoke to them, the lie detector test that they took and passed. I mean, I just can't see that these two are so brilliant that they've outsmarted and committed the perfect crime.
Multiple agencies, like you said, multiple agencies that went high up. And especially, I know like when Dawn went up on and Brandy came and talked to him, and I love Brandy, love her to pieces.
Yeah.
The biggest difference between Michael's case and Summer's case is that Summer had an Amber Alert. So she got the CARD team, the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. What, I can't remember the exact acronym, but she got that CARD team. That CARD team is the best of the best in our country as it pertains to missing children. So they came in and done their investigation. So you're telling me that Dawn and Candace Wells outsmarted the CARD team on top of all those other agencies?
Right. I just can't with that. I cannot.
Well, obviously, Deets, I mean, you're not getting it correct. They outsmart them with the help of the secret cabal that they work with, the child traffickers. Obviously.
Oh shit! Don't even do that.
Are you talking to T Rose?
I'm talking to T Rose. Oh shit! They're gonna clip me, and they're gonna be like, "See,
bring him over here. Get him over here."
And then after that, you have all these YouTubers who thought they could crack Dawn and Candace. You had him going to jail was gonna crack him. The situation with the sisters was gonna crack him. None of that worked the past 2 years, but now Prayer Garden and Jody Sue Brown are gonna crack him.
Well, and then you got to add Chris. We got to add Chris McDonough and his sister Mary, because I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't say the other one, and I don't add her in there because I don't ever see her out here trying to do a cooking show and flirting with Chris and having a Chris McFluff burger and you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, you know, she's not out here doing all
Ellie,
that.
that's a thing. Is she did
Oh, really?
She did make a McFluff burger.
I thought you were joking.
No, I'm so serious. She brought
what?
burger. Yes, she made a special burger for Chris McDonough, and it's called the Chris McFluff burger.
Oh,
what's it made of?
McFluff.
I don't know.
What's a McFluff?
Like fluff, that like marshmallowy stuff that you with a burger? I don't know.
So she made a marshmallow burger?
No, she just made a regular burger, but she calls it the Chris McFluff burger.
The Chris McFluff.
Something for Josh from the lab too. Like,
was it gumball burger?
If he's involved, then it's a
blue
dirty
gumball
joke.
burger.
The blue gumball burger.
No, I think it was corn dog something, but I'm not for sure.
I think it should be the blue gumball.
Yeah,
burger.
she Mary did a whole cooking. She's got a whole channel now with like, I don't know, 6,000-7,000 subs on it. A cooking channel. She gets on there, cooks hot wings and chats and visits and all kinds of shit. And she never even met Summer. Never even met her.
Oh my
No,
God.
she didn't.
Yeah, never met her, but has a whole ass cooking show on there because, you know, Dawn's her half brother, and she Heels in the Air did a video about that too, and about how her dates are messed up, and she's out here just telling these stories, and nobody's adding the dates up and shit about what she's talking about, you know, like she did a whole video on it. We'll have to pull it up after this, but get ready for the Jody Sue because here it comes.
The Jody Sue shit.
Also, I'm going to give you a trigger warning. She starts saying, "What are you going to say? No, Daddy." When Summer yells, "No, Daddy, no, Daddy, no." So get ready for that because
yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it's.
I don't have you muted, PG, or PG has me muted. I don't have you muted, sweetheart. Jody Sue, we can hear you.
All right. Do you care to kind of just let me and Dawn talk for a second, PG?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
All right. Dawn, you know you're a liar. I know you're a liar. I've known you've been a liar the entire time we've lived beside one another for years. I didn't care about any of it. I was cool. No, you're not going to do me like you do everybody else.
I never heard of my fucking life. Fuck you, Jody.
I'm telling you, you know, and I know you just lied. The traffic wasn't at our house.
Fuck off here. Man,
no, I'm telling you, and you know it. No, look at you being an abuser. Look at you being an abuser. Bitch, I ain't Candace. I ain't Candace, and I ain't some little girl going, "Stop, Daddy! Stop, Daddy! Stop, Daddy!" Right? Right? Yeah, because you can't talk all over me, because you can't fucking abuse me, and because you're a goddamn liar.
So a little backstory. Dawn had been on
Meet Jody Sue, everybody.
Welcome.
He had been on Prayer Garden's panel talking with Prayer Garden for about 20 minutes before Jody Sue decides to hop up and steal the show like she has with Summer's case since jump. But Jody Sue came to this platform and she claims that she has two goals in this platform. And one is to advocate for Summer, and the other one is to advocate for victims of domestic violence and share her story. And what she has done...
But isn't her story full of lies?
It's full of holes, full of holes. But what she has done is made it all about her. She's tried to intermingle the two, intertwine them, that somehow her domestic violence story is about and pertains to Summer when it does not. So what she does here in this video, in this little portion, is, in my opinion, about putting those claims and those issues and those things she has on Dawn Wells without any proof whatsoever.
Wow, man.
And that does no justice to Summer.
You're a fucking lying bitch.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah,
insane.
right. Everybody's
You're
lying. I guess
insane.
including the bruises
Get
on
off
your
the
kids, too, Dawn.
Get
Right?
off drugs,
The
man.
traffic.
Damn.
I ain't on drugs,
You're
bitch. I
fucking so
passed
stupid.
my screens for DCS. How about you
You're
and
fucking
Candace,
stupid.
motherfucker?
You're the liar.
Right.
Now, I do want to say I did hear she takes pain meds for her throat and her throat cancer and whatnot. And so if she does take pain pills, she's prescribed those by a doctor. Her test would still come back. You know what I'm saying? They'd still give her a clean test because she's got scripts to prove it.
Yeah, I don't know what she takes or anything. But do you remember when she first came on and she was advocating for Dawn and Candace?
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
My, how things have changed.
Yep.
And just so you guys know, Don is definitely, he definitely is racist, and he does start screaming the N-word. I want to give you a heads up right now. No, it's not okay. No, we do not want to, we do not condone that shit, but that's Don Wells, and he doesn't give two shits.
Oh no!
Yeah,
No!
B-Tim's like, not again.
That's PTSD.
No, we have went hard at him, and he just doesn't give a shit. He don't, and it's fucking disgusting. But that's Don. You know, I don't know.
That should be on a shirt. That's Don.
Right, I got proof of my shit.
You ain't got no proof. You got no proof.
Right,
Go
I got
tell it
proof.
to fucking TBI or somebody.
Oh, I have,
They won't
Don.
listen to your dumb ass either. Get the fuck out of here.
Right, I ain't getting the fuck out anywhere because I ain't Candace and I ain't the little girl and I ain't the boys you fucking abused, motherfucker. And you ain't Andy and you ain't the unicorn in the world. You don't bother me.
And you ain't the unicorn of the world.
What?
Yeah.
You didn't just hear that? She said you ain't
Unicorn.
the unicorn of the world, and you ain't Andy, and you don't
And you
scare
ain't the unicorn of the world.
I like that.
What the hell is the unicorn of the world?
I don't know, but you ain't the unicorn of the world.
You're not.
Get it right.
I've never heard that expression. And I like unicorns, you know, but I don't.
Not surprising.
But she came up to talk to him, but all she's done is scream over him.
And I love the moderation of Prayer Garden, just allowing to have a civil conversation.
Oh,
Probably
she stays
making
quiet.
memes. Yeah.
She stays quiet because she wants
Sneaky
to.
little snake. Yep.
Yeah,
Just like the garden, the fucking snake that told Eve to eat the fucking apple. Prayer Garden. Just saying.
Well, she liked how many I'm sure were in her chat and how much attention it's brought. And someone said she gained a lot of subs from all this. And so, yeah, she's quiet.
Look at us. We're sitting here watching it right now. You know
You know
what I
what the
mean?
most disingenuous thing, and this is a change of subject. This was to the lab when he was like, "You're giving up searching for Summer." When like you say, when Dom was getting, he's like not very articulate on how he says something, and I'm like thinking to myself, "Motherfucker, you just sit on your ass every day and you literally you play videos and you create drama. What the fuck have you done to search for Summer? All of you done is profited from this whole fucking thing. It's just like Prayer Garden. They're like, we're helping to search for Summer. No, you would not. I don't even see one picture of Summer on this fucking live. When was this? You know what I mean? Like, did they start this live with a picture of Summer? Maybe it aged
or different, or put her face on different bodies and shit.
Yeah. Or maybe or pay someone to do an age photo, like some sort of like, when someone's age.
Oh, the age progression photos? Those
like obviously, or something. But all these fucking people do is sit on a fucking, and they just like talk. They cause drama. They invite a relative or the neighbor to fight it out. And then people just think, oh, we're really helping to find Summer, while they're fucking literally doing like blood sports, fighting, verbal abusing each other on a live stream. Okay,
I didn't see who wrote it, but I caught someone in chat had said that Jody Sue clarifies later that she doesn't believe the parents did it. She just thinks they're shitty parents. That's fine. But what she has done here has made huge implications and created a narrative about Dawn and Summer yet again. And people will hear just that portion and not the portion of her talking to Prayer Garden afterwards where she clarifies some things.
So she believes
That's a big problem.
the parents are a victim of their child being stolen or taken from them, but she proceeds to berate them, attack them because she believes they're shitty parents.
I don't know what she thinks.
That seems even worse than having a false belief that they did it because you're intentionally going after them because you just I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems worse, to be honest with you. I don't know.
It does.
They're doing this for money, and it's for money and views, because Prayer Garden is a talentless hack that couldn't even work at McDonald's at this point. Not an insult to McDonald's workers, just saying that's a hard job, but she couldn't even work at McDonald's.
I don't know why they're doing it, but it's not doing Summer any justice at all.
Well, hell no, it ain't.
No.
And tell them the only traffic was at your house. Tell them about your ties to Fred, Don. Tell them about your Knoxville runs that supplied fucking Ben Hill, Don.
Yeah, really?
Tell them about how you really came about it. Wasn't to care for your mama. Guess who did that, Don? Oh, I don't know, Jerky and Mom, who took care of your dying mama, you lying piece of shit.
You're the lying piece
of shit. Go find another woman to abuse, Don. I ain't it, motherfucker. Ha ha ha, you laugh, I can't.
She said, I don't even know what to think, to be honest with you.
Well, and to accuse Don of supplying the hill, and he might have. Who freaking knows what these
Right, he very well might have.
Very well could have. I'm not up here claiming Don Wells is an angel. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think the man has a lot of issues, him and his wife both, and they need to get off of YouTube and get away from these creators. But this just doesn't help at all. And Jody Sue has already came out and talked about how her ex has, supplied things to the hill and stuff. So which is it? Who's doing the supplying? Everybody? Who knows?
I might sound ignorant. What do you mean the hill? I'm sorry. I'm kind of.
Well, they call it the hill. It's Ben Hill.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
There's like Summer Wells slang. There's a lot of it.
It's a confusing case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not actually. The facts of her case are very
are
small
super simple
and very easy. But all of this stuff, all of the social media stuff, all the back and forth, that's complex.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
And they just made that out of nothing because it was very similar to the Athena. But we had that video, right? We had the video of the FedEx. Like they tracked her to the same kind of end of the driveway, but then it was like the perfect family to kind of start with, right? They just took it, right? Sad.
All right, ready for this?
Yeah.
Don't freak me out. Your shit ain't cute. Be a liar. We all see the fucking shit going on at your house.
Andy.
I don't give a shit who you're happy for, dude. That don't bother me none either, because I ain't some desperate hoe. And I ain't Candace out here looking for a piece as soon as your ass is in jail. Because she's tired of being abused too. You small old dick meth smoking motherfucker.
Let me ask you a question.
You ain't got no question.
What were you doing on the bottom property down there in the creek when Summer come up missing?
I wasn't there when she, quote, come up missing, but guess what I was doing, Dawn? With other neighbors and witnesses. I was looking for your daughter while you're...
Well, I mean, Jody, now, look, now, we getting carried away now, Jody Sue. I think she's really getting carried away right here because there's a whole lot more that could be said.
Yeah, and she's about to say some stuff that's a little insane in my opinion, but she claims.
Oh,
So
you know
Jody
what?
Sue claims that.
If you're hearing an echo, I'm sorry. I should have muted when I played it. I'm sorry. I will definitely mute.
Yeah, they're thinking I'm like doing. They're thinking
No,
I'm
it's
doing
fine. I
live.
muted it. I'm sorry. If I don't
Listen.
mute on my end, it sounds like an echo. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Listen, I'm not Laura. I'm not going to come here with doing a live while on the panel.
Too soon.
Hey, Heels. What's up, love?
I didn't know who that was. Jody Sue is talking really fast.
Oh, yes, she is. And that's why I said, well, but you know what? I got it on 1.25, I think.
Oh, okay.
She's still pretty clear.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who it was.
So there, I put it back on normal, and you can listen to the difference. Here, I'll you're ready.
Yeah, but
fat ass wife was in her goddamn car lying to the rest of the neighborhood, and the other witnesses you all can't fucking outrun with your stupid YouTube chaos.
You're so fucking dumb.
Eat that shit.
You know more than fucking law enforcement, don't you?
No, I don't, but I know enough, and I know it wasn't my ass that were calling guilty. It wasn't Dudley they're calling guilty. It wasn't fucking Fred they're calling guilty. It wasn't Allie or Hunter. Guess who they were calling guilty and still do, Dawn? That'd be you and Candace. While Pruitt said not a suspect. Have them.
Wow.
Well, yeah,
She's
because
really
she's like going off the deep end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's really mad.
So this is what everybody gets twisted. So law enforcement has said, they have said two different things. They said everybody's a suspect and everybody's a person of interest. He said those at different times. It's the same thing, but it's also a generalized blanket statement. It is completely different to say everybody's a suspect because that's a broad statement saying we have no information, therefore everybody is someone we're going to look into. That's completely different than naming a suspect. When law enforcement come out and name a suspect, that person would be a major suspect, a major person.
Like they did with Leilani.
Exactly. She was a named suspect.
Yeah, they started using person of interest because media was getting in trouble for naming people or saying they were suspects. And so they started the persons of interest.
Right. But doing that, nothing's off the table or everyone's a suspect, everyone's a person of interest. That's because they don't know. And so they have to cover their butts and
I can't
say
stand
that.
when Jody Sue tries to argue that shit. I'm like, Jody.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's a knee-jerk answer from Ronnie Lawson that everyone's a suspect was.
Yeah. All right, ready for this? Here we go.
Come out and clear your ass then. Go down there and knock at the police department. Go talk to the feds. Go have them clear you, Dawn. Go have them clear you. Go talk to them without lawyers, without PIs.
I've never seen her
Only
like
this time, make sure you go talk to a real one and not a fake one on here that somebody made up.
Yeah. I mean, especially
that they were a Fed and they were in Discord and they were trying to get Jody Sue to crack. And,
Wait, what?
Yeah, somebody was playing like they were a fake Fed, and it was all.
B Tim, you have no idea.
I mean, I just seen White Boy Radio like dress up in a wig and a bra and rip his shirt off.
You know what's really fucked up is he sits here and he's talking about Summerwell's case, but then he turns around and makes a fucking joke of it. Like,
yeah, I never thought I would just turn up for a missing child channel and see a man with a wig and rip off his shirt.
Calling a fucking Jimmy Con.
And making fun of Prayer Garden. Man, you're not making fun of Prayer Garden. You're making fun of yourself. You made yourself a parody.
Yeah, I was going to say, he looks like Jimmy Con with his dress up hairdos.
Yeah.
So I saw someone say that they don't think that they're married because they didn't turn in the marriage certificates. I just want to clear that up. I personally have seen the marriage certificate.
Yeah,
they are
they're married.
Absolutely married. Dawn and Candace are.
Thank you.
Unless you were, yeah.
And what difference does it make anyway?
Right.
It's still the same.
Thank you for clearing it up too, because I mean, people will argue that all night long.
Yeah, well, they can look it up. You know, that's what they do is sit in
Yep.
chat and argue about shit. They don't look up.
Yep.
Yep. And then D said too, yep, they're married.
They
Yeah.
are.
But Jody Sue doing this,
Go.
like, I don't listen to her at all. Because if she were a suspect, I think they'd know it. You know, I mean, I can't stand her.
I don't
Yeah,
think she's
she's
any more
also
than they are. Yeah.
she's also on the lab right at this moment.
Yeah, she's doing an interview. Well, she jumped up on Prayer Garden, went off on Dawn. You know what I mean? Seeing how much attention it got her. So now she's over on the lab running her fucking mouth because, you know, Chris McDonough and the lab are besties and they both hate Dawn.
I know.
Well, the thing is she has proclaimed repeatedly over and over that her and her children are witnesses. First of all, witnesses to what? Because if you witnessed a crime, then this case would be a lot farther along. Second of all, if you are witnesses, why are you online? Today, I listened to the West boys, the surviving West boys, give their testimony in the trial, and it was gut-wrenching to hear those boys talk about what had happened. I mean, it was innocent, but it was still gut-wrenching. They're saving the one tomorrow, I think, is going to be the one that's anyway. They are true witnesses, and we haven't heard one single thing out of them on social media since, you know, the incident happened.
And those
So
are the
if
older
her
siblings
and
that helped.
we don't know that yet, but yeah, they're all the older siblings. But if that's what happens with witnesses, they don't get online for thousands and thousands of hours and carry on narratives and discussions and things like that if you are truly a witness to something.
Like Hunter. And Allie had to get off. But I think she went back on with her ex one or two times. But remember, she was on Prayer Garden all the time, and then she got off. She said she couldn't talk anymore. Yeah.
Yes, Pecan, they are minors, but so is Jody Sue's daughter, who has been online and spoke a couple times. So that's my comparison, is that and if her daughter's a witness, the things that she would be saying would be hurting her daughter's testimony. So
well,
no.
but Hunter was with Summer that last day. So I think
That's
that's
what I heard
why.
too. That's why I keep saying he's sus to me.
Well,
yeah,
but the TBI did say that Summer went missing from her home, and they have,
did.
you know, that she got home. So, and there hasn't been anything put out by the TBI or law enforcement.
No, but I'm just saying, like,
that
in my
Hunter
opinion,
went
who else
there,
would know
you know?
who else would know the layout like he does? I mean, you're a 14, 15-year-old boy, you know the layout, especially when you're out like that. My brothers knew the layout of where they fucking went hunting and hanging out in the, you know, out in the boondocks and stuff and hanging out. You know what I mean? Like, they know their route, they know their way around. Just like I feel like he would definitely know his way around. He knows his way around his yard and the territory over there. You know what I mean? The terrain and stuff. He knows. You know what I mean? He knows he could cut through them bushes or cut through the yards and or the dog trail and you know what I mean? Or even just seeing her and be like, hey, you want to go play? And boom, you know, just like that.
You know, and Allie lying about the timeline didn't help with that.
Right.
You know, because she left out that they had a doctor's appointment. Or she said they did. And the thing with doctors, you can't ask questions. They're not going to give you information unless you subpoena it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the FBI and card team could subpoena and get that information easily.
They could if they had a good reason. I mean, they'd have to have. They can't just be curious.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, get ready.
I could have sworn one of them said, Allie said, or I think it was either Allie or Andrew, who is the least credible person ever,
right?
Said that they were told to stop talking. I know I heard one of them say it. And it doesn't
probably
mean
Alex is the DCFS case. They had that DCFS case, and you know what I'm saying? Then didn't their son go stay in rehab or something like that? And then Andrew said he was lying about it, and I don't know. It was a whole fucking disaster. So
yeah, he gives me a weird feeling, but
I don't think he's involved or anything. He's just creepy. I don't know.
Who?
I don't know.
Hunter?
Oh
yeah.
Well, no. I thought she said Andrew. I think I'm on a delay.
Andrew's
I'm gonna hop
definitely
down
creepy.
and pop back up, Queen.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. There's no doubt Andrew's creepy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. All right. I'm gonna turn this back on real quick. Ready?
Oh, have him talk, please, Dawn. Go
see
have
a
them clear you.
psychiatrist, Jody Sue, please.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
You do. You really
Hey,
do.
listen,
You're
I
fucked
don't
up
need
in
a
the head,
Dr.
man.
Phil.
Get your shit together.
I know people like you're good at telling women who tell the truth
No,
that
you
they're
are.
crazy.
You think you're good, but you're not, because you're full of lies, and nobody believes you. So shut the
I know.
fuck up.
Right.
Shut up, you dumb
Hey,
bitch.
yeah, you know,
Shut the fuck up.
I'm your bitch,
Shut
Don.
the fuck up. You're stupid.
Hey, go find a prostitute in Knoxville.
Why is she so mad?
I don't know.
get
She came in hot.
I mean, I've seen clips of her before, and she's always just that
I could give
cigarette
you-
going 3
I
miles an hour. You know.
I mean, I have a theory. I think you guys stated her channel was dying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
she never- She's doing a sub grab.
You know, maybe she's just thinks to herself, "Oh shit, my channel's dying. People are not coming, so let me just run in there, cause a bunch of bullshit, and get a sub grab, and get a bunch of people to come to my channel and see what crazy shit I could say." That's what I think.
That's exactly what it is.
Works for other people.
Yeah, because she got down after this bullshit, and then now she's over on the fucking lab.
But there's something's bugging her. Like I haven't seen. I don't think I've ever
Andy
seen her
came
on
back
channel.
after she went off like this. Andy popped right up, so it makes me wonder if Andy didn't tell her he was gonna pop up, and she didn't got no shit ass went off on Don.
I think you're partially correct. Did you see his post?
Yes, it was very
Okay.
odd, wasn't it?
It looks like an announcement of sorts, and I'm not saying it is, but that's what it appears to be to me. So maybe
All
that's
right,
very.
what's the name? So
Yeah,
I can
that's
pop
the
it up
other
on here.
time. That's the other time I saw her mad was when
Put it
he
in the
did
back
his
chat
first show.
if you know his
Okay,
link to the name.
let me get it for you.
Yeah,
You know, the first time Andy did a show, she was this mad. I do remember
exactly. So it makes me
Well,
wonder if
that's-
it's not why she's pissed because he's coming back.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't know
That's
that.
when she spouted off that he sold drugs to the kids at 110, or
Yes,
sold
he
drugs
did.
to 110
She did.
so that
She
people
did.
could
I
touch
said
the kids.
she did say that about him. Yes, she did say that.
That was when he did that live.
She was saying all kinds of crap about him. And she was mad. I do remember that. So that's probably it.
Yeah, and doesn't she have a restraining order or something against him, something like that, or she
I
went
think
tried
so.
to get one, or
She tried, but she does not have one against him. There was a court case between him, or not like a custody case. So I don't really want to get into all that since it involves the minor.
For her.
But,
For the daughter.
but there is no protection order. No. For
Isn't
Jody.
that automatic though on some cases? I thought
It is.
on the
It can be
custody?
for the child, but there's not one
Because
against
I know
her.
Benny was going off about saying his truck was up there and she has an order. He's not supposed to be there. So somebody does. Maybe. I don't know.
Right.
I never looked it up. Not important. I'm like with deeds. The facts are like 5. I mean, you know, there's just all of this is insane.
Yeah, the facts are very slim, and there's not a lot to go off of. So it's created this drama because you can fill
Yeah.
in so many narratives.
Right? With all these characters. Yep.
Doesn't
like,
that
I'm
look
no
like a
thanks.
little announcement?
I was gonna say yes, it does. It looks like somebody's having a baby, maybe.
Okay, see,
Oh,
I'm not
no.
saying, I don't know, but that's what it looks like.
Oh, wow.
What happens in these boxes? Boxes?
Says what happens in these boxes, and it's got a little like a dad, mom, and a baby.
Yep.
Little Mike and Ike. You see it?
Yeah, now I do. I had to pull my phone up to my face.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
interesting.
Yeah, that,
So if she
Probably
found that
fun.
out, it could be some part of the triggering aggression, I'm sure.
or even thought about that. That could that would set her off. That would be enough right there to set her the fuck off. And Dawn got the wrath of it.
Well, if Andy wearing her t-shirt on a live set her off in some of the ways that it did, this would absolutely be explosive for her.
yeah,
Oh,
she was
yeah.
screaming while he was on that live, right?
Yeah.
When he was doing his interview, yeah.
And that's what she's doing right now. Listen to how she's talking to Dawn. Do you hear how she's like aggressive as fuck?
Because she never said anything really bad about Dawn, did she? That I remember. Well, like I said, I didn't listen.
She made allegations that he was a stalker to her, and that even one time Andy had to tackle him, but Andy's accounts of that are kind of different. And
yeah,
she made some allegations of like her daughter being 5 and the sister being 5 and Summer being 5, but the math doesn't work on that story either. So.
Oh Lord. Glad I didn't listen to her. I mean, because she changes their story from the first time they were innocent and she knew them so well, and now all this.
Mm-hmm.
She's a character.
Point on me, Dawn, if you suspect. Okay,
I've done
do it.
one. I've done one.
Yeah,
I
passed it after 5 times, right? You psychopath.
Why the fuck you turn on us? Why are you so psycho? What the fuck is
Because I
wrong with
was all try to set up everybody in that goddamn road, holler and slings shit at everybody that was fucking innocent for 2 goddamn years now, and turned Mullen into a weapon.
That wasn't me.
Tormenting the shit out of us, Dawn.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, it was.
She's madder than fuck, and there is no reason for her to be this angry.
No, and she's the one that's up there all the time. I mean, nobody else put her in that position.
She did a stream on Facebook the night Summer went missing, and has continued talking about her in this case since the very night Summer went missing, and brought it, didn't bring it to, social media, because just the natural fact that it was a case would have brought it to social media. But she absolutely has carried on about it since day one.
And I do think she went on Tiffany's a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she latched on to Tiffany, I think, for a reason, because she felt like Tiffany was gonna like save her ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? She was gonna.
Well, I think there are reasons that
right.
make noise in the jingling.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like she definitely tried to, stay on Tiffany's good side, so that she, I mean, I don't know. I'd really like to talk to Jody Sue myself, because I don't know, what I'm saying? Talking to her and asking her questions myself is a hell of a lot different than hearing other people's versions of events or hearing another interview. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right, but I think her story changed
for yourself,
Well, I think that Pecan said, if she was their real life neighbor, how can we or anyone say she has no reason to be this mad? We can't. However, there's been a lot of things that she has said about the Wells prior to Summer going missing, about like her neighbor kids and stuff. But then also, she claimed in the very beginning not to know them very well. They were just neighbors who occasionally, bumped into each other in passing. And then that kind of changed into basically we're BFFs and braiding each other's hair, and then went back to being we didn't really know each other and rarely talked, to where we're now back to she knows everything about their lives. So it just goes back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, she had some story about when Candace was pregnant and something about liquor in a sippy cup.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was with the youngest boy, she claimed. But there's a lot of things too that she claims, even here in this own live, she wouldn't know because it happened before she moved.
Does this woman have any like receipts or any sort of proof to any of the accusations she's stating?
Oh, beats him. You want to know what a Jody Sue receipt is? It is her holding her phone up to the camera.
Oh, she fled. No, it ain't. She don't even hold it up. Beats him. You get a quick 2-second flash of the phone, and that's it. Boom, boom. Here's my receipt. You want to skip? Boom, boom.
But they're all making money. I mean, it's like Benny talks about her. She fights with Benny. They're monetized, and I mean, if the case dies, so does their channel.
Oh yeah, go at it. Oh my god. Well, they did. I don't know if they still do, but holy shit! They used to go back and forth so damn bad. Holy shit.
Benny and her.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he pops up here on this live stream.
Oh my! Does he really? I didn't even get his.
Yeah. Prayer Garden kicks him.
Oh Lord.
Oh, here we go. Well, let's watch this, and then we'll put his part on. It gets better.
Mullen even said so, or have you not listened to all the calls Mullen got caught on?
Who?
Your little buddy, your bestie. Yeah, there's all kinds of recordings and proof out here, Don. And
no
now
proof.
y'all look guiltier than
receipt,
fuck
bitch?
because of your buddy Mullen. It ain't my fault. It's all over the place, Don. You're fucked, bro.
Shut up, man. There ain't no point even talking to you. I'm fixing
No,
to get
it's
off
because
here
you
because I'm
can't
not
control
talking
me
to
like
psycho
you can
bitch.
everybody else, Don. Oh, I'm so
not talking to psycho bitch. I'm getting
that's
off.
why I had to be the one in front of a behavior
I
panel,
refuse
right?
to talk to this
How
psycho
about you go use your own YouTube and talk instead of everybody else's? You know why? Because you have to be lead fed, covered over, and
Why
have
do I need to do all that?
Right.
I don't need to do all that. There's no need in it.
You know,
I
you
don't
could
need
run
to
your own
talk to your
fucking narrative
psycho
on
ass
your own
either.
fucking YouTube, bro.
You're a fucking dumb bitch. Nobody believes
Oh, I'm
anything you
dumb.
fucking
Yeah,
say
yeah, yeah.
anyway. So I could give a fuck less.
Oh, I'm dumb. I'm stupid. I'm fat. I'm ugly. You got any other insults like any other good abusive fucking liar trying to get out of trouble?
Well, that's what you're doing.
No, it ain't. I've cooperated
you
with
called
law
me every name in the
enforcement
book.
entirely.
So what the fuck?
Yeah, you are a lying motherfucker, and you shouldn't have been a lying motherfucker trying to set up everybody else, including Fred and everybody else.
I'm trying to set up nobody. I'm just telling the truth. There was a lot of methamphetamine
You ain't been
found
telling
in
the
there.
truth since moment
You
one.
and
And
your husband were selling dope. Man, get the fuck real.
I don't know what fuck shit you all were up to with Andy, and I don't care. But let me tell you,
was just riding with him, and you don't know shit, really, Jody Sue? You was riding with
I
him,
don't know
going to
what the
other
hell
states.
all you.
Wrong. Dangerous territory.
So I did look back at my notes. Jody Sue and her family lived there like a little bit under 8 years. So prior to Summer going missing. So a lot of her accounts of things, you can stack it up to that 8 years and realize, well, she couldn't have known that. So
what did you just say? 8 years what?
that's how long she lived on Ben Hill Road.
Before they moved in, or that's how long altogether?
No, they lived there before her.
Yeah, that's what
but that's how long she lived on Ben Hill Road altogether before she left, before she was kicked off.
Yeah. It's crazy.
What's
Don
crazy?
sounds like he's sober.
Yeah, what's crazy is that people actually like watch Prayer Garden and think that that's actually helping the case. And this is not just what?
They doxed Prayer Garden?
No. Watch.
Oh,
People are watching this case, watching them, and they're thinking they're helping find this little girl, and they're just basically just watching people tear themselves apart so Prayer Garden doesn't have to get an actual job.
Well, I get that though on a certain level, B10, because I fell victim to that trap as well, because so many of us are so attached to this little girl and so care so much about her case that you will watch anything and everything that people put out about her, hoping for some sort of information because there just isn't any.
I'm
but
like
I
just
get what you're saying.
outsider from like just looking from within. I don't like realistically. If I say I tuned into this Prayer Garden, I'm tuning into Prayer Garden. I have no clue what the hell is going on. I'm sitting here. I'm like,
going to find clues.
Yeah, I don't know who's the little girl. I don't know when the little girl disappeared. I don't know nothing. All I know is I see some guy named Don Wells yelling at some woman with like some random woman who sounds a little under the weather, let's just say, and some toothless Wonder Woman who, like, I don't know, I just like one with like tooth because I can hear it, and just like nothing. I just don't.
And I don't know why he does it. Like, I heard he had come on here, and I just didn't even want to. I don't know why he does it. Like,
I don't either.
Yeah,
she needs to stay off of it.
Like, yeah, because like realistically, you have no fucking clue what's going on. Like, you really don't.
Well, and don't. He hasn't helped his daughter's case either.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Have done absolutely zero favors to their daughter's case.
Oh,
just
absolutely.
like so many YouTubers.
I mean, he goes on these exploiting YouTubing channels, like, you know, all these bad channels, and they're just there to get money and drama. That's pretty much
Well,
it.
it does keep her name out there at the very least.
But like I mean, like realistically,
no, he's not helping. Nobody's
if I
helping.
tuned in, like realistically, let's say you just wiped out your brain of everything summer, right? And you logged into any of the summer streams, like summer, would you find out any information on the case, really, realistically?
No.
So how is that keeping her name out there if we don't even know what
the
the
does keep her name out there? I said at the very least. I'm not saying that's all it does is keeps her name out there. Nothing else.
Well, I mean, it's just a name at that point. You don't know what she looks like. You don't know the time and place of occurrence.
Well, and that's what bothers me. That's what really bothers me is right now her face should be somewhere on this thing right here. Chris McDonough never held her picture up. None of these people do.
Well, that's my point. Pecan says, look up for yourself, see what posts. Yeah, but that's not the point of a live stream. Like a live stream, you're supposed to inform your audience. It's not for me to like look at a name and say, okay, if that's the case, I'm not going to watch a live stream. I'm just going to be like, oh, someone else. Okay, Google it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's watching it to get information. They're watching it to gossip and then take it to another stream and gossip because it's all worthless.
And that's why I think it's dangerous, though, to, you know, yes, it is keeping her name out there, but what is being attached to her name?
Well, that's our problem. That's why I have a channel because of this, you know, but you can only battle it. It's when you see people like her that I never even went after at all, but you see them still sitting there with the channel, still putting Summer's name. She's done nothing.
No.
You know, and I can't battle it.
No, I get exactly what you're expressing, Heels, because you're just like, what can you do anymore?
And you watch people get bigger, and like Chris McDonough, that man does not deserve a channel, but there he is. And he's on Nancy Grace.
And he tricks people, like, because I saw like Brandon Neal jumping on that lap. And she's trying to convince him to convince Don, my apologies, to like go to the organization that accused him of being a fucking murderer, like, or a kidnap and or all these other fucked up things. And I'm sitting here, it's like this organization has tricked this woman and is like tricking people. And like, I see what you mean. I'm just saying.
I don't agree with you there. I think Brandy is a very intelligent woman, and she appreciates the help from the Cold Case Foundation, not necessarily Chris McDonough. And I think that she is very wise. We've seen her in the chats when he has been discussed here, and I think she is very aware. But she was encouraging Dawn to allow this other agency to help out, and that's why I said earlier the difference between her son's case and Summer's case was that Summer did have the extra agencies that her son did not.
Okay, but Cold Case Foundation is not an agency. Cold Case Foundation, they pay membership.
I didn't say it was.
Oh, I thought you said it's another agency. Yeah,
because I just meant another entity. It's not an agency.
Yeah, well, all the people that are on it, they pay a membership. So if he says that Bardot person is going to go look in a rock for DNA or whatever, that's her. She's just using the name Cold Case Foundation because it sounds good. You know, Shara McCollum is a member of Cold Case Foundation. That blew my mind.
No, I don't know anything about him.
Oh, you don't know about,
Chris McDonough is too.
I mean, I know about Chris, but I don't care to know much about the Cold Case Foundation because I don't care about it.
Oh, okay.
That really makes me.
But
it really upsets me that he uses that and says, you know, look at all these people. Somebody the other night, that young guy is Trevor Lee. He was showing the website and showing all the people that belong to it. No, it's just Chris.
Yeah, we're talking about the Cold Case Foundation that Chris McDonough, he runs it, or he's just a member of it?
He's like a one of the spokespersons.
Okay.
Yeah, but he makes it sound like it's one agency and all these people work for it. And they don't. They're all individuals. They have podcasts and they do Donahue, but they use that name because it sounds good.
Okay. Is it for profit or is it a charity?
No, it's a foundation. It's a charity.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a 501c3. Okay.
Yeah, and the last time I checked, they had made like $14,000 or something. That was a few years ago.
Okay, that's nothing. I mean, it's
Yeah,
really...
and he makes it sound like it's been around. It hasn't been around that long. Oh, he just makes me so mad.
Yeah, so
But
he's
they're
hyping
trying
it
to
up.
push it.
So he's like basically hypes it up. So he makes it sound like a very old, like an older organization, and it's just it's new basically, and it's just
I mean,
still
new
growing.
and I think it's like 5, 8 years old maybe, but he makes it sound like the one. He had another one before this one. It's just a whole. I can't because I don't know how much he makes. I don't know anything about what he gets from it, but he pushes it and he uses it. You know, it's like he sent a team of dogs up to help Mary look for Summer's, I don't know what they were looking for.
That rock.
But, yeah.
Memorial.
He didn't do that.
I do know someone that covered the Maya Miliete case extensively, and they were very appreciative of the Cold Case Foundation's help. I agree with you. I don't know enough about it to speak on it, but
yeah, the guy that his lawyer friend, what's his name? I don't remember. He went and told Maya Millette's husband that he was with the FBI. FBI.
What?
Yeah, they can make it look really good, and they were very appreciative. Chris had them on like 3 times or 4 times, and if your, sister's missing, of course you would be.
Yeah,
exactly.
But Chris makes his way behind. Was he at that one, or did they just thank him? I think they thanked him.
He went to one.
Millette, they thanked him.
Fruitland.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Idaho, he was standing behind that guy. I was so mad. Oh my God. And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what they do.
Yeah.
They just have more power. They get to a certain point. That's it. But he's in it for Chris. He's not in it he's wanting Summer back again because look at his numbers. He gets nothing from anything else he does.
He was getting quite a bit from the Idaho case. Did that dwindle down too?
Yeah.
Well, everyone was getting numbers from that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People still get numbers from that.
But Summer, he was like killing it with the Summer Wells
He
case.
was, absolutely. That's how I found all of these people on YouTube, was searching for Summer Wells on YouTube. And like I said before, the very first live I found live. I didn't know about live chatting and all that. And it just so happened to be Dawn up on Ziggy's panel. And then the next couple videos I watched were his interviews. And he did gain a lot of people but I knew who he was because I was on Twitter during Gabby Petito and with the whole pneumatic truck stuff.
When Candace started her channel, I have never seen somebody's channel grow so fast. I mean, when she started it and did her first live stream, she had probably 2,000 people in the chat. Benny was freaking out. Penny was freaking out. I was on the phone with her mom, and she's like, I said, you're going to have to tell her to get mods. Like, there's something, I don't even know why she's on a live chat. Tell her to turn it off. Tell her to turn it off.
Right? Wasn't she singing? And
I think
I think she started singing then, I think after, because she didn't even pay attention to the chat. Like, I don't even think she realized that it was going. You know what I mean? She was just doing her own thing. And then, I think she, and then, but I'm like, oh, girl.
Yeah, I saw one where she was singing and I had to turn it off because, I just feel bad.
Me too.
But yeah, the live thing, I used to just watch like the true crime videos. That was good enough for me. And then I hit on a live and I'm like, what's this?
Yeah, it's a complete, like I said, I was on Facebook true crime groups and Twitter, covering or looking into cases and stuff before YouTube. But YouTube's, the interactive dynamic
I had no
is
idea
very,
about lives. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
And I've been on lives ever since.
Oh, that's what it was, Sticky. She did make it as a kid's channel, and you couldn't have notifications.
Yeah.
I don't think you could people chat. It was something else was
No,
happening.
People
too.
could chat, but it was like there was no mods. There was nobody in there to.
Yeah.
I was.
And
It was awful.
there was no comments under it afterwards. That's what it was, because it was a
Yeah.
kid's channel. That was crazy.
Kim
Yeah,
Blum
he
said
was with
he was
Mike.
gonna get someone hurt. Look at the fiasco with Nomadic Track and Jamie Wilson.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And AK Rock.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, and it's amazing that he has people trust him. But I think with Brandy, I don't know if she deals with him or maybe other people from the foundation, I hope. Yeah, because she's seen me talk about it in a Queen's chat. And I'd look down and there, you know, oh, Brandy, I'm so sorry.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
it's her choice.
That's why I said I think she's I think she's very smart, and she knows
Oh, she is,
knows
yeah.
what she's doing, and her goal is always her son, no matter what, no matter who. So
Well, and he's on
I
her
think she's
side.
Mhm.
So that's good. If he wasn't on her side, it would be bad.
Could
You
be,
know what?
yeah.
Like he's done Dawn and Candace.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I would think that would be a mark against him the way he's done this with the sisters and all that, but apparently not.
Mm.
No, and that shocked me too with the whole like Mary coming out and doing a cooking channel and
Yeah, and you haven't heard from him since that. It's the same lawyer. God, I wish I could remember his name. He's the one that on the last time Chris did a show on Summer, he said the statute of limitations had run out. I said that the other night.
Mhm.
Well, that's the last I've seen of Mary too. I mean, I haven't seen her on Josh's show or anything.
I haven't seen her in a while either.
Yeah, since that show.
Oh my gosh, Pecan, yes. Did you guys, I don't know if I was talking to you at that time, but did you happen to see Chris McDonough come into my comment section? Oh, I was talking. I
I
know,
believe so. Yes, I believe so.
that was insane.
What did he want? What did he say?
So it was the video where they all had their hot mic moment with Judy Ron,
Yep.
and he was not in this video, Heels, because I he didn't do that. He didn't stream that live. He didn't have a hot mic moment. Nothing
Right.
about him was in that video.
Right.
Someone in my comments said at first I thought Doug was Chris McDonough until I realized it wasn't. He was in there within like 30 minutes of that being posted, and he went off demanding I remove the comments and have this woman change it. He had nothing to do with this, and it ended up being, I mean, Pecan, you remember he was like
Wow.
100 comments under there,
She said he
back
came
and forth
like
with people.
ball.
It was crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
see,
like,
he has something that crawls.
Shit.
I'm like,
He
how
has
do you
some-
even
Yeah. Like a
how do you even
little
find out about it? It was a
I'm
comment
telling
under a
you.
video. It was crazy.
Yeah, he knows. They
Oh.
have some kind of program or something.
Yeah.
Because
But anyway,
Karen
I gotta
always comes in mind.
Yeah, I gotta skedaddle.
Got work tomorrow.
Yeah. You guys have a good one.
We'll talk to you later.
All right.
See
bye.
ya.
See you around.
No, Gigi,
Hey,
he wasn't
all the-
tagged. He wasn't tagged in the video. He wasn't tagged in the comment.
Oh, there was
Actually, the
nothing?
person even said CM. They didn't even say Chris McDonough.
Well, that's
So,
weird.
yeah, it was crazy that he was there so
He
fast.
said those are my initials. I'm fucked. This is not a That's
But
it.
don't you think he has so many followers? Maybe somebody just saw some
It
comments or
coulda
something,
yeah,
probably.
I don't think he found it on his own, but it was still just very bizarre that the person was just saying, I thought it was his voice at first until I realized it was Doug's, but he came in hot and heavy, and he was aggressive, demanding I do things, and I was like, I don't answer to you, bud. Like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. He's very. Mm.
It was
Yeah, he
crazy.
struck me a few times. He didn't get anywhere with it, but he tries. And then Karen, and I know it's Karen. Karen called Web Sleuth one night and said, like she was anonymous and you couldn't tell it was her distinct voice, and said, you need to leave Chris, I think she said Chris McDonough alone, and then hung up. We're like, we know that's you, Karen.
I've never covered him. I just don't want to get into that, you know. Seems like a huge
Well, I
hot
mean,
mess, everything I've heard and seen
well,
and
everything that goes around
researched.
is from him. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like most of the rumors are from him.
That's where they stem from.
Yeah. Well, and you don't cover that really, you don't expose really, do you?
I
You
don't
don't
know
do
what
like
I do.
exposure. I know.
I don't know what I do.
It's hard to figure out sometimes.
I just do stuff.
Yeah, people will come in and say, why aren't you covering Joe Blow over
get that
here?
all the
And I'm like,
time.
because I don't know Joe Blow.
I tell them the same thing because I don't have to, nor do I want to. Like I want to make what I want to make and cover what I want to cover. I don't want to be put in a box.
Yeah, and then you have your subs that like, they like what you're doing, then that's what it's about. I don't really care if I get 10,000 more.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to, Betty has gotten so boring, although I heard she had a prayer meeting this morning.
A prayer meeting?
She held church or something. Queen, are you here? She's the one that told me about it.
Take me to church.
What, baby?
That Betty was taking people to church this morning.
Yeah, well, her little sermon, she was reading her little book. She's like, this is a real good message right here. This is a real good message.
Oh, she was
Oh
reading
my
the daily book.
I put that in the title and then I changed it. But look, because I was gonna bring it up, then I was like, no, we're gonna talk about the Summer Wells stuff, so I might as well leave this on. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna be the missing kids and all that. You know what I mean? So I was gonna leave it in there because I was gonna go over it, but I'll play it like later or something.
Okay.
When we get done with this. But she reads a little thing out of a book. It's fucking funny as hell to me.
Yeah, she does it almost every day. She has her little what to live. She'll say, this nice message, and then she starts yelling at somebody 5 minutes later.
Her devotionals.
Something Women's Daily something. But she's had it for like 20 years. It hasn't helped. Sorry.
I've been so wrapped up in the cases. Those 3 cases are just insane, and just listening to them is a lot of work just to listen to them.
Yeah, I didn't follow the West boys at all, except for Duty Ron. We'll talk about them. But not like I did Valo and the other one. But I can't watch the trial. I don't know why. I mean, it's just too much. Ugh. And then this woman, Serafina.
The Art of Letting Go. That's what it is.
The Art
Thank
of Letting
you,
Go, yeah. Donna Serafina keeps
coming
popping
through.
up everyone.
All right, ready? We're gonna finish playing this Jody, Sue, and Don because I'm almost
gonna yell again. Okay.
All right, ready? Get your ear. Hold on, let me tell everybody. Turn your earphones down. Yeah, I was gonna say turn your earpieces down. Ready?
I don't, but you don't know nothing. You're that fucking stupid, huh? And you don't know shit.
I was trying to fight cancer while you people were fucking off and tweaking.
That's a good fucking excuse. And they don't fly the court of law, Jody Sue.
I had shit to do, like raising my kids and knowing their fucking whereabouts.
So while you was fighting cancer, you went to other states to buy dope. Really?
No, I fucking didn't, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, give me a break, Don. Give me a fucking break.
You ain't give me no break. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Knoxville trip, bring the dope back, have more money, take your kid with you to the
Knoxville trip. That's part of the intro now.
Is it really?
That's it.
It's so childish.
Yeah. And take the kid with you. Wasn't that something? Wasn't that a rumor?
I don't believe he took no kid with him to do that kind of shit. He probably didn't, but even if he did, I don't believe. I mean, come on now. I'm telling you, like, Don reminds me of like one of them like old drunk rednecks that just, you know what I'm saying, does work, comes home, drinks his beer, you know what I mean, works on his little trinkets, his motorbikes and bullshit cars and motors, you know what I'm saying, like. With his kids, hangs out with his kids, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of shit.
I
like
do think he goes to Nashville once in a while.
Yeah, I think he likes to party. You know what I'm saying? Think he likes to
Yeah.
drink and shit after work. And once he gets
Mhm.
to that point, he's drunk as hell. He's like, "Oh fuck it, I'm gonna go put one on." You know what I mean, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever he
Yeah.
says, I don't even know what he does, but you know what I'm saying. He
But
goes
that's what
to
yeah,
town.
and then we're all
Right, he
seeing it.
jumps in the truck, goes to town. Candace stays home. You know what I'm saying? And then he doesn't he does his own thing. Like she would say he would leave or whatever. You know, I'm sure he probably would. He'd probably go home, get high, and then
Well, and Jody Sue only knows this because of what she's heard.
On YouTube.
You know, unless she had binoculars in the bushes, I don't think she would know all this.
No.
Or
At Running
think-
Bear, he's
well,
from
not unless she
Utah.
was over there partying with him. Shit, she, you know what I'm saying? That's she might have went over there and was partying right along with him. Shit, you can't tell me she didn't go over there and have a couple beers at one point in time, as long as they lived there. You know what I'm saying? Andy too. I'm sure Andy probably did hang out with Dawn. You know what I mean?
Was she a dancer before?
Yes.
I thought so.
Jody
There's
was.
anything wrong with that. I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
she was a dancer at the Mouse Ears. Her stripper name was something Bunny.
You stop it right now.
I'm
You
not
stop
even joking.
You stop it.
She's put this out there. It's the only it's the only way I
Okay,
know
I was
about
gonna
it.
say.
I'm sure she has.
Bunny something.
That's
I
right,
can't
Margo.
think of what it was. Maybe
Smoking
someone in
Bunny?
chat will remember. Lip Locked might remember something.
Mouse ears. That's odd. An odd name.
Yeah,
for a
it
stripper.
burnt down. Not while she was working there, but I guess it's not there anymore.
How
the
long
Mouse
ago
Ears.
was it? It had to be a
It
while.
was when he was in jail, when Andy was in jail. I'd have to pull my notebook out. I
No,
can't
but I'm
remember what
saying
year it
like
was.
a decade ago, 5 years ago, 20. Is it like in
Yeah,
that?
like a decade. That's a
decade,
good,
okay.
time frame.
Stop it, Captain.
Oh,
Thanks, Grandma.
she
Boiler
knocked a
bunny.
chick's front teeth out before too, right?
Oh. Well,
She got in a
I can-
fight in a Waffle House parking lot and face checked a chick on the concrete and knocked out a bunch of her front teeth and stuff. And I guess
she
she
curb stomped her.
ended up like half naked in the event or something. It's a bizarre story. she told.
Wow.
Mhm.
Do you think it's true? Because she has
Yeah.
to make up some shit for being on there as much as she is.
Yeah, yeah. I know the stripper is true. I looked into it, but
Yeah, I believe that.
the story about the fight, yes, I do think it's true because Andy also confirmed it, and I mean their stories were pretty similar.
I wonder how tall she is.
Oh, she's a very tall gal. Yeah, she is.
Is
very
she?
tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like almost 6 foot.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. I believe it. Well, interesting.
Bunny something. I cannot remember it.
Somebody has to know.
Bunny something, bitch. I
Lip
can't.
Lock can't remember either.
So it's not Smoking Bunny, which would be a good name.
That would be what it would be now, right?
I am done with you guys. That's it. Oh man.
He can probably bet he could even. High independent thinker. I see independent thinker everywhere.
Don Go. I wonder who that is. Don Go.
Oh, it was just Bunny. I looked. It's just Bunny. Just
Bunny?
Just plain old Bunny. I thought it was something else, but yeah, just Bunny.
Well, good for her. And she does nothing now, right? Is she just? Oh, she had cancer. Is she disabled or?
She's mentioned. Yeah, I think she's mentioned being on disability. She had her thyroid removed.
Okay. You know what's funny is people that can be on the computer all day, and I guess you're just like she couldn't dance anymore, so that was her career, and it has to be like on disability. Doesn't it have to be like you can't do the job that you had always done?
I don't know much.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
She was her name in Discord, in the Discord with Penny, Fizzle, whatever she goes by now, is her Jody Sue was in that Discord with her when she first came to YouTube, and her name was Bunny. It's her stripper name.
Retired Bunny.
Retired Bunny.
You know, I think she was pretty. She looks like she was pretty.
Yeah, I think she probably was in her younger days. Her sister's gorgeous.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never seen her.
Very
I just don't pay
pretty.
attention to her. I mean, I like her. You know, she's been in my she's commented a few times, which surprised me.
Yeah, she's got a love-hate relationship with a lot of things. So she finds out you're talking about her, she probably hate you now.
Yeah, and see, I've never done anything but use her like one time when she was smoking, like a sarcastic ending to a video. Like screw you, because that's what it looks like to me when she takes that long drag. And
she hates Chasing and Gray.
Really?
And so many other creators, but yeah, she's got a big thing against Chasing.
That's
It's
funny because I
insane.
don't see Chasing really talk about her.
Yeah, you don't.
Chasing don't bring her up, but she's mad.
Oh,
That
she
is funny.
And Gray, she'll throw Gray under the bus too. Gray never talks about her ever.
Yeah.
Now this is all old. Like I said, I haven't listened to her in probably 4 months.
Probably because they don't talk about her. It's like,
Why do
what?
I see Paper Cut's face like up on the panel last night, like bright-eyed? What?
Oh, I know. That was funny.
What? I love Paper.
I know, I do too. Her face was so funny when Laura came up. I laughed so fucking hard.
Yeah.
Well, did Laura leave like right when his girlfriend came up?
It was pretty quick after that, within like a minute.
So she rage quit.
Because she was kind of like, no, I think he kicked her, but she was kind of like, who was that? And Dolly's just like, it's one of my mods, and it's actually like his
that's as
girlfriend
far as I
mod.
saw. I didn't know if she left after that or.
Yeah, and she asked one more thing, and he's like, well, they're just looking out for me, so that's basically the end of it. And she's like, okay, bye.
What was she even thinking? Like she was going to go over and buddy up to him, and they could talk about Avery.
Hate bond, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, hate bonding, but to her, it's just, Monday.
Yeah.
That's all she does.
Yeah, I did see that guy. Did you see that guy up there drinking out of a half-gallon container of Tito's?
What?
Where?
On Dolly's panel. He was just chugging a big old jug of Tito's.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't going to have a channel. They're all characters on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do watch him, but I hate him. But I watch him.
He tried to send a super chat to Toasty. That must have been after I came over here.
Who did?
Laura. That's what
I was gonna say, who did? Who tried to send her one?
Oh my gosh.
I know Laura didn't try to send her one.
Who tried to send her one?
Sticky said that Laura tried to send Burnt Toast a super chat.
Burnt
Toast will tell her to kiss her ass quick.
I was gonna say, I know she did.
Or she had her up there and then pummel her.
That was crazy last night. That was such a. I loved your video Deets, about it. It was so funny.
The drive-by.
Yeah, and that person backing out of the spot. That was so funny.
Of her trying to park. I was like,
yeah.
I'm like, I hope people get this, that this is me like trying to say, this is Laura trying to park herself here in this situation. And she's just hitting all the cars.
What are y'all talking about?
Oh my gosh. About last
She
night.
was essentially so fucking bad she can't stand it. That's why I said I was like, I'm not fucking
Oh, Deets' video, like she did this, like she had this like just a video.
I did like a drive-by clip of when.
Yeah. I have to go watch it. I've been busy all day. I have to go watch it.
Dolly popped in here, and then when Laura popped over there on his, I thought,
With the Kanye moment. It was such a Kanye moment. I mean, he was just like, he didn't care. He was like, this is, he was just,
he just like popped up here on Queen's panel, and he's like, da 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 da
He's like,
da. Bye.
look, this is how he went. He popped up. He's like, and I thought, first of all, I thought it was the fake Dolly because it said Dolly 1.0 or whatever. Dolly 1.0. I was like, what the fuck is a Dolly 1.0? What the fuck is it? So I was like, I hurried up, took a picture real fast. I was like, you know what I'm saying? Is this fucking even real? I was like, is this our fucking Dolly? So I said to the girls, I'm like, hey, is this our Dolly? And I popped it up, and he's like, for a second, I was like, oh, fuck, the mic's unmuted, so I have my trigger finger ready to go. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, God. You know, because you just know. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, fuck. He's like, hey, can I get a second? Can I get a second real fast? I just want to say Avery's a liar. Avery's a fucking liar. She's a fucking liar. I'm going to do my whole life. She run my fucking channel. She's a fucking liar.
Peace.
All right, y'all. Peace. Gone.
Yeah,
I was like,
that was it. It was like a total Kanye moment.
Dolly out. He was like,
yeah, he's like, Dolly out. I'm like, you tard.
She's like, oh, okay, thanks.
like,
yeah,
yeah,
man,
okay,
I appreciate that. Like, she was stuck.
Queen, you were so funny. You were like, yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
Yeah.
You were like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, he knew he couldn't stay more than, you know.
I'm like,
even
yeah, this little
long
bitch,
enough to
you
think
had
about
to
it.
get up and hurry up and get down, little fucker. I
And
was like,
Avery was backstage at that point, or you put it
yes, and she
backstage?
was coming. She came up like 4 fucking times last night. I'm like, holy hell! When she started talking about if Dolly talks about my son, everybody over here is dead. I'm like, okay, you're done. You're
All
fucking
right.
done. Take a time out.
Yeah.
That's it. Go to the corner. I'm fucking had
That
it.
was bizarre.
Oh, I was like, whoa, wait a second, man. Chill.
Yeah,
That was.
I was glued.
We don't say that. I felt like I had to talk to her like when my kids were toddlers. Like, no, we don't use those words. now."
Yeah.
What the heck?
She like just like,
And she said
no.
it twice. It wasn't like she said it once impulsively.
If
Said it
Dolly
twice.
does something, then one of you are gonna die. I'm like, oh my God.
Well,
Like,
then-
Yeah.
if
Now
Dolly
that she
does
goes
something.
to her panel, she goes to her panel and she's like, if anybody over there speaks on my kids, I will kill. I'm like,
But
oh,
she
boy.
talks about her
That's
kids. She talks about them. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I
Then
watched
Dolly,
her
you got-
unpack groceries with her kid.
Dolly's
on
like,
camera.
I'm not gonna, yeah, Cappy's one of y'all are gonna die.
Okay,
God.
ma'am.
Dolly's like, I don't even
Wow.
know anything about her kids, don't know shit about them, they ain't gonna talk about them, don't know shit about
Yeah,
her.
he
She's like,
doesn't talk about him.
he's over there fucking playing like he doesn't know nothing about him. I'm like, oh God.
And then Laura says, do you think it's Munchausen by proxy?
Oh
I
my
was like,
God.
I
Can
know.
you believe that?
I was like, Laura, stop.
Stop it with the
no.
big diagnoses.
But
You
then
don't know.
what's Dolly's girlfriend? She came up there and cut that shit.
PJ.
Sliced
I
it.
heard-
She was like,
Yeah.
What's that? What's Ernie Shell say? Cut it once, check it twice, cut it once.
Check it twice. Cut it once.
Yeah, shit, that's what she did.
She
Check
did.
it twice, she
Oh,
checked it
that's-
twice, cut her once. Get off of here. I don't know what you're doing bringing this shit up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to play the clip. It is hilarious because PJ, she just like hopped up there. She's like, "You don't need to know who I am, or it doesn't matter. Like, no,
Yeah.
just don't bring that
Yeah,
here."
you
It
run
was,
this place,
she was
bitch.
just like, "Boo!" But the funny part about you, Queen, is there's like 2 minutes in between when Dolly dropped off the panel and when you guys start talking about it again. It was like a delayed. It's like Happy just kept talking, and then it like dawned on you what just happened, and you're like, "Oh, what the
Well,
heck?"
yeah, because somebody was like, yeah, somebody in the chat said something about you guys just let him come up here. I was like, hell, fuck no. I said, no, he just came up here and dropped a bomb. Like, oh, look at Avery, but don't look at me. I'm going to call her a liar, but don't look at me, even though I lied on you and said you sold crack to kids like a fucking dumbass bitch I am. You know what I'm saying? I was going to go the fuck off. But
It was
you know,
a true drive-by because
It was a
Dave
true
did it and you were
drive-by,
stunned.
and you're right. He popped up, ran his little fucking trap, and dropped back down quick, didn't he?
Oh my God. The
So
chat
funny.
was so funny. They were so funny. They like the
It was
comments.
hilarious.
People like
Well, I don't
switch
think
their
the chat was
name.
ready either. Fuck, none of us was ready for that little shit.
No, that was so funny. So funny.
But I think
Well,
you would have
you know
let
what
him up
really
anyway.
fucked me up is we have a Dolly in our chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dolly troll. That's like MK, I think,
Right.
right?
He's like our fucking Dolly troll. So I was like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh fuck, he's really
Yeah,
he's
here comes MK. Yeah, whatever.
And I was ready for a good laugh.
But I felt like
not bad.
Joneson knew. I feel like Joneson knew. She's like, the link is pinned because I saw Joneson write that, and then I like messaged like Joe. I was like, is that him? Or like it would be so funny if like you'd see people backstage together, like Avery and Dolly were backstage together. Like imagine they could see each other. They'd be
Dolly
like,
was up there going off, and she was back
awkward.
there, and I was like, oh god, oh fuck.
Oh, she was
Yeah.
in back chat?
Yeah.
She was
in the
there?
backstage. Yeah, she was in back chat.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly.
Yeah, she was sitting
Queen
back.
put her
yeah,
in back
'cause I was-
chat.
Oh, wow.
In
It was a
backstage
fucking
or whatever.
disaster, let me tell you that.
Oh
It was-
my god, that was shambles time. That was with a
Total
flash
shambles.
of Dolly.
It was definitely shambles for sure.
It was. Oh, you got a super chat. That's sweet.
What happened here, baby? Let's see here. Let's see. Let me go back here. Pam Cake says it's still so heartbreaking that justice has not been served in Summer's case. Everyone remember when TBI was doing the press conference and the runaway horse appeared out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Aww.
That was crazy. The horse that just takes off
wild
running down the
horse.
Right.
road.
Oh,
Well, it was
wow.
attached to a guy was using it. I think it was attached to
Oh,
something,
okay.
but it got
Okay,
away
good.
from him, and it
Oh,
just
weird.
runs behind them during the press conference. And even the sheriff like looked back at it, and then he stepped out of the way so the reporters can view it. Even it was a weird moment.
Who said justice for Summer? Who did you say? Is that the name of the person?
Oh no, her name was Pancakes, and they said it's still so heartbreaking that justice has not been served in
Oh.
Summer's case.
Yeah. Justice
Yeah.
for what?
Yeah.
For whatever happened. Yeah. It's hard to
I know, but if she wandered
Yeah.
off, I mean, you know. I mean, I don't know.
We just don't, do we?
Yeah. I wonder.
No, I
just
think
never-
that's the hardest part because, and you know what? That's what that's something that I'll never forget. When me and Candy Hair was talking, she said the hardest part, the hardest part is not knowing.
Yeah, that's what all families say.
Yeah,
It has to be.
I mean, it could still, like, look what happened with Delphi, you know, after so
Yeah.
long. So you never know,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
Dylan Rounds, right?
Well, that's why we gotta hold out hope, right?
Yeah,
And then
Know
always.
what happened.
and what the problem
you
is
know what? Do you
now-
know how many I was just talking to my brother the other day, and mushroom hunters actually found there was a little boy, and one guy was mushroom hunting on his property, and he found that little boy in the suitcase.
Yeah, in Indiana. It was-
Yeah, and I mean,
His
like,
mom still hasn't been arrested. She's still on the run.
that's crazy to me.
Mhm.
That's
crazy to me.
crazy.
But yeah,
So-
you're right. It was the mushroom hunter.
I don't know that. Which little boy was it?
Hang on. I'm drawing a blank, but I know
Yeah,
exactly
it
what
was
Queen's
a Vegas
talking about.
suitcase. It was a
Let me
what
get
was
it.
he, like 3 or 4? It was like 3 or 4, I think. They said his mom put him in the suitcase and she basically just tossed him out. Like,
Like
Right.
Letitia Scott did.
Oh no, she was crazy. She was in jail like a couple nights before, but like they had left a trail of evidence on social media. The woman that was with her, they thought he was like possessed by a demon, and like she even
Yeah.
tweeted out to like the archdiocese or whatever, and it was very bizarre.
So a
But,
mix of Lori Vallow and Letitia.
Yeah, like a Lori Vallow case, kind of.
A little bit, yeah. And
Like-
the one lady got arrested and extradited back to Indiana, but the mom is actually still on the run.
Oh, hold on. Burden of proof is saying, what is it, Cario Jordan?
Kyra Jordan, yes.
Kyra
that's what it
Jordan?
is.
Okay,
Kyra
all right.
Jordan. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you, Jordan.
Did she report him missing, or they
No.
just found his body and they didn't know?
Get this. So
No, there's
they
an older gentleman
found
mushroom hunting on his property, and he found the suitcase and opened it
And-
up, and there's a little boy in there.
But they found him within like the next day. Just so
Wow.
it could have been years, but the
Yeah,
next
I was gonna say
day
normally
found
that
him.
guy, the mushroom hunter, said he don't even go on the back on the back part where he was at. He say normally they don't even go back there.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And that whole community, because they didn't know who he was, didn't have his identity, they like the whole community adopted him and paid,
Yeah,
had
they
like a
came through for him.
funeral. Yeah.
How long
did a
did it take them to figure out who he was? I guess DNA helped probably.
I
Here, I was gonna say I can look it up real quick.
about
Hold
a
on.
year,
Oh,
yeah.
it's not important. I'm just wondering.
It
Because
was
there are
several
so many
months.
Jane and John Does out there.
It was a long time before they knew who he was. I want to say close to a year.
Oh, wow. And she had been in jail? Maybe not a felony?
New details today about the case of the little boy's body found in a suitcase in rural Washington County, Indiana. Indiana State Police announcing Cairo Amar Jordan was the boy found back in April. In a news conference earlier this morning, ISP detailed how they identified the boy in the suitcase and, more importantly, the main suspects in the case, including his mother. On April 16th of this year, a mushroom hunter came across this suitcase on an isolated road in Washington County, Indiana. When officers responded, they found a young black child inside with no visible cause of death. For months, there were no witnesses or family members who came forward to claim the boy, and no matches to any missing children. Police took in thousands of tips, but they led to nothing. Then, finally, a match with the fingerprints on trash bags found inside the suitcase, leading police to two suspects.
Ain't that's crazy, huh?
That is.
They just happened to, and like they said, he was out mushroom hunting and found him.
Yeah.
I mean,
and so Laura has a candle maker ever found a child? You know?
oh shit!
Making
You know
fun of
what?
the
No, I don't
mushroom.
think. I don't know what she calls her, the voodoo candle.
That's
That's so sad.
It is. The one that was arrested and is in custody, they actually found a video on her social media where that suitcase is in the background of it.
Oh,
It's from before, but it's just kind of like, just a gut sinking feeling.
Oh gosh, no.
There's the, yeah.
Why do we
That's the guy that found him. I fast forwarded it to. I was trying to fast forward it, but this is the guy that found him. And then they do this. They do the press conference pretty much, and there's the mom. And then they, you know what? And then he's like, it's like it's beautiful out there. Like it's, you know what I mean? It's it's just sad.
And that's incredible that he found it.
So quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So quick. I mean, because normally that could have been years. You know what I'm saying?
The bio dad had no idea that the suitcase boy, or the kid in the suitcase, was his son, because he didn't even know his son was missing because mom just took off with him.
Yeah, and look what Burden said. Burden covered this. She said 6 months he had no name, and he didn't even have a name when he was buried. The community gave him a funeral.
Oh,
yeah.
Thanks, Burden.
Burden said on April 12th, just 4 days before his remains were found, she wrote on Facebook that her 5-year-old son was actually a 100-year-old demon.
Yeah. That's one of the when we were talking about my videos that went viral. It was actually the one on him where I read through all the social media posts that these women put out there. It was disgusting. The things
About
that they
their
were.
kids?
Yeah, well, she mentions him being a demon, but yeah, there's a lot of other stuff too.
Saying that he's a 100-year-old demon and all kinds of shit. I'll have to link you to it later so you can.
It's crazy. People are just insane.
Well, they shouldn't have. I mean, did no one get it? Like her husband or his father didn't see anything weird?
Well, they were actually estranged, and he hadn't even seen Cairo for, I want to say, half a year to close to a year before that, just because she was kind of like that mom and just used her son as a pawn.
See, Burns said one day before his body was discovered, she made another chilling post that read, in part, "This is a whole demon in a child's body."
That was the same day that she tweeted to the archdiocese about doing an exorcism.
Oh wow.
Hmm.
Wow.
That's crazy. Teach a little.
Anyhow, so yeah, I'm gonna finish. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna finish playing this Jody Sue with Dawn. We got off track. All right, veering back on the course here.
Knoxville trips over the weekend, trap them in the car while you bang prostitutes and bring the dope back to the fucking hollow and disperse it. Go ahead, Dawn. Keep.
Damn, she said go get the dope and disperse it to the.
And all of that she heard from somebody else, like Fred Hill. That was a bizarre interview. He said,
right.
And that other woman, who is she? You'll know. The woman that said that Don had sacrificed her. Her dad died.
Oh, that was just a random stripper from Knoxville that emailed Ziggy, and Ziggy had up on her panel making all these claims about Dawn. Is that the one you're talking about?
Well, no, she lived at Crawford. Marlena
Crawford.
Crawford.
That one, Marlena? Yeah, she was another one. Sorry, there's been a lot in the case.
Well, I mean, Ziggy will put up
I heard
anything.
she's a fucking nutball too, ain't she?
Yeah, the stuff she was saying, and Ziggy was like, and Ted, the neighbor that I just said.
Fred Hill.
Fred Hill, he was like so serious talking about what she had told him about the sacrifice. And I'm like, why would you even play this?
Well, Fred Hill, his interviews, first of all, they're very hard to listen to because the woman doesn't know how to record them. But then the second thing is if you do listen to them, within the first 5 minutes, he contradicts himself like 3 times.
Yeah,
So
it was just crazy.
I went to do a debunking video on that one. And I think after like the 15th lie within 10 minutes, I was just like, nah, I'm not going to.
Yeah, I did. I think
It was
clipped
insane. It was insane.
Yeah, some of them you just throw your hands up and it's like, you know, if
like if people believe this, then that's on them. I can't.
Right, exactly. Yeah, but that Marlena Crawford was one of the. She's getting some. It's like she's listening to all the bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
Because what she knows is probably very little about them. Because I don't know my neighbor.
What happens is, law enforcement does their investigation, and the statements that they take in the beginning, and even when they go back a month, 2 into it, whatever, are completely different than what we hear on social media and what we pick apart on social media.
Yeah.
And it's like people don't take that into account for some reason.
Like Fred was saying, one person asked him if Dawn came over that night, and he had 2 different stories. One, he was carrying a crack pipe, and the other one, he was asking for prayer. Yeah.
Well, and then there's also and Fred Hill makes a claim that he wore a wire and that there were people in the van listening. Well, that's not how any agency does it anymore, Fred. So how'd that happen?
Yeah, that whole thing was hilarious. Yeah, it's a good way to get killed if true.
Well, and you know what? With Ziggy, when she pulled that shit with those bones, I'm like, that fucking did it for me. Ziggy Bones, that's what we call her now. Ziggy Bones.
Oh yeah. What did she do with the phones?
Oh wow, okay. So there was some bones.
I may remember when you say it.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh my god, I think these could possibly be." I'm not even gonna say it.
Bones. I thought you said phones.
No, bones.
Yeah, I was there when
bones.
I'm like, Heels, you know the bone stitch.
Yeah, I thought you said phones, and I thought, well, there's one because I don't watch her every day, but I was actually in her chat when she started talking about it, and everybody was saying, "What?" Like she's out there by herself with a strange guy, and Molly and them had just left.
Yeah.
So I think they said, "Here, Fred, here's 50. Can you stand over here by the bones?"
I honestly think he just found this, these deer bones, and then he sees this YouTuber coming up to him, and he reminds me of, I call him like a front porch sitter talker. They like to sit out on their front porch and shoot the crap with whoever stops by, and they oftentimes exaggerate on every story they tell. So he sees this woman come up, and ask him a
I think it was a
question.
setup.
And
I
he
mean, I
just
believe you, but I think it was a
totally.
setup.
I don't think he's smart enough for that after listening to
Well,
those
what did he do?
interviews.
I don't think he
I'm
did
just
anything.
saying. No, I think he saw these bones, and the way it happened organically, in the interview where it comes about into it, and then when he saw her interest into those bones, he just totally magnified it and like, oh well, yeah, that could be this or that could be that. And
Well, when
it was
she came on to talk about it, it was that the neighbor, I think, pointed over and then she saw these bones and the way it just was bizarre. And so you're
Well, when I
imagining
flipped up,
her
she
at
was telling that
night.
story, the same story you're talking about finding the bones. Then when I clicked it back on, she was bawling in the hotel, like, I'm just gonna delete my channel.
Right.
And everybody was telling her,
Everybody hates
push the brakes.
me. She's
Yeah.
like,
Push the
like
brakes.
going off.
But
She was
all of
like,
it was so suspect because Molly was over on her panel and she suddenly admired Ziggy. And Ziggy was going to be part, and she just loved her. She was getting part of the team. I think she came in
yeah,
the
like,
chat that night. Too weird. Too weird.
she'd been in her chat before that. She'd actually asked her to be part of Heels on the Ground before that.
Right. But it was
And
right before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was right before that. And Ziggy is, how long did she stay in Heels on the Ground? 5 minutes?
I don't think she ever joined it.
No, I was watching it because I thought that's very suspect. When Molly starts liking somebody, they start doing bizarre things. And Ziggy knew. And then she was crying because Tiffany got all over her. And then
I
Tiffany
think that's kind of was Molly's attraction, don't you think? Was just that like another person to go at Tiffany with, like, because then her and Ziggy started arguing, and so then that brought, just Molly saw an opportunity there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was a setup. That's just me.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think the bones were set up. I think it was a man on that hill who likes to exaggerate.
No, I don't think that's what it was. Well, he does like to exaggerate. You got that right.
Well, if
but
you
Ziggy
listen
was out
to
there at night.
you
wasn't like
can't
it was
just
during the day.
right. You can't. Well, you can't just listen to her account of it. You have to go back and listen to her recording of it and how it all plays out.
Oh,
So you
when
can
she
hear
did the
both of them.
interview?
No, she was recording that the whole time. Like from the second she
yeah,
stepped on
that's
the
how she busted
property.
out Candace about the dog. Remember?
Right, but when she was telling the story, that's the part that was so weird. Is she was saying she couldn't download it, or there was some reason she couldn't play the recording.
Yeah, because there's crappy Wi-Fi out there. But she later downloaded that interview, and you can hear that whole interview and interaction, and that's why I think that it was just. I don't think it was a setup the way it all happened, because you can just hear from the moment she pulls up and their whole conversation. And
yeah, well,
weird. I think anybody with half a brain would have saw that and known it wasn't that, but it was just to come on and insinuate what it could be was just too much. It was too much.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
She got her ass chewed for that whole bullshit. I'll tell you that, because somehow it got back to Candace that her daughter's bones were down the road and this, that, and the other, and it was a big deal. Benny went the fuck off. I remember that.
That's the problem right there. Is you come on and you insinuate that, and then
by the time it gets to them, it's like a game of telephone. Yeah, it's like a game of telephone. You know what I mean? 50
Yeah, she kept on and on about it and on about it, and everybody was saying Ziggy.
Yeah, if you truly thought there was a chance that it could have been,
and
you talked with, the TBI or whatever, then you should have just kept your mouth shut until you knew.
Right.
Yeah, and I think she didn't. She said she called him, but there was something with that too, something weird with that. But I mean, she was insistent. She was looking him up. But
there's no signal
she's that
down
much
there.
of an idiot to do that to Candace, then she's a piece of shit. Because unless she
cruel.
Yeah.
Fucking cruel. Yeah.
Yeah, and she just kept going on and on and on. Turned it on the next day and she was bawling her eyes out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that's a money grab. I think that was like a, you know what I mean? Feel sorry for me money grab.
You go find proof on all that and go call.
I do, because of your stupid life over the years, Don.
You go.
Or you're not
go
aware.
Get your receipts. And,
I got them. I got them.
Then do it. Go do it.
They've already been turned in, Dawn.
No, you just want to bring YouTube drama because you have no receipts.
No, I do have them.
No, then go fucking.
But you don't ever show up.
Go tell the fucking cops that I sold you dope or whatever you're trying to say.
I didn't say you sold me dope. I didn't do dope.
You're all about talk, Jody Sue.
No, I'm not, Dawn.
You're
You just
drama.
thought
You're just drama. You have nothing.
Right. Says Dawn, who has to visit.
Go get me fucking arrested for selling dope.
Pampered, and
you're such a dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Fucking narratives to try to get your ass.
I ain't gonna go.
She has worked out.
So somebody got her. Yeah, she really is. Normally she ain't like this. She's fucking mad as hell about something, and I feel like it's about something else.
Yeah, I think Dietz is. I think it's.
I think she's right. I was gonna say I think Dietz is right too. I think I think Andy should.
I remember the last time you one another, and you can't even stay clean to keep your goddamn kids.
Man, I've been clean. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Right, you never know what anybody's talking about, do you, Don? Especially those you can't spin your bullshit on, and I ain't one of them. I've lived with one of you motherfuckers for longer than you have been anywhere near the state.
Why you gotta be a jealous bitch? Because
I ain't jealous for nothing. Why would I be jealous of two meth head crackhead motherfuckers who ain't?
People with their words. So many words.
Did you see Willow? Rest in peace, Jerry Springer. Jerry would have wanted it this way. I
Right.
go with you, Willow.
He's Jerry Springer. Jerry Springer would have wanted it this way.
I try to be serious and empathetic, and then you read that and you can't help but laugh.
Got a kid one left on us.
You said you was jealous because we had brand new vehicles.
I never said I was jealous of a motherfucker in my life, let alone you
10 vehicles in our yard and all this shit.
I have never said I was jealous of you ever. Are you kidding me?
That's what you said. Why would you say that then? Why would you say that then?
Dude, nobody's ever.
That's what makes me think that you had something done with Summer because you hate me so bad. I think you have something.
Oh, everybody hates
something with Summer.
Hey, Don, nobody hated you till you started trying to set everybody the fuck up and fucking with them.
Nobody's trying to set anybody up.
Bullshit, Don. That's all you all done from the beginning.
All I said was
on everybody. Name your own suspect. Name your own suspect. Name your own suspect.
Good Lord. And Prayer Garden doesn't stop this. Like she just lets him go on and on and on. Like what you would think he'd stop and want to get some questions or try to get some stuff answered or figure some stuff out or whatever. But no, she just lets him keep on keeping on. And look, this is like Tina.
You did not.
Yes, look, I love it. Look, this is what I said. This is what it matches right here.
That's awesome.
Yes, that is perfect. That is perfect.
I was like, oh my God. But then look, this one was even better when Perplex was up there and BJ fucking treated her ass. Look, this.
I saw that one.
Oh my God.
Tina's
like,
looking at her like,
you're trying it?
Right. Oh, excuse me. You tried it? You fucking tried it.
God.
That was an interesting curtain she had. The curtain behind her.
Who? Tina or Jody?
Tina, the curtain behind her was different.
Yeah, I didn't notice it.
Here, I was going to say the curtain behind her. Let's see here.
Oh, yeah.
It's different.
It's like
the sheer kind of thing, like a.
Yeah, I guess the curtain rod was not to be had.
Oh yeah, she just pinned it to the thing.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be that way.
Maybe.
I love though with that mask cup. That was everything.
So cute.
I'm playing. Stop it.
X, name the real people on your real hill and your real company.
Yeah, Jody Sue Brown.
You're
I
not
think she's my #1 suspect.
Then go ahead and call me a suspect all day long, motherfucker.
Okay, there you
I
go.
don't care. But I'll tell you what's been said is we've been
Well, look how much hate you got. Why wouldn't I think that you had something to do with some
your
of this?
little buddy Mullen, and
You hate me so bad. You
I
would do
don't hate you.
anything
I
to
don't
fucking
even
get after
you much at all.
me. You
Other
would even fucking take my daughter.
Right, I wouldn't
You
take.
know all these motherfucking hillbillies in this area. You
Oh, I
know
know.
all of them. You got family here.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a lot of shit done.
And I know
Not
none
only
of them
that,
are
look at all the
touching
dope
your
you
daughter
hauled in
either.
your car.
I didn't have my car that day, Dawn.
Huh.
Man, they just keep on keeping on about this dope, don't they?
They do. You had another
It's
vehicle.
all about the dope. Like, you did dope. No, you did dope. No, you did dope. No, you
No,
did dope.
you did
Yeah,
dope.
you did it with us. You bought it. Yeah, you went and bought it, brought it over here and sold to everybody. Yeah, you
You're all
did.
dope heads, yeah.
Yeah.
Running there.
Oh, Jody Sue. Jody Sue's my #1 suspect. My #1 suspect. It's so
I
stupid.
know. It's just like a kid's like
It
arguing.
is.
No,
It's like
you
two
did it. No,
5-year-olds
you
going
did
at
it. No, you did it. Yeah. Running
And
there.
then you have
Dawn
the
is from
creators.
Utah.
Yeah, Don. Fuck you, fucking neighbor. Fucking getting out of my car, that fucking stupid neighbor. Fuck you, Don.
Oh, it's just insane. And I gotta point it
Did
out
you?
one
I'm
more
talking
time.
about
That little dove, sweet little dove, who never says anything mean. She really does not like Paper Cut. Do you know?
Oh, really?
Every time Paper Cut's brought up, she says, and I love you for that, little dove, that you stand by what you say. You're like, nope, she's no good. She just says it in such a sweet way, but she never talks about it anymore.
I love Little Dove. Look, I love our hive. Like, I love everybody
know.
has their own like special little quirk. I do. I love it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's just so cute.
All right, here we go.
the day you come up to my house and you showed us all that dope you had.
I didn't have those on. I do not do those.
Here we go
I
again.
don't have any of that fucking shit
to
in
the
the day
dope.
summer.
Whatever.
I
Okay.
didn't have a car either.
Man,
Yeah,
fuck
okay,
you.
Dawn. You even know what was happening while you were at work most of the time and all the traffic at your house?
Oh,
that we
I
didn't
was at work all the time. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey,
That's
guess
good.
what? That alibis work or not, you're still the motherfucker they've been calling guilty since day one. So congrats,
No,
bro.
that's what you do. That's what you do. People like you.
No, that's
That's
what
what
you
I'm
do.
Bitch.
No, that's
Straight
what you
bitch.
do.
That's
Oh
what
my
you do.
gosh.
People like you.
It's gonna wound me to
They
my
are like
soul that
kids.
Don Wells calls me a bitch. Oh dear. I'm
Okay,
devastated.
how about fucking cunt?
I actually
Oh.
prefer that one. It's a
Oh, it
pet
gets
name.
bad
there
here.
you go,
Trigger
then.
warning.
Damn it. Go ahead and call me that too. It ain't gonna bother me none.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think this might be where it gets bad.
Yeah, I think it's pretty quickly after this it turns into Dawn-isms, and it's very.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think he starts in with his bullshit right here. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure this is what he did when he does.
Yep.
You gonna leave me hanging? Do I need to go watch it?
No, I was just. Oh yeah, you know what? Because he does. He's still. Hold on. Let me see.
He says the N-word a bunch of times.
Oh, then
Yeah,
I
he
don't
says
want
like
to
3 or 4
No, I
times.
don't
So I'll skip over that.
He did it on Molly's.
He does it everywhere.
I mean, does it mean something else to him, or?
I don't know what it means to him, because in this one he says black ones and white ones, and it was very confusing. So I don't know what it means to him, but it's wrong and it's gross.
Right,
and he
I
needs
know,
to
but
stop.
it's weird when he called. I can't remember, was it Betty or maybe it was Laura?
Yeah, he
The
did
first
call
time.
one of the. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
I don't.
You know.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
I don't know why he's applying it to.
Oh, but
people
I
who
mean,
aren't of
since then,
color.
yeah, since then I've heard him like refer to people, white people, and then
Mhm.
I thought, well, that's dope or something. But then if he uses it in context, who knows? I just don't like hearing the word at all.
Mm-mm.
But again, some are still missing. When people like we can hate Dawn or not like Dawn or think whatever we want, but she's
Yeah.
still missing.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you guys remember, well, no, probably because you don't listen to her, but it was just, not too many months ago that Jody Sue was saying that she would pick Don as a father over Andy. Like Don was a better father to his kids than Andy, and she was just like singing his praises. So
Who
it's
was
just
it?
Jody was. She was
Oh, Jody.
saying
That's
all these
weird.
things about how great of a guy Don was and how he, would he's a good dad to his kids and he did this and that and he wouldn't harm them this way or that way and then she's up here saying this stuff tonight. And that's why I just can't with her because it's so all over the board.
Well, is he friendly with Andy?
I don't think he's friendly with him, but I don't think he's like I
Did he
just
throw him? I don't think he threw him under the bus, or did he? With
n-
everybody else.
no, I don't think so. I don't
I
think
remember that.
yeah. I think that Andy was his dealer or Candace, whoever on the hill bought dope. They got it from Andy, and I think that they just had that type of relationship. I don't
Didn't she
know.
get busted for prescription pills? One of them did. Because I think,
Yeah, but she said it was just in her purse. It wasn't hers. And I do. I
yeah,
think like
but
it was
what
just
I'm
like one
saying,
pill or something in her purse.
one pill, of course it was, always.
Yeah. Hey,
But
Jody
I thought they said he
Sue.
sold pot.
Andy did, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't consider that like dope.
I think that's what they're referring to as dope is pot. But
Really?
who knows? Well, if that's what he sold,
Yeah, I think they're just making it like they had stacks of meth in the back of their car and
Mhm.
he'd come home and, deliver it to everybody.
I don't know about that.
I mean, that's what she's saying, wasn't
It
it?
makes
He'd
it
come
sound
home.
like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just pass it out to everyone.
Yeah. Open the trunk. Everybody come get whatever.
Mm.
Who knows, what people do when that's all there is to do
Mm.
up there. And then they're arguing about who took care of his mother. We
Yeah,
didn't go
that's
that far back.
interesting. That's interesting.
And Candace was up there with him the whole time because they were married, right? If I remember correctly, they were already married. I think they had. She died in
Yeah, Candace,
2011.
yeah, they were together, but when they came to
Yeah.
the hill.
She's just mad. I mean,
But why?
no, I think it's Andy. Something's going on with him probably having a baby. Right, Dorothy. 1 pill, 2 beers. I just remember seeing something about their records, and I thought one of
Yeah,
them, it was just like for pills, not for anything major.
I think hers got like blown out of proportion, whatever it was about. It didn't seem like the
Everybody's
record I
saying.
saw of hers, it wasn't that.
Even like Dawn, when JLR and BHB will say, she's a felon all over the country and all these
Criminal
states.
mastermind. That one cracks me up.
What is
Criminal
it?
when people
Oh,
say he's a
criminal
criminal
mastermind.
mastermind. Yeah,
Yeah.
like what? No.
Yeah. And JLR was in prison longer than, how did I figure it out one time? Longer than Don was and some. Like Don didn't do anything again for a long time. And then he got in the DUI and the domestic shit. But JLR to talk about anybody's criminal record.
Right. Well,
And
you
he
have
loves
those,
it.
when addicts are they have records for things that are surrounding addiction. And
Yeah.
that doesn't make them a criminal mastermind by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh,
They
addicts. Yeah, I thought I was on a.
yeah.
Yeah, I was on JLR.
Because if they were masterminds, they wouldn't be getting caught, would they?
Exactly. Just like JLR is not a mastermind. You know, he got caught. He gets caught every time. And he tried. When you hear his interviews, he's like, "Yeah, I was." And what do you remember when he said on that interview? He robbed 5 banks that day that he got caught.
Yes.
Okay.
No, you
Okay.
no. You
Bank
didn't,
robber.
sir. Stop.
5 banks.
Oh.
But I'll go with him saying he robbed a bank just to be pissy. But I think he got caught at home. I think they knocked on his door, as a matter of fact. He wasn't at the bank.
Mhm. I think it was so funny though that he would dress up to an idea
Yeah.
of a person he create. You know what I mean? It was just
Yeah, and practicing in the car. That's what the FBI said. He was sitting there
yeah.
practicing. I'm John Doe.
That's
I'm John Doe. And I don't think he
all
can
right.
get by with that, but maybe once or twice. I don't even know with the bank thing. But they did say that they saw him in the car practicing.
Yeah, they did. And I think maybe that's where it got twisted.
Well, it got twisted because he twisted it.
Agatha said Don is street smart. He knows how to talk his way out of trouble. He also seems to be charming to women. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, as I said, I don't know. He's pretty. You don't seem very charming to me.
No,
Well, he was
not at
charming to
all.
Prayer Garden. She had a kind of a little crush on him, didn't she?
Yes,
Prayer
when
Garden?
Kate said that she's seen Prayer Garden's nudies in Don's phone, I fucking
no.
died.
No.
I'm like, what?
Please tell me that it's not factual.
Oh, that's definitely factual. Yes, it is.
Oh god.
Oh my god. I can't put a nude with the voice.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Like I can't picture that. I just can't. Like
Hold on.
maybe it's a mental
Benny,
block.
she's a sexy little bitch.
What?
She told Benny on Prayer Garden that she's a sexy little bitch. Her exact words. I'm a sexy little bitch, she said.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And so why did they fall? Don tested her or something. He told her something and it got out or something. I don't remember. But I thought that she had a crush on him and thought she was getting somewhere and then it blew up. Maybe it was the nudes.
As charming as rectal prolapse.
Guessing so.
I mean, I guess to, he's charming to, or not anymore, but
I don't know.
Candace.
PG also said she's younger than Ziggy. What?
Yeah. She said she was younger than Nicolina.
Oh, yeah, I remember someone's clip on that.
So, could be. So when did she send him? Like way back when? Or not recently, right? Or is that how she got him on the panel?
I think that
think
rumor's been around since the
very
beginning.
first. Yeah, I was going to say, I
Not
think she
very
sent it
first.
to him before she even had a channel, to be honest. Whenever she was talking to him all the time, texting him all the time.
Right. And then he said something to her that was bizarre. She repeated it and then he was done. That's kind of what I remember. Like some crazy story to see if she would tell it. So Summer Wells is a missing child, yes. Never found, no. Arrest. Everyone around. Sketchy as fuck. Don is the father, Jody Sue the neighbor. And the host. Got it, Willow. Everybody's a suspect.
And
Yeah, I mean, everybody's been a suspect. If you live anywhere near them, you've been through.
Well, that just means everyone is. Heel's your suspect. I'm a
I know.
suspect.
Yeah.
Queen Bee's a suspect. That's what that means. Everyone is because they know nothing.
Yeah. But then you have to say a suspect in what? If you think it's most likely that she wandered off, suspect for what? I think Lawson just spouts off. You know, like
I did too, because Leslie tries to reel it back in when she would do, like when she did the 1 year update, and he just kind of goes off on things.
Well, when he said they lawyered up and they're not cooperating since they lawyered up. Like that was not, what was that even about? I think he meant the kid's lawyer or their lawyers, that those were the only lawyers they had for the kids.
That's the only one I was aware of.
Yeah, so I think that was just a flippant.
Yeah, and the kids' court appointed lawyer that they had wouldn't have done anything about it pertaining to talking with law enforcement and whatnot.
Or maybe they were trying to talk to the likes of people taking care of the kids, trying to find out information, and they were told they had to go through an attorney or something.
Or he lied to draw him out on something, because law enforcement can do that too. So we just don't know.
I know, they can lie.
Mhm.
Betty tells us that all the time. They lied on her affidavit.
Well, they can't lie like that.
I know. That's what she said. Every one of them was a lie.
Of course. They should have lawyered up and got like a good one and a real one that got him away from that Tim guy. He's bizarre.
What is the thing with Tim? Everybody talks about him, but what is it? Just he's weird, or
I don't know. I get weird vibes from him too.
Yeah, I don't get like a vibe that he did anything in Summer's case, but just like he just
No, but you know what he reminds me
weird.
of? That movie Lovely Bones. Have you guys ever seen that movie? I see it all the time. The movie Lovely Bones. He reminds me of that guy it's like the dad knows. Like,
yeah,
I have to watch it again. It's a movie, right? Not a series.
Yeah, it's a movie. Yeah, definitely watch it and then tell me what you think.
Yeah, I've seen it, but it was a long time ago. I'll have to watch it again.
That's the kind of vibes he gives me.
But he's just the spokesperson, right? Not a good one, but
yeah, but he knows all about the woods and where the property lines are at and where the property's at and how to get there and how, you know what I'm saying? Like how like he's very what was his job again?
Well, so does Cam. So does, you know what I mean? Like, when did he find out where all these lines were? Before, after?
I was gonna say, I think he worked like for the recreational parks and shit in division, didn't he? Something like that, where he
was
he told them he was gonna meet somebody he was gonna meet one of them at the park, wasn't he? Didn't he tell one of them to meet didn't he tell the Betty and them to meet him at a certain spot, a certain park?
he was kind of playing them, and he kept telling them different places to meet him, and he was never there.
I thought that was Don they were saying that about.
With him too, but yeah, Tim was also doing it with and that's why they ended up just going
They ended up going to Tim's house.
Okay. I know
they
what you're
knocked
saying
on the
now.
door and his mom came to the door.
Right.
She was so cute.
I know. But JLR kept messaging. It's on his YouTube. JLR kept messaging Tim Mullen, and he kept saying no. And he kept messaging him, and he kept saying no. And then I think he finally just said, meet me wherever, because JLR wouldn't leave him alone.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I listened again to the phone call JLR made to Jose Roman's, I guess, sister. And she answers hello, and he says, what happened to Jose? She's like, what? He said, I heard Jose, something happened. She's like, who is this?
Could you imagine how creepy that would be?
That's just how he said it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he goes, I'm Jonathan.
Okay, like she knows who that is.
Yeah, that was so weird. I listened to it the other night. Yeah. What happened to Jose? Yeah, so I imagine all his phone calls probably go like that. How he gets past hello, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. That reminds me of when Prayer Garden interviewed Shirky Sr. And Shirky's just going on and on for several minutes before he's finally like, who did you say you were again? It's like, what?
Yeah, the phone etiquette. How does he end his conversations? Yeah, probably.
He just hangs up.
Goodbye.
I feel like he just hangs up.
Yeah,
done.
I don't know that he put the whole. Yeah, I don't know if he put the whole thing. He might have. And he said he worked for that media company's a joke, but I forget who he said on that one. You know, it takes some nerve just to call someone up like that.
Yeah.
You know, other people were calling funeral homes, and he's just going right to the family.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's.
Eric, you got to go listen to her interview with Sherfy sometime. It is something else.
Whose interview?
Something else. Prayer Garden's interview.
Oh, I didn't know she interviewed.
Oh
Sherfy.
yeah, she called up Don Sherfy Sr. and did an interview with him. That was.
Wasn't he the one out by the mailboxes that Molly and them ran into?
No, that's a different Don.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. I thought you meant. Sorry. I didn't. I spoke before I let you finish. Yes, that is the Don that they ran into. Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, JLR is very robotic. Sometimes he is. I mean, when he was talking about all the states he'd been in and corn and barns. And picking his cup up and putting it down, like very robotic.
This is my hamburger.
Yeah. And he takes those little bites, like little tiny bites. His teeth look good. His teeth used to be screwed up bad. Like the two front teeth were like going together and coming out.
Does he got false teeth or?
No, he's using those Invisaligns.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they look really good.
I was starting to think that everybody on social or on YouTube had false teeth.
Had false. I know that's what everybody does.
It feels like so many do.
They just say that. You know, like Jersey Girl. I don't know whether she does or doesn't. Who cares? You know?
Yeah.
Right.
But somebody went on with, I don't know who it wasn't. I'm not even going to say it. It seemed like they didn't have their teeth in.
I don't know. I'm going to finish this here because we're almost done with it here. Let's see if I think he gets to I think this is where he gets to the part. I might have to skip through it.
I don't want to hear the N-word, though.
I mean, that's what I mean. So I might have to skip through it because when it starts, she's like, you can call, I think she just said, you can call me a coon or a kook. What'd she say right here? And then he starts, I think.
I haven't heard that expression in forever.
That's not any better, in my opinion.
No, it ain't. And
so old.
So if this is where he starts, I'm gonna skip through it just so you know what I mean. Just so you know, that's why.
You can say, but you all are the liars. You all are the last ones around, and we're Summer. Everybody else in the neighborhood, you know, all the bad. It's gonna wound me to my soul that Don Wells calls me a bitch. Oh dear, I'm devastated.
Okay, how about fucking cunt?
I actually prefer that one. It's a pet name.
Okay, there you go then.
Go ahead and call me that too. It ain't gonna bother me none. You can say,
whatever.
You all are the liars. You all are the last ones around. And
it looks like she won.
Don't you realize the minute you get on YouTube, that's what you do. That's what you do. People like you.
That's what I heard.
Straight bitch. That's
oh my gosh.
People like you.
It's gonna wound me to my soul that Don Wells calls me a bitch. Oh dear, I'm devastated.
Okay, how about fucking cunt?
I actually prefer that one. It's a pet name.
Okay, there you go then.
Go ahead and call me that too. It ain't gonna bother me none. You can say,
whatever.
You all are the liars. You all are the last ones around, and we're Summer. Everybody else in the neighborhood, you know, all the bad neighbors, they brought their asses out to look for your daughter, just like they brought their asses out to look for your.
Man, she gets to going. Good Lord.
Yeah.
You're the one.
You know, the last child you all lost in the fucking woods.
Don't you realize,
because your wife couldn't even stop drinking.
What is she talking about? Last child got lost in the woods. What is she talking about?
So the youngest boy did go missing one other time, and wandered off, and she claimed that, you know, the little community there, the people of Beach Creek, Ben Hill or whatever, found him within an hour or so, like a very short amount of time. They didn't even call 911 or anything. So, but he absolutely is verbal. I don't know why she called him a nonverbal child.
Yeah, I was gonna say Yeah, she said he was nonverbal. Like she's basically insinuating that they already had a child that wandered off in the woods already once.
Yeah.
And
Did
she's
she
like,
ever say whether? I always wondered whether Summer was kind of nonverbal.
Everyone claims that she was, like, Dawn, Candace, Allie has said she's, perfectly verbal.
Well, they think maybe that means not.
Robin.
Yeah. And I don't even mean that doesn't talk at all, but she just seemed to. She moved a lot for her age. I can see it at 2 and 3, but she was
Who moved a lot?
Yeah, she
Oh, you mean
constantly.
busy, not like moving homes. You mean just like a busy. Okay.
No, she was busy.
Yeah.
When you watch her in the church, you can't sit still. She's
yeah,
always
she was
moving.
all over. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Very
that's what makes me
active.
think. Yeah, like she started running.
Mm-hmm.
She could very easily get lost.
You
And
can
just
see
keep
those.
moving.
Well,
You
yeah,
can see
and I mean,
those videos with her brother where she's chasing him on the dirt bike and stuff.
dirt
Yeah,
bike,
she's
yeah.
very.
Well, and that's the thing too, like one, walking down with the dogs or going down there to the road or whatever with those tree cutters across the road with that. Remember when that little girl, the FedEx guy, and all I could think was what if something like that did happen and they just didn't get caught or get in trouble, like, you know what I'm saying, like Tanner did, like they caught Tanner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So
I mean, it could be one guy in a truck finishing up or whatever.
right.
It doesn't mean he's going to take her back to the office.
Or do like,
something else.
yeah, like that Tanner kid did. There was a camera, you know what I'm saying, where he got caught.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying, and maybe that's not the, I don't know. It just makes you it makes your mind just go in different directions, and then you're like, okay, well, she's saying that their youngest one did get lost like that, and that does happen. I mean, that happens. Look at the terrain out there. I mean, it's easy to walk in the woods and think you're okay, stepping a couple feet in, then
especially
you
that small, because you're not
turn around a couple times and you're fucking lost. You know what I'm saying? You start trying to head out and you're heading the opposite direction. I mean,
absolutely.
And you can't see what we see. If you're tall,
right.
like you could see the house or you could see other landmarks, and she's seeing what, 4 feet? 4 feet up?
Yeah, about 4 foot.
But remember when they said the kids were playing in that where they had cleared the trees?
Yeah, they have like a little deer hunting blind down there, and there's still toys down there.
Yeah, and that I keep thinking about the tree cutters partially because of that. They were playing in that open area where they could see them. But she hadn't been home long enough, really.
Well, that's where Don went to first to check and see if she was, and that's where he saw his neighbor Don and where he saw his boys. Was when he first got home. He pulled up there, drove past that little shed a little bit, and saw his boys. And
Shed?
Don. Yeah, I said shed.
It's trigger word.
I know.
That's Chris always saying. And you went to the shed? Well, I went around the shed. Okay, you went to the shed.
We went past the shed and checked on them. But yeah,
he's obsessed with the shed. Yeah, so that always made me just, I don't know.
And like Queen was saying earlier, a lot of these claims are things she's picked up from YouTube because that whole shed bit, like that's a huge narrative on YouTube.
Oh, Chris McDonough from the day he went up there. Is he hiding in the barn? Do you see his truck or a car? Or how'd he get up there? Why?
Oh, yeah, he was fixated on that shed, too. Remember, he's like, oh, I think Don's hiding in that shed. I think he's in that shed hiding. I think
so many stories that were concocted around that shed. Some of them are
and they were concocted by him.
Vile ones.
Yeah, and they were concocted by him. 100%. He told a creator that he gave that idea to Mary when Mary went on that creator show. The idea of she was being trafficked out of the shed.
Oh my God.
Yep.
And it just spreads like wildfire.
And he keeps saying it. Well, I don't know. He won't say it himself. He lets, Mary, or he suggests it with the shed. And then he brought up that Dawn had been caught in a shed, I guess, one time. I think they said storage room or storage shed. And so he made a big deal out of, well, he hides in sheds. He's got a thing for sheds.
Well, what the
I mean, the
hell?
scenario, and that's against Summer. I mean, if she
Yeah.
did show up again, that's forever, you know? Oh, and one of them, Jeannie and Mary were talking about how the scenario went that Candace had a phone and she was signaling someone with the phone. And I mean, they had the whole thing all laid out. They did it on Chris's show. It's like, I don't think so. For one, they can't get a signal. And it's
The
so
AT&T,
disrespectful.
the AT&T one can get a signal at the top of the hill, but yeah.
Yeah. She was like calling them, they were calling her, and then she was signaling. There was the hide and seek. That was Chris's too. And so they worked the hide and seek into it. That's what she told him to do. And she told Summer, you go hide in the shed. It's horrible. And you know, nobody sees that as it progresses because it's been 2 years. And that show they did about maybe 6 months ago.
Well, when you're in the midst of something, you don't recognize as easily that you're in the midst of something.
Well, he does it so he's really good at it. He's very good at forming the narrative, always letting someone else do it. Like Josh does a lot of it. You know, he does a lot of Chris's narrative. But if you're just a casual watcher, you don't notice it.
Yeah, very true. Or if you're only watching one person.
Yeah. I can't watch Josh, though. We're going to hear some more yelling.
Yep, and we're almost done. I think this is where he starts getting out of line. So.
Well, she was pregnant with that one either.
Jody said, listen for a minute.
No, I'm not
Don't
listening.
you realize?
Can you go back like
don't
5
you realize
seconds?
The minute you get on YouTube,
I don't care.
You get on YouTube. Oh, all these motherfucking hillbillies in this area. You
I know
all of them.
It was just like we stopped like in the middle of the sentence. I can't remember what the first part of it was.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I just clicked on it. I don't even know
Yeah.
how far back we went, but I just
You're
clicked on it
good.
there. All right, hold on.
I just heard that when
You
she was
got
pregnant
family
with that
here.
one too.
Uh-huh.
You can have a lot of shit done.
And I know
Not
none
only
of them
that,
are
look at all the dope you hauled in your car.
I didn't have my car that day, Dawn. The
No,
abuser.
I'm talking about the day you come up to my house and you showed us all that dope you had.
I didn't
That's the
have
day I'm
dope,
talking about.
Dawn. I do not
Oh,
do
really?
dope.
Okay.
Back to the
I don't have
dope.
any of that fucking shit in the day summer.
Whatever.
I
Okay.
didn't have a car
Whatever. So,
either.
man,
Yeah,
fuck
okay,
you.
Dawn. You even know what was happening while you were at work most of the time and all the traffic at your house?
Oh,
that we
I
didn't
was at work all the time. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, guess what? That, alibis work or not, you're still the motherfucker they've been calling guilty since day one. So congrats,
No,
bro.
that's what you do. That's what you do. People like you.
That's what I
Straight
heard.
bitch. Straight bitch. That's
Oh
what
my
you
gosh.
do. People
Helen,
like you.
it's gonna wound me to my soul that Don Wells calls me a bitch. Oh dear. I'm devastated.
Okay, how about fucking cunt?
I actually prefer that one. It's a pet name.
Okay, there you go then.
Go ahead and call me that too. It ain't gonna bother me none.
Okay, well,
But I'm
whatever,
thinking,
man.
you all are the liars. You all are the last ones around, and with Summer, everybody else in the neighborhood, all the bad neighbors, they brought their asses out to look for your daughter, just
Nobody
like they
said
brought their
that.
asses
You
out to
say
look
that.
for your
You're the one saying
son.
that.
The
You're the
last
one
child
saying
you all lost in the fucking woods that was nonverbal
Don't you realize,
because your
Jody
wife
Sue,
couldn't even stop
Jody
drinking
Sue.
while she was pregnant with that one either.
Jody Sue, listen for a minute.
No, I'm not
Don't
listening.
you realize?
She gets it all in.
So she's saying that Candace couldn't stop drinking while she was
Yeah.
pregnant with the youngest son. That's quite a claim there. I'll have to.
Yeah, that's what.
So if she's known them for 8 years prior to Summer going missing, I'll have to look up how old he was.
Yeah, I
to
did that
know.
one time because of the sippy cup. Because she said one was on a mini bike or whatever, and the other one had diapers that was all soiled. And I tried to think the age difference, like which one would be on the mini bike, and the other one was in diapers. And how did she know what was in the sippy cup? Oh, I think she said, I
said
offer you a
Candace.
drink.
Yeah.
Well, she makes a bunch of shit up too, so.
Well, I
Right,
know.
Constance. She hardly
But
knew Candace.
we can, catch a. But yeah, the math didn't really work out.
That's
Margo,
that
you.
holler math.
Oh, no.
That holler math.
Margo, you had never seen Josh till today. Stay away. Turn around. Go back. Go back across the street. I can't believe that. Pancakes. My gut tells me he was in there in the shed. Candace didn't want CM near it. No, that's wrong, Pancakes, because I have to watch. And Candace was watching Girls Gone Wild.
No, she wasn't watching Girls Gone Wild.
Pancakes, I think you're pulling our leg. Because you'd
She
have to know
wasn't
better by
watching Girls
now.
Gone
Yeah,
Wild.
they
Even
weren't.
Chris has said no. That was a commercial
it-
that had to get blurred.
He said, "Well, okay." First, he said he was sketchy about what was on it, and then he admitted that somebody told him it was Girls Gone Wild. He insinuated it was something else, and then he went back to when he had that blonde guy, the real clean cut guy that sits there, and they take 3 days to go through a 1 hour video, and so with him, he said again, that was very, peculiar, or whatever he said, and they made a big deal out of it. So yeah, he went back and forth, and I don't know why your gut would tell you Don was not in the shed.
Pecan, the only other neighbor that has spoken is Fred Hill, and she had, at the very first second that Ziggy met with Fred Hill, she repeatedly discussed about how he wasn't credible, you can't take his word, he's a liar, yada, yada, yada. But there's not been any other public interviews from neighbors. Unless you want to consider Sherfy a neighbor, but it was his girlfriend that lived nearby, not him. But he was there frequently.
Somebody said that Candace wouldn't let him go in the shed. She said, fine, go ahead. She didn't say he could, but he went on, I think it was Trisha's show, and said Don told him he couldn't go in the shed. Or Candace said he couldn't go in. And I went back and watched it, and she didn't say that. She said, oh, yeah.
She said, didn't she say she was like, there's just like work stuff or something in there? She was just kind of flipping about,
Like
she never
tools or
said no.
something.
Yeah, she didn't say he couldn't go in. She was just like, nah, it's just tools and stuff.
She didn't even, she just said that's all that, she never said no or anything. She just said, all that's in there is blah, blah, blah. And she goes, yeah, go ahead. You want to. But he didn't, at that point, he was saying, no, that's okay. That's okay. And then goes on that show and says, he told me no. But I watched that like, I don't know how many times. And if she said no at all, then I would give that to him.
I get what you're saying, Pecan. What I'm saying is there have been a lot of people who have done non-public interviews with lots of those neighbors.
Heels on the ground or whatever.
No, not heels on the ground. That you guys, respect, but they have spoken with these neighbors and some of the stories don't match, obviously.
And what people have to remember too is if you were a neighbor that spoke highly of Don or Candace, then they went after you.
Well, look at the neighbor who talked about the footprint on his property and how he got drugged through the mud on Facebook.
Yeah, and that's what happens in these cases.
And so he just got off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they get threatened and they get doxxed and, I mean, I think with Tim Mullen, that's a lot of it. Like, I don't see anything, but I don't really watch him that much. But I think that he gets drugged so much because he's an ally. More than just he's a weird guy thing. I mean, Voices behind the wall. She practically accused him of, or, kind of did, of having something to do with it.
Yeah.
Am I in left field?
No, you're not. I'm agreeing, but reading chat too. I forget sometimes that we're up here and I'm shaking my head in agreement, but you can't see that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I need to watch more because I haven't seen that much of him. I mean, he's not interesting to me, but I see a lot of people like JLR goes after him. and he's got the thumbnail. What about Mullen?
A lot of people go after a lot of people because there's
Nothing
like we
else to
said
do.
earlier, nothing else to talk about, unfortunately, and it
And
creates.
they were so friendly with Allie, and I'll never forget that interview where they were all standing around, and they were so friendly with them, and but everybody's a suspect. And then there were the neighbors they interviewed too. I don't think they did. Somebody else interviewed that Allie's neighbor, and they were screaming at each other.
That was weird. Yeah.
Yeah. His name.
They were on the front porches yelling at each other.
Yeah. They're always noisy. But like Dudley, I mean, you can tell the ones they pay, and no one should pay any attention whatsoever to someone they had to pay. You know, because they're going to give them a story.
Well, in my opinion, I don't think we should, I don't know, give a ton of credit to much of it, any of it anyway, because it's not what is important to law enforcement, and it's not what they're looking at or using.
Well, when Allie said that on Prayer Garden about, and I don't even know why I was watching it. I just happened to be watching it. And when she said they had that doctor's appointment, blew me away. I had no idea there was a difference in the timeline because I was always trying to figure the time that they gave originally, that Hunter went with his girlfriend. Then no, he went to the doctor, and all of that had to take till at least 5:30. The way she described how long it was to get there and get back. And then he went to the ball field or park or wherever they went. So that was weird. That was one thing I did find, you know.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Queen, will you use the laptop? If you click on the video, hit the letter J, it will rewind.
Are you wanting me to play it again, or are you ready now? Okay.
I mean, are they going to say the same thing? Because they've said the same thing.
The minute you get on YouTube,
I don't care.
You get on YouTube, all the trolls start up.
No.
Do you know that 75%?
Oh, you mean wait. Was this after or before you doxed me and my kids and my family and wanted you to scream? Yes, you did. You apologized for it down the road. It was when you were on your channel.
The trolls did. You're not listening.
You showed there where we lived.
Jody Sue.
No, he didn't. That's a lie.
2 days after.
Dawn was up on the hill on a live, and it's the middle of the night, and he pans over with his hand, and he says that his neighbor told him something. How is that doxing someone?
She said he doxed her?
Yeah. You can't see where he's pointing because it's dark out. So how is that doxing? Saying that his neighbor told him about a screen. He didn't mention which neighbor. He didn't point directly at a house, and you absolutely couldn't pinpoint the house from what happened in that live stream.
And wouldn't you have to know which way he's sitting, where he's sitting?
I agree with you, Margot, that it's not a normal neighborhood, but there could be two neighbors that he's, actually, wouldn't even know the position of where he was on the hill. And there are neighbors all around him except on like one side, but that's still not doxing. It's still not doxing.
You know, the thing that and I'll forget it if I don't say it, Andy said on that first interview, I cannot get out of my head, and I've been trying to figure out, that he saw the kids fighting over
a can of chicken noodle stew
with forks.
Yeah.
First of all, what? Like, I'm trying to figure out a scenario where maybe somebody had soup and the other ones wanted some. I guess they were trying to say they were not feeding them.
Yeah, I think that's what they were getting at, insinuating. But I thought about it, if you look at it from a slightly different perspective, because say that they did have food or whatnot, and you've got two boys, and if you have boys, they can be rambunctious, and they're hungry and they want to eat now, but you've got dinner ready in 2 hours, and you're like, no, I'm not feeding you guys yet. And they're like, but mom, we want this. And so, fine, here, you can have this can of soup. Like, I'm just saying there could be other
Yeah, that's what I'm
scenarios
thinking.
where
It
it's
could
not
be,
something nefarious.
yeah, but they're trying to make it because it was like the second time I'd heard that story. I don't remember who else told it, but he also said, somebody said, I don't know if it was him or another neighbor, that they could drive by and see Dawn in the shower, which is an impossibility.
That was her. She claimed that when they were up there, the last time that she saw Summer, which would have been 2 days before she went missing, and it was right after all the claims about Dawn showering with Summer came out, and she said that she saw it, but then she's retracted and said that, oh no, it came outside, and then retracted, and like another version of it came out. It's just
Yeah, I didn't hear the retractions. I just thought, well, that's not possible, but okay.
It becomes exhausting, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why I don't listen to her. I mean, it takes forever to get a sentence out, and then it's not even worth waiting for.
Yeah.
Especially if you're trying to clip. You can't even go fast enough. That's with Ziggy too. Nothing against Ziggy. I'm just saying to get to what she's trying to say.
To the point.
And she always says, well, I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Okay, then don't start it. That girl is like,
all right, I'm gonna start. Ready?
Yes, I need to be yelled at somewhere.
That's not true.
The proof is there, Dawn. You can't lie your way past
the proof. Is that the trolls did it.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Do you not know that 75%? Listen, 75%.
Pieces of
You
shit
can't
lines
listen.
in their
You
narrative.
can't fucking
Because
listen.
what you're not going to do is spin one on me. You're not going to.
I'm not trying to spin one on you. I just want you to think about it. Look it up. Look it up, Jody Sue.
I have the proof of it. You're a fucking liar. So Candace, you know what you told me in that road too. I'm sorry, we accidentally doxed you and showed where you lived last night. My bad, dude.
Well, she seems to mock him pretty good there.
Yeah, she gives as good as she gets.
Fuck ever, man. That's just a lie.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Like y'all sitting there laughing the day you pulled the fucking.
Okay, you're being all mad at me. Okay.
No, nobody cares enough about you to be mad at you, Dawn.
Well, you never have.
I didn't fucking hate you. The problem I have with you now is the fuck shit you all done to Summer and her fucking case, yourselves, your community,
the
neighbors.
No.
Look at what she's done.
On YouTube night after night saying all kinds of crazy psycho shit.
Right. It really had nothing to do with
You're fucking hilarious.
Almost 2 years being
go get some psych medications, please.
No.
Or go smoke a joint.
Like your wife wanted to take those, or you.
Please go get some psych meds, Jody. So you need them bad.
I know how you and all the abusers.
Really do.
All the women are crazy. Anybody speaking truth is crazy.
Please go get some psych meds.
I don't need psych meds. I need less shit around that ill, and then look at you, fucking bitch. He done took off. Done run off. Well.
And then Andrew hops right up there. It's just like a three-ring circus that never stops. Andrew Hill.
I think it's Andrew Hill. He's so strange.
Good job skipping over that.
I thought Benny came on.
Yeah, I was there. He does somewhere. Where's it at? I was looking for Benny when Benny comes on here. Where's he at?
It's after Dawn drops down. He's only up there for like a second.
Oh, he's not up there with Dawn?
No.
Okay, see, we thought he was up there with Dawn. Yeah, I'm probably past it then.
So what does Andrew want to pop up there and talk to Don? I wonder if they've ever talked.
I think he popped up there to talk to Jody about some comment left under one of his videos, and she's like, "No, that's not me." And that's about it.
Yeah, his story on that trip up there. Oh, he looks better there than he did last time I saw him.
Mm-hmm.
He looked really ragged. And you know, Allie had said that she talked to Jose between the time everybody couldn't find him and close to when they went up there. So she
But
knows.
when Jose came and did that interview, Jody Sue said it wasn't Jose. Claimed it wasn't him. And
I
then
know.
and then when Allie confirmed and Andrew confirmed that it was him, then
And Candace.
I guess my whole point is they're all freaking liars about.
Oh, yeah.
Now is there truth in some stuff? Sure, but how can we pick that out? And when you watch, like today in Gannon's trial, where the FBI expert goes through the timeline of events, all the information that they use is so precise and so detailed, and it's all the things that the card team, the FBI, the TBI, all of that took at the beginning of Summer's case. So if they're going to find something, if they're going to find a way, it's going to be through evidence and not this on YouTube.
Yeah. And there's always, like, if you follow true crime a lot, which you have, and I have for years in these cases, you're always surprised at the end that they had been following someone you didn't even think about or something.
Yeah.
You know, like there's always this twist that it never crossed your mind or it wasn't even on your radar. Yeah.
Look at the Idaho 4 case where everybody was pinning it on every single person that was even remotely connected to those 4 individuals. And who gets arrested? Someone no one had ever even heard of.
No. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You would think that would be something they'd learn by, but they don't. Yeah. Or, you know, they have way more information. And, like, why aren't they telling us? And
oh, yeah. When I was reading through Oakley Snow's probable cause affidavit for her mother, all the information that they had and they found, and it wasn't released at all to the public. And everybody was like, you know, why aren't they doing more? Why aren't they doing more? And, but they were doing so much.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When it, like, I've been surprised by practically, except Suzanne Morphew. What surprised me is they did it so fast without, you know, having a solid case. But most of them, there's a surprise.
See.
And they followed that guy. That surprised me how much they had on him. And they still didn't have enough.
Yeah.
You can't get by with anything, really.
That one totally has shocked me so far.
That he hasn't been, or that they dropped it, or what? What shocked you? Yeah.
Just, yeah, the way that that's all went down. And I don't know. Hopefully they'll come up with something, but.
No, they have to find her. Well, they don't have to, but.
It's very, very hard in this day and age to get away with something for extended
they followed him
periods
through
of
the
time.
house. Like he was in the living room, then he went in the closet, and I'm like, Jesus. They had that guy everywhere he went. I would throw my phone in the ocean before I committed a crime.
Right. And it's just like we don't even need their version of events or their timeline. That, you know, because law enforcement, and I'm not just talking about Hawkins County, because when you say law enforcement, people get so hung up on Hawkins County, and I get it, but there were so many others.
Oh, yeah.
Digging into it.
Yeah, and they want to go after Lawson.
And
they have so many cases, too. It's not like that's what they're concentrating on.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Morphe case, that blew me away how much information they had. And on the outside, it looks like, you know, are you looking for her? What are you doing? We're having to get volunteers. That's why I love AK Rocks. He's still on that case.
Is he? Well, that's why I just say that, you know, we see 15% if that,
Yeah.
of what law
Okay.
enforcement has seen and has dug into.
And for good reason. Because
Absolutely.
you can tip off like when, I hate to keep going back to him, but when Chris found that glove, the Idaho 4 case, and he's like, "Oh, I found this glove by the trash can a month after it happened." And then it's showing it on his camera. Yeah, if that had been a killer's glove, that would have been the worst thing he could have done.
Yeah.
You know, because if the killer had the other glove, he's for sure going to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a reason why they do it. And it's a good reason.
Very good reason. And I get it. I'm not pointing fingers or accusing or saying, you need to do this. I'm just saying I forget it myself too sometimes that like they know what they need to know.
Yeah, but
And
we're
if
just
not, they'll
wanting
figure it out. Yeah.
we're just wanting clues so we can keep playing the game, you know, on some of the, I mean, because that's what it feels like. It's a puzzle and they're not helping us, the selfish us.
Yeah.
And plus, you want to find Summer, but I don't think Summer's going to be found the way everybody's going about it.
No. Just think back to these cases, though, Heels. Like, I've been thinking about comparisons in other cases, even recent ones, but, going back in other ones, they don't find if foul play did happen and it wasn't just simply wandering off, if it was, a foul play, they're not found and the suspects aren't found the way that we all think that they're going to be found here on YouTube. It's just,
Right.
it doesn't play out that way.
I don't know of a case where, and there probably is, but where, a sleuther just came. Well, I do know Shakespeare, the guy that won the lottery.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that was web sleuths, really had a big part in that. But that's the only one I really can think of. I'm sure there are more, but it's not common for a sleuth to, find the perpetrator.
No.
I mean, they can help, but I still haven't seen that. I don't think what's going on here is helping, but.
I don't either.
And then you see go ahead.
I was just saying, and I feel like it hasn't helped, and all it does is hurt, and it has kept us from keeping our focus on what we should be focusing on, which is Summer and sharing her story, because that's all we can do. That's all we're entitled to do. We're not entitled to any of the information that law enforcement has. We're not entitled to any of the information the parents have, even, or any of it.
The parents they don't get as much information as you think
No,
either.
well, that's another thing. People say, "Oh, the parents don't know this or the parents don't know that." You don't get that, And if you have a creator on here claiming that they're speaking directly with TBI and TBI told them this or FBI told them this, no, that does not happen. Law
No.
enforcement does not share that stuff with anyone, not neighbors,
Not
very
private
rarely with
detectives.
family,
Yeah.
not with private investigators. No.
And for the same reason, it could be one of the parents. It could be somebody the parents know. They don't want any information getting back that could ruin their case. My dog is snoring. But yeah, I mean, it's.
I was like, oh, is it Queen? Did we bore her to sleep?
She's probably out hunting mushrooms.
No, I was gonna say my dog's over here doing the same thing.
She's just going to town.
I did that tonight. I sent a picture to Queen. I found it. We found some mushrooms tonight.
And she's awake and she's doing it just to annoy me. Like you don't snore with your eyes open. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is can you hear her? It's the long lasting effect that like, especially when Betty and all of them came on, they're not, and I don't think they care, all the people they've touched and have put on the internet that is going to be forever when someone looks up their name. Like they were accused, or all you have to do is just put it out there and then people are going to think about it,
And it's attached forever. And I know that
forever.
Like Jody can come in here and say, well, you guys are doing that to me. Well, ma'am, you've done that to yourself from day one, repeatedly and over. And if you wanted to come on and share your story, you did. You made those videos. and put them out. But it's the continued narrative. It's the continued back and forth and changing stories and oh, Don's a great dad. He's the best dad ever. And no, now he's a POS and throw some essay in there and all that. It's no, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I think, people should use initials, but then you would never find, like I go on Web Sleuth and try to find something like a name, like a certain portion where they're talking about they use initials. They don't use full names. So it's impossible.
Oh, I bet
Because
it would be. Do they use first names?
You can't, you have to use initials. And you can't talk about anyone that hasn't been named as a suspect. I mean, it's still good. I mean, it's good sleuthing. But like with that Shakespeare, they went for kind of behind the scenes after that woman's bank records that the police couldn't get, but this woman could. Don't know how, but she managed to like go through real estate transactions, and that's how they caught her. But yeah, I mean, I like the way that it is. Sometimes it's a little too stringent.
Yeah. But that's better than, a creator going on and openly sharing a Facebook of someone that has not been named as a suspect and then just scrolling through that Facebook where you can see all of their friends and anyone connected to him. What good did that do, Summer? What good did that do, Summer?
None. And that's JLR does that to everybody. And he'll do it to you. And then he'll do it to your friend and your friend's sister and her friends. And it's on Facebook, you can go forever trying to find something. And then he hits like, a mugshot and he runs back to his computer so he can show everybody.
Yeah. And then if anyone has a criminal record, then they probably did it.
Oh, yeah. And it only counts if it's a conviction, like Betty always says.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have, well, then stop showing other people that don't have convictions. They might have 20 arrests, but one conviction, but they don't live by the same standard. They even put Dawn, I think she did get arrested kind of recently, but Dawn's ex-wife, she put her picture up there. Yeah. What does she have to do with anything?
Yeah.
Put her up, put her record up, called her an old lady.
Yeah. And then I just feel, and this is just my personal opinion, when you throw in things in an argument like this, it plants these little seeds of things, and it's like a drop in a pond, and that continues to ripple out. And so by throwing in Sherfie in the land, and that thing, which there's no proof of it, you didn't present any proof or any facts or anything like that to it. So the vast majority of people will not do their due diligence and go research it. So then it creates this connection to Don Sherfie Jr. and back to all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And why.
And there are so many coincidences that there really are, that you could just make it seem like, yeah, they did it. I mean.
But here we are. 6 weeks from 2 years.
There was a guy they accused of the two girls in Utah. And I always remember one, Crystal. I can't remember the other one's name.
Kylan.
Kylan. And he he checked every box to have been the one that did it. Like you were like, yeah, he did it for sure. I don't remember who the guy was. And he didn't, it was the other guy. But I mean, he fit everything, like where he was, where he went. I think he had, it was just like everything fit for him.
Yeah.
And it wasn't him.
And it wasn't him.
There was one last little thing. So there are, people can look like it.
Yeah. I mean, they were crucifying Athena Strand's stepmom.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they had all but hung her to a cross.
Yeah, they were getting ready.
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
I mean, Betty was hinting at it. JLR was hinting. Tomorrow we start sleuthing. He was standing out there taking license plates on camera, like showing them while people were leaving the house that night. Okay, let's get sleuthing. It's fun for them. It's not fun for the people they're doing it to. I guarantee you, if somebody told Andrew, that they were going to go after her mother, she would lose her mind.
Right.
You know, because she's not thinking it's real or something. I don't know.
Now, Queen, you know more about this guy. Tell us about him because I've only watched him a handful of times.
Oh, Don B. Oh, he lost his
Yeah.
mind one night. I didn't think he was.
I got the screenshots of that. That was bad.
Yeah, that was bad. How he comes back from that, I guess he did.
Yeah, he went on Nana Angels and started yelling and telling people he was gonna off him and he was gonna shoot him and all kinds of shit. That's how Candace ended up getting a restraining order against him.
And he was like,
so this is the one that followed Candace around and stalked her until she finally was able to get a restraining order against him. Yes.
Now, am I wrong?
He did a lot of his videos. These are the only videos he's got up. He had hundreds and hundreds. He built his channel off of Summerwell's again and continued to build. Now you see, 7 months ago, right here, 7 months ago. But for the entire last 2 years, he had to take a lot of his shit down because he stalked her so bad.
Oh my God.
He had videos and pictures of Candace and Kathy, and I think he kind of seen this live stream coming, and he thought I was going straight for him because last time I did, because he was talking about the boys. He accused.
Oh, the oldest, didn't he?
Yes, and he said that the toys that Dawn and Candace that they raped their children with the SEX toys.
Oh my God.
Yeah, made a post. Yeah, the post. Matter of fact, that post is still on my community tab.
Oh yes, that's the one I saw. I thought you meant he did a video of it. I saw the screenshot.
No, yeah, he did the. Yeah, he was. Well, he did a video, and then the comments. That's where that came from. Like the comments and the post and stuff. That's.
Mm-hmm. Now, am I wrong? But didn't he get his start on No Thanks with the lab? Like they were all three on it occasionally, or did he start somewhere else first?
Well, you might be right. When I seen him, he was on Summerwell's nonstop, day in, day out, every day, all day. That's all his stuff was about. Don Wells and Candace on a YouTuber's live stream, $5 bottle of wine. Don Wells and Jody super around going at it like Jerry Springer, another $5 bottle of wine. Audio of Candace telling what's really going on with CPS and the boys, priceless. For everything else, there's MasterCard. That's the kind of shit he says.
Okay, so I missed that. So last night while all this is going on, Candace was on another live stream spilling a bunch of stuff.
I guess I think on what Crime Critters maybe or somebody's stuff. I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know.
I wonder if anyone clipped that.
Well, I'm sure Lippy. She's got a lot of clips too. Like Lippy's got a lot of.
I love her stuff.
And then this says I can't lie, and this is from Crime and Justice, but it's about Candace. But he's like, oh my God, this is so funny. And of course, like I said, there's a lot of shit he deleted. He just went back through like recently, like in the last. I mean, look, this page is completely empty. Like, yeah,
I don't get it.
Well, I mean, he made a lot of fucking money off of harassing Don and Candace. He made a lot of fucking money off harassing Candace. Yeah, these are videos here. Summerwell's case. Let's see. Here's a bunch of his videos too. He doesn't have very many live streams. Here's his videos though. And a lot of these are Summerwell stuff. Okay, here. Summerwell's case, boys being adopted. Summerwell's case, Brian Kohlberger. Don Wells has thoughts on killing people. Let's see, Summerwell's milk video. Summerwell's, Madeline Kingsbury, and I'm sure probably some more.
Yeah, I talked about with Summer.
That was 9 days ago. He did a milk video theory.
Yeah.
Just not okay. Why?
Summerwell's milk jug video theory 9 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Nonstop. Here's Summerwell's and Evelyn Boswell, Pennsylvania. Don Wells here. My summers on Dudley Asian and Summerwell's. Summerwell's next press conference. Summerwell's. What bothers me the most about Summerwell's? Letitia Straw trial. And here we go again. Summerwell's case. Summerwell's. Nashville. Summerwell's. So Mississippi. Summerwell's. Don and Candace. Summerwell's. Letitia Summerwell's.
Look where he did that about her brothers up there, one up. Like roll it down once. Right there. What does that say? Summer Wells and her. That's a
Summer
lot of
Wells and her
views.
brother's case bleeds over.
Yeah, for him,
you
that's a
watched
lot of views.
that?
Yeah.
He shouldn't even put her brothers in a title.
Don and Candace at court today. That's why I clicked on and watched that one. You see.
Did you see that one kid go and stalk them at court?
No. Is that Trevor?
I call him Mini JLR, but yeah.
Yeah, he's weird.
JLR Jr. Yeah.
But yeah, look at these Summer Wells.
Try clipping him. It's another one that's forever.
Yeah, Summer Wells, job here, Summer Wells.
Case solved. Why would you 14K? I bet you it was just because of that that title.
Yeah.
Yeah, nonstop Summer Wells. Here, we'll keep going down. We'll keep going down we'll keep going. We'll keep going. You guys can see.
My goodness.
Yeah, this is he's right there with Prayer Garden. This is his channel. He's been basically living off Summer Wells, and Summer Wells, I mean, yeah, she's been paying his bills for a while.
Highly, yeah, and the other big ones he'll do for like a couple of times, and then he drops off of it.
Yeah, then he'll bounce off of it. Yeah, and he had to delete a lot. This is from a year ago. But keep in mind, when Candace pressed charges on him, he had to delete shit tons of videos. Shit tons.
Did they make him, or he did it?
I think he did it. Well, he hired an attorney. He had to spend 10 grand on getting an attorney because he works for the city. See, he works for the city of Tennessee. You know, like he works for the city, like cutting grass and all that kind of shit. So he was able to stalk her ass down. Say he would sit across the fucking store. He would sit across the street from Kathy's house and take pictures of Kathy's fucking granddaughter.
Oh my! Did you see her on Justin's? Did you see her interviewed by Justin the other day?
Who, Kathy? No, I didn't.
Yeah, she did an interview. Yeah.
No, I didn't.
She had
That's
a mask
crazy.
on.
No, I don't know why she'd go to the tragedy pimps.
Well, you know, does she? I don't know. Need money? That's why they usually do it.
She might. I mean, that she really might, because I mean,
yeah, that's why they usually do
it.
That's why I taught her how to go on her own shit, so she didn't have to be fucking, you know,
dealing with them all.
I mean, they're not doing it because they like Justin or they want to. And she was talking about how Candace, just something about a GoFundMe or something that something about money. It had nothing to do with. He made it sound like she was going to really dish out some dirt,
but she didn't.
Well, as usual, he says like 120,000 words, and she says, 3.
Well, I know there's a lot of people asking why she wears that mask, because if she's got breathing problems, there's no reason for her to be wearing it while she's inside of her house on oxygen. That don't make no fucking sense. So people are kind of like suspect of her wearing that.
I was wondering.
Yeah, they're wondering why she's going on different channels. And like I said, I taught her how to use her own channel so she didn't have to deal with that kind of shit. And now they're saying that, basically that she's bouncing from panel to panel, and it's just a whole shit show. Now they're saying that she's using Summer's name for views and money, and she just started that channel. That channel's fucking brand new.
Yeah, it was like a couple of days ago. I hadn't seen her on anything else. Of course, I'm not looking that hard.
Yeah, I've only seen her like once, maybe twice, but she always seemed really sweet.
She did 2 of her own. She's got her own channel that she's got her own stuff. You know what I mean? Like she can.
Yeah. Well, I didn't, and with Justin, that could be a reason if she wanted to get, I didn't know she had her own channel, if she wanted to get subs. And she wasn't she was nice. I'm just saying it wasn't what Justin implied in the title, that it was going to be like a, big reveal or something.
Right.
She just talked about.
Well, see, I know people are really upset because they're like, why are you showing if that's Candace's box of Summer or things that she has left of Summer that she had, why are you sharing it on social media? Why are you putting it on here?
Why are you talking about her period? I mean,
yeah, so they just kind of, people are really pissed off about it. And there's some people who are really grateful. There's some people who are like, yes, thank you for telling us. Thank you for showing us. Like, there's other people who are like, this is fucking wrong. How people do. There's opinions on both sides,
Yeah, but I just don't see the usefulness of. First, I don't see why a friend would do that to a friend. That's your friend.
Right.
And
well, they're not friends anymore. I mean,
they're not.
No.
Were they friends long before that? Before Summer?
I don't think so. I don't think they knew
okay.
each other before Summer went missing. She met her when, in the midst of the chaos of Summer being missing, I think. I mean, I could be wrong. Don't quote
I
me
know
there. But
some people tried to befriend Candace, like, to get information, but they acted like they wanted to be her friend. That group that was with
Kathy, I
Vinny.
think Kathy really was a genuine friend to her. I really do. I do believe
well, that's
that
good.
well, because I think, she helped Candace a lot. Candace stopped getting on social media. She was taking her camping. She was spending time like they were spending time. She was, you know what I mean? They was cooking home cooked meals. She was, looking healthier. You know what I mean? Yeah, she helped her a lot. In my eyes, I think she did a really good, you know what I'm saying? I think she
Yeah,
was
that's
being
what everything I had heard was what you're just saying there, is that they, she was good for her, helpful to her,
Yeah,
and she
things like
mentioned
that.
that a
Didn't,
lot. Yeah, she
back
mentioned it a lot during the interview, how much she helped her.
But there's also people who swear up and down that that Candace is guilty and anything she does is wrong. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but those are people. I mean, if you ask someone, and that's their opinion, and they're entitled to it. It's just like, what do you base it on? Like, tell me how it goes from start to finish, and they can't. And they'll just start saying what they've heard.
Because they're horrible people, Heels.
No, I don't think they are. I just think
No,
that,
I'm just saying that's the narrative is,
Yeah,
she's guilty
I think-
because they're horrible parents, horrible people.
Oh yeah.
All right, this is called Kathy the Friend.
That's what they
and
heard.
These are videos. Now, this is 1 month ago, 1 month ago, 3 weeks ago, 20 days ago, 7 days ago.
That's so
Maybe she
weird.
wants her privacy too. Maybe she
I
feels
think
safe
maybe
and
she does
secure
want her
with the mask.
I think that's what it's
But
about.
sunglasses would be less.
Well, she didn't even if she really wanted her privacy like that, she could just flip the camera off. But
yeah, just put a knife on it there.
I don't know, because it's really hard for her to breathe. She has a lot of trouble breathing. But as much trouble as she has with wearing that mask, you would think it would be harder. Well, then when my aunt had, when she had oxygen, they told her don't be wearing a mask. They didn't, you know what I mean? They didn't want her.
Yeah, well, she could show that it's her and then put an icon on if she has trouble. It's none of my business, but I'm just saying it looks kind of strange to because you don't see the expression when she's talking.
Right. I get that. Yeah.
Because the other day she was crying, but you couldn't tell she was.
Oh, look at that rock. That's
I just
so
don't know why you do
cute.
that to a friend. Like, I don't even know what she was on there for. And she did say she helped her do the list for the child services, and something happened with some money. That's all I know. I turned it off. Couldn't take it.
Something happened with money.
Yeah, something about a GoFundMe, and she was accusing her. Candace was accusing her of taking the money.
Aww.
So I know chat's going, I know what happened, because I don't. I just kind of stopped watching. You have to listen to Justin. Then.
Right. You have to listen to Kathy and then go listen to Justin. You have to listen to both of them to kind of get an idea of what's going on, huh?
Well, no, Justin will just talk and like ask her a question and let her answer it. But he leads her into, the answer.
He's very leading with his questioning. Queen, did you see that message there from Kim? I think that's a good one. She says, Kathy, I believe, was a good friend. I wish she didn't go to YouTube with it. Kathy also talks positive about Candace. That's kind of what I had heard, that it was very good.
Yeah, they were really, I think Kathy was a really good friend to Candace. I thought, just an outsider's point of view, this is just my, outsider's point of view looking in. Kathy seemed like she was a genuine friend. Like I said, she kept Candace off YouTube, for the most part. Shit died down. She wasn't on here, acting a fool. She wasn't drinking every single night like she was. You know what I mean? Like she really
I get all that. I just don't get why Justin has her on there and makes it sound
or
like
why she goes to Justin, or why Justin had her up.
It's going to be a big deal. Yeah,
right.
It's not.
It just makes shit worse on Candace, because Candace doesn't get along with any of them. Look at what they've done to her, and she knows that. If Kathy knows what these people have done.
Yeah.
I don't think you can control Candace for more than. I just think that's a lost cause with Candace.
Well, yeah, it is.
Not saying she did anything. I just think Candace is going to hit rock bottom. They're going to drag her out of whatever, sidewalk she lands on, and then maybe she'll get help. But I mean, that's an old adage.
But you never know where someone's rock bottom is, though, because you might think that, hey, that's rock bottom, and they still got a couple more levels to go down before it's actually their rock bottom.
Yeah, I had employees that were AA. They had to go to the meetings, and I'd like have a couple of drinks and go with them. But all the stories were, and you're right, it was they have a rock bottom might just be running out of money. You still have your house, or your apartment, but you realize you can't do it anymore. And then, some of them are just like found in a field. They can't find money. They, somebody has to drag them in. But they're very interesting, all walks of life. And it's hard to judge when you see that. It's not a certain kind of person that has those problems.
Succumbs to that. Yeah, absolutely.
But I think Candace is going to take. My dog, stop it. I feel sorry for her.
Well, we can look from the outside looking in and say, well, your daughter missing and your children being taken away, isn't that rock bottom? But
no,
that's from us, looking on the outside, and like I said, we don't know what hers is, and
no, rock bottom
what
is
it's gonna take.
either you realize you can't keep doing it, or you're forced into you can't keep doing. You literally cannot keep doing it because you have nothing, nothing left. But with Candace, I just think as long as she's got a roof and enough money to buy whatever it is she needs, she'll keep going until, whatever happens. But I just think I feel so sorry for her. I feel, I don't know what happened. I mean, if I find out that she had something to do with it, I'll hate her, but.
Well, I don't feel, I feel empathy towards her, and I feel like I wish she would stay off of YouTube, absolutely, and do, not because she should. I think that if, she was
but
had all of her wits about her, she would be completely fine on
Yeah.
YouTube if she
But
was
you're
in
not,
that space.
none of that. That's the thing. The alcohol or whatever her addiction is, and I think it's probably alcohol, nothing you say is stronger than that. That addiction is more important than, Kathy probably helped her, but I'll bet Candace was probably drinking or she was doing whatever it is. Because it's just that nothing makes sense. People lose their kids, they lose their wives, they lose everything just because of that, And what I feel bad for is she had a tough time coming up, and now she's in the, everybody's looking at her. And I'm sure she expected just to stay up there and, no bright lights and now that, the spotlight's on them and that's who they are.
I was listening to a creator last night, and something they said, it really resonated, and that was just that I don't see a point in me dragging her through the mud or creating false narratives or spreading lies and rumors about her, because if it comes out that she did just wander off, which I feel is the most likely possibility, or if it comes out that somebody else did something, or if it comes out that she did something, I don't have to feel a certain way about my words because I didn't put anything on her like that.
Yeah. And it's pointless. In the scheme of things, it's pointless. And law enforcement, like you said, they're doing more than we could possibly know.
Far more. Far more.
Yeah. So I just think I do feel sad for her but for the grace of God, we could have been born into the same, because I think it's been a lifelong thing for her. But anyway, I think Don probably did the best he could do. for even his, whatever his, demons are. Because the kids to me looked happy. I didn't see abused kids or some kids have those eyes that they just look kind of vacant. They look like they're just unhappy. They didn't look like that to me. Summer didn't look like that to me.
They went, I mean, you cannot take that from Candace. She took her kids to so many places. She
Yeah.
did a lot of things with her kiddos because she put it on Facebook, but
And TikTok.
they went on little trips or they'd go out to waterfalls or they'd go to even, just going and picking up a prescription for grandma ends up in a little trip to the swimming hole and she did do those things. She was active.
Right. And
We might not know to what degree or all those things, or you can say she is a bad mom or this or that, but she did do
well, she
things with
wasn't
her
laying
kids.
there drunk every day. I mean, she obviously got out and Summer always had cute clothes. I mean, she always had different clothes. People were saying, "Oh, they don't take baths." She always had something different.
Yeah.
And plus in a 700 square foot house with that many people doing laundry. Oh my gosh, cooking. That's a lot for one person.
And they didn't have what was it? They didn't have a full-size refrigerator. Could you imagine having a family of 6 and not having a full-size
But I
refrigerator?
think they did. I think that was a myth. I'm not sure. Either that or it was the stove. But even when Chris went in, taking his video, if you looked really close at the counters were clean. Like there was not food and what you would expect in someone that kept a filthy house. The counters looked fine. But I think they did, because that was a point someone was making. Might have been Jose that said they had a refrigerator. And there was one outside, remember?
Yeah, there was the one outside, and maybe that's why I thought they had like what was it, like an apartment-sized
Yeah, like a
refrigerator
mini
or
refrigerator.
like a college dorm one. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
just
big
it
deal was
didn't have
made out of
that.
that. Like he's
Yeah.
banging on the door of the refrigerator. What do you think that means?
Well, and you're also looking at people who have gone through something traumatic, and I see the comparison made between the Wells and Michael's family. And I I was reminded of a story of a situation, where these people experienced something traumatic. And, there's 2 siblings, and one turns towards family, community, faith, those types of things to get through that traumatic experience. And then the other one goes and turns towards addiction and falls back into
Yeah.
addiction and all the crimes that come with addiction and goes down a completely separate path, ends up in prison, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, you never
They're
know.
raised by the same people, but
Mhm.
they both went 2 completely separate ways because we don't know how other people are going to handle things. We don't even know how we're gonna handle something until we go through it.
Right. But I think both families in this case had a lot of fuck upness,
Absolutely.
and it was just, yeah,
I
but
often
that's true.
wonder, like, where that comes from. Was it the lull in life because of COVID and more people turning towards true crime on social media because of that? Because you see a huge uptick in this stuff around that time.
Yeah, probably. I would imagine.
The accessibility of
Yeah.
social media and
I think TikTok has probably more than, I mean, we think it's big here, but I think TikTok has like a ton of true crime.
yeah, it does. It's
Yeah.
huge. Man, Idaho 4's case was insane on TikTok. My daughter doesn't
Yeah.
even follow true crime, but of course she's on TikTok and she'd be sending me stuff that some of her uh fellow TikTokers like would be covering and she's like, this person doesn't even cover true crime, but I know this, this, and this. And there's
Yeah.
just some cases that get like that.
Yeah. I don't remember who was at my house. It was like a plumber or somebody. And he said he had a daughter going to college. And I asked him if he knew. Yeah, he knew Idaho 4, but that was the only one he knew. Like I asked him about other ones. No, but I know 4 he knew. So I don't think it was unusual that Kaylee was following Olivia, you know.
No,
At first
I
I
don't
thought they
either.
were lying, but I was wrong.
Well, especially since Olivia did cover Gabby's case, and it would make sense that Kaylee was, kind of looking into Gabby's case if she enjoyed true crime and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it makes
No,
sense.
I for sure thought they weren't telling the truth. Because it would
And I
fit,
could
you
see
know.
where you would think that too, that they would be making
Yeah.
up that stuff.
Well, because they pull so much crap, you know. You would
Yeah.
think, well, that's perfect.
Zoots and boots, I agree. And I think that's where I have an internal battle myself. It is very hard to be empathetic towards someone that isn't doing
But
anything and
that's what I'm
everything, but
saying. She doesn't come up for air.
mm-mm.
It's a physical.
Yeah.
If she could say, make me sober, and if that was a
hmm
decision she could make without help.
She'd make it in a heartbeat, I'm sure.
Well,
Any
yeah.
person would. But
I
I'm
think,
saying I agree with what she's saying though, because it is an internal battle to remember that that doesn't make them any less worthy of my empathy.
are you talking about where she says, what are they doing to get the boys back?
Yeah. She's like,
Yeah.
I'm talking about her saying it's extremely uncomfortable giving
Oh, I see what
sympathy
you're
to
saying.
people like
Yeah.
that. And I agree. It is a struggle to remind myself to do that because,
Well,
we
yeah.
would all
Well,
want that.
I can't, I don't think that she would. I think she loves her boys, but it's like her other kids, I mean, she probably knows that they're probably going to go. I don't think she thinks about how much it means to kids because when she was a kid, she probably didn't. I don't know that, but I mean, the attachment and how much it means to a kid to have their parents,
And there are some
maybe.
people that I've just noticed with their friends, things like that. If it's out of sight, it's completely out of mind. And
Hmm.
it doesn't make it right, but you see it happen a lot.
Yeah. And she might be right, but I think Don wants his boys back. I think he wants Summer back, but that's who he's with, I don't know. Just all I got to say is, but for the grace of God, I don't know.
hmm
I mean, I know what I would do. You know what you would do, but I can't relate directly
mm
to living there, going through their life. I've seen people, alcoholics that they give up everything. They don't even think about it. Just please give me my alcohol, or my drug.
I didn't say that the pictures disprove anything nefarious. I'm saying that I have to give her credit that she did things with her kids
Are you
because we
talking to
can
me?
see that. No, I'm talking to the chat
Okay.
because we can
Like what
see that
picture?
she did things with her kids through the pictures that she posted. I'm not saying that they disprove anything in their lives. Obviously, it
Mhm.
doesn't. Social media
No,
is a highlights reel for everyone. But we
no.
can see that they took trips and did things actively. Well,
They
at
did
least
more things
Candace
than
did
we
with their
did.
children.
Yeah, as kids. I mean, my mom was like, go on a trip, go clean your
Mhm,
room. I mean, it wasn't like happy times all the time. And I don't think it was for them either, but there were times,
mhm.
and they had fun where they were. You see the videos of them with the dogs, and Summer's holding one and the other kids are holding one. It's just a different life.
Yeah, it's a life I don't understand or even
Mm-mm.
want
Well,
to
kind of.
try to understand.
I mean, I grew up like in the country and we ran around barefoot
Yeah,
but not
I get that part.
the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah,
Yeah.
Agatha, you're right. Chris Watts did stuff with his kids. It
Yeah,
doesn't,
that
like I
doesn't
said, it
mean,
doesn't prove or
yeah, see, that's
disprove
what
anything.
happens. Yeah.
hmm
Yep. That's how I see it, though. I see that they had, you and I both follow a lot of true crime, and I'm sure people in chat do too. But most of the kids that are like, we didn't know anything about their life except what we see in pictures
hmm
before Summer went missing. And when I don't know if it was you or somebody else saying, who was it, that a trigger like that can put you immediately back to, oh, I know who it was. An addict told me this, that it could just, she said every day she wakes up thinking, is there going to be a trigger today? You know, I've got to just be strong enough because all it takes is one trigger and I'm right back on it.
Yeah.
You know, and so losing your kid, they might have tried to keep it together for a little bit, but you know, I
How
don't
long
know what
can
they
you
were
when
like
you're
before.
an addict? Like addiction is
Very
something else. It's
strong.
a completely different beast. It's a completely different
Yeah.
thing, and it compounds every situation, especially something traumatic.
I mean, people steal from their mothers. They kill their family for
Mm-hmm.
drug money, you know. Alcohol, not, I mean, they're kind of more laid back, but yeah, really bad things. But it's, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to solve it, but I always think about that. People get their information of what they were like before from people like Allie, who has no room to talk about anyone raising their kids, you know, because all of them had problems with their kids.
But so many of those stories heals from the very beginning, especially when Allie, you know, went on criminality. It was or unmasked, but I still, you know, refer to criminality because I just love her. But when she went on Unmasked and gave that interview, and so many of the narratives from that came from that, I still see
Yeah.
them in chats today. I still see comments like from, you know, Chris about the shed in chats today.
Oh, yeah. The whole
And so
thing.
frustrating.
All of it comes from those people. And all of those people started with Chris.
Mm.
Even Trish and all of that, they went to Chris. That was their go-to.
And I'm not naive either that, again, their parents aren't helping it either. And so it's a
No,
very
absolutely not. And that's what
frustrating
I'm
thing.
saying. They're not helping.
No.
They're not. But I don't think they were living their life. To me, there was like even the CPS call was about the bikes, right? Or something with the
BB
dirt bike
guns. BB
or
guns.
BB guns. I know it was something like that. It
Mhm.
wasn't, they weren't coming to take the kids that day or the next day.
No.
None of that. And that came straight from Allie,
Yep.
you know? And yeah, I still hear, I mean, everybody thinks that CPS was coming that day. And Dudley Ajon said that. Yeah,
Dudley.
Don was
So much.
hanging out with,
Okay, there you go. Great example. You have that Dudley interview that was paid for, and so much came from that that
Mhm.
was false information, and you
Yeah.
still see it today.
And he got paid according to, I'm not going to say for sure, allegedly, $500. And he was just busted for, I mean, that's another example of drugs will make you sit there
Mhm.
and lie about people that lost their child, you know, instead of, he said such absurd things. Jose was busted there in Tennessee. It's like, Dudley, we know that he wasn't,
Yeah.
you know,
Just
this
made up stuff.
thing called
Just made.
records. Don did all his drugs. Crazy. Oh, I know what it was. That Don was sitting in the tub and he was like imagining things because CPS was coming and he was going to stay there overnight and try to avoid them. And like, number one, that makes no sense.
Say that one
You
more
know,
time.
he said Don was sitting in the bathtub and he was acting weird. I forget what he said he was doing.
Oh, yes, on the job site. Okay, yeah.
Because he was avoiding CPS the next day.
Yeah, and he stayed overnight.
Yeah. How does that make sense?
Why would
They're
he?
not
Yeah.
coming for Don. They're coming for the kids. I mean, they weren't coming at all, but that was his narrative. And he got his narrative back to Allie and them.
Mhm.
You know, he kept repeating things. He had heard the rain barrel. Oh my God, if nothing in this case drives me crazier than the rain barrel.
The rain barrel.
Yeah, I just want to smack somebody that even
I
gets close to the rain barrel.
know. I know. It's insane.
She's dancing by the
Oh.
rain barrel, and it used to say for sale, or does it still in that video? I don't remember if it
It
still
still
says it.
says for sale. And then, oh my gosh, there's a can of spray paint on the ground next to it. See, they did that. What?
Yeah, and then the yellow truck in the back. Was it yellow? The yellow truck in the
Yeah,
background
the
was.
yellow Xterra.
And that's another example of Ziggy just not listening. People in chat, she kept going over the truck and looking up the VIN number and, well, it could be. And this was, it's not. It could be or not, it's not. She didn't listen. I think she did 2 whole shows on that yellow, whatever it was, Dudley, the kind of car. I don't know if it was Dudley's or somebody else's, but
Yeah, the
her and
Xterra was
Benny both were
Dudley's,
trying to.
and then since it's already been doxed or whatever, then Jody Sue had a yellow Xterra, so that became a whole narrative for a while.
Yeah, and then they were, yeah. So when Dudley did that interview, he was like throwing all that in there. Different. So did Jose, same thing. And Jose even admitted to watching the interview room. Like they gave him which videos to watch.
The tote in the back of the truck, yes.
Oh yeah, that's another
Oh
one.
my gosh, the tote in the back of the truck. You could do a whole live just talking about the silly things and stuff that has been covered. But my big question that I have been chewing on for days and days is why? Why was all this done?
Why all the narrative?
Simply for views? Is it really that easy that it's just simply?
Well, I think they picked the one they liked the best. I mean, even somebody that Pancake or whatever, they're talking about the shed and you have to use your noodle. Where would Don park his truck? That's number one. Like, where'd he come from? Why would he be in the shed? She didn't say no. And that's what started it was Chris saying it was like, no, she wouldn't let me go in. Well, there you go. That starts it with the shed. So that still gets talked about all the time. The red tote. I mean, somebody figured that out almost immediately.
Yeah, it's a tote. It's not
And
a
it's
vehicle.
still going on.
The cushion. Yep, the cushion. That
And
became a big thing.
what was that about? The wet that she was sitting on a cushion because
that Candace didn't know where the pillow was that Summer was sitting on in the car. Like, okay,
right?
so
Yeah. Well, Chris was asking that. I think wasn't that one of the questions he asked Hunter?
yeah, I don't know if he asked. I know he asked it of Candace when she got there, and Candace's answer probably isn't the truth. She's probably caught off guard by it, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I don't know, it's over there." Like, who knows? Like, who cares? It's a cushion. What's it have to do with?
And I don't even know what cushion they're talking. What are they? I didn't see one, but okay. You know, her nails, the purple nails. Betty went on with that for months. That she had talked to doctors, and they had told her, what that meant. And I think she had purple nail polish on before, and that around the corners or something. I don't know. I know she wasn't dead.
Who knows? She could have been out playing she was in the water at Warriors. It's not the cleanest in that little section. And then who knows if she was playing in the dirt at Warriors or anything like that.
And pixelation.
I don't know.
Yeah, the bigger you make it, the more screwed up the colors become. People are really looking close. But yeah, there was a lot. I mean, and that's because they don't have a lot to go on. The longer it goes, no thanks. Every single night I see he's digging up old crap from 2 years ago. And I thought he was going to start over after he revealed all of the text, well, probably not all of them, but text messages with Chris and Mary and Jeannie.
Yeah.
And
then it's just been, there's so many. I mean, you don't even have to like pinpoint it to one. It's just every day, the same live over and over, the same conversation.
If you think about it, it's everything.
Yep.
Because what is there? There's nothing.
Yeah.
The only thing is the timeline, because even it was either TBI or Lawson at the very beginning said there's going to be gaps in the timeline and they're just going to stay that way.
Yeah, it's on the TBI newsroom that there's parts of the timeline that they won't release to protect the integrity of her case.
Yeah, and that's basically what Don and Candace, they keep trying to get something out of them. That's probably one of the things that will surprise us, And when people say she didn't even feed them lunch, and she didn't give them breakfast. She didn't tell you every single thing she did every single minute of that day, you know?
Well, and so
And
many
she,
think that Candace's interview with Chris McDonough is Candace's interview with law enforcement, and it's not.
right, right. Nor was Hunter's,
Mm-hmm.
because they took
And
his
I'm
phone and didn't give it back.
and I'm very shocked that a retired detective, this is the one thing that really bugs me about all those interviews, is he does this interview with Hunter, and then he shows that footage to
Mm-hmm.
Candace. That's not, you're not going to be getting completely genuine or um honest answers from her, because now she's got all of that in her brain of what he just said. You're not getting her version, her true version of events
Well,
with
she
your
said he was
questions.
lying. She said
Mhm.
he's lying about that. Or that other
Yep.
woman that was sitting there, Patricia, I think.
Mhm.
She doesn't even know me. She's lying. And I believe that. I believe that woman was
Yeah.
sitting there just painting a narrative.
Mhm.
And whatever happened to her? Like, she went away long before Allie did. You probably don't know.
Patricia?
The
You mean
one that was
Leslie?
sitting at the end of the table. That could be her name. I'm bad
That
at
was
names.
Leslie. Yeah, I was like, who's
Leslie,
Patricia?
Patricia.
Yeah, it
Same
was
thing.
Leslie. She passed away actually.
She passed away?
Yep, she is now gone. She was
What?
I can look it up. Yeah,
I had no idea.
yeah, she's
Oh my God.
gone. I'm trying to remember her last name off the top of my head.
It's Leslie. I
don't want you to, yeah.
But was it
It
recently? I mean, you don't have to tell me a date. Was it like,
was like last year.
I had no idea.
Yeah. Nope.
Leslie?
I want to say she was shot, but I don't want to say that
Oh,
because I
good
can't
God.
remember. Yeah, it was something like unexpected or um it wasn't. Oh yeah, that's her name. Let me look that up real quick.
Jose? Leslie? I'm going to have to side-eye Chris here. You see, and I could people could make something out of that if they wanted
Yeah,
to.
you can. You shouldn't, but you can.
No, you shouldn't. It's not moral, but cancer. Oh my God.
Was it cancer?
Well, somebody
It
just said that.
was
I don't know. I know law nerd doesn't throw out stuff.
October of 22, so not an entire year.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's weird I didn't hear about it. I guess it wasn't. I mean, because I was wondering what happened to her. I heard rumors that they had a fight, but.
Oh, wait, no, this is June. Okay, sorry, June. My bad, June.
Of 22?
I get, or maybe there's two of these in
No, it
the
would have to be
exact
22.
same area.
Would it?
No, that wouldn't be her because that woman's 63. She wasn't 63. June. Oh, here we go.
HRM.
Yeah.
Herm? Leslie Pecan Pie, the woman that did the interview with, she probably already figured it out.
She
The
was
interview
a
with Chris.
friend. Yeah, she was in the Chris interview. She was a friend of Allie's. They worked together at Walmart. And then in the extended cut of Chris's interview, she tells a story about Candace making the boys lay on hot black asphalt because they were horse playing in the pool. It was weird.
Ridiculous. She was saying some other stuff too, and that, I'd get all mad and indignant and probably go try to find her. And Candace just says, yeah, she doesn't know.
Mhm.
She's a liar, whatever. She doesn't know me. Didn't even make anything more about it. And that woman talked a blue streak about Candace.
Yeah.
I don't think Chris should have even interviewed Hunter on camera.
Yeah. I mean, he's not an active detective, so obviously he can. But I still just didn't like the tactic of interviewing him and then showing that to Candace before her interview. I wonder what we would have learned if he wouldn't have done that. If he would have just let Candace do her interview without seeing any footage.
Well, I thought he was showing it to her but he showed it to her before, not after I thought it was like after she answered And he said, well, this is what Hunter said. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
No, he talked about it, and they both talked about it. Yeah, how
About,
she
yeah,
watched that
Athena.
beforehand. I don't know if she watched the entire interview or if it was just portions of it or
And
what.
see,
But
he edited it too.
Mhm.
Because there was that part about the candy. I don't know why it was important in the orange drink.
Yeah.
You know, at first Hunter said he didn't know what it was. And then
And
in
then
the, yeah,
and then the
edited, he gave
touching
the
of the
correct.
kids on the hill and the dealer's name being Andy,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then what do you know? When someone gets mad, that's the story that gets thrown out by them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where'd that come from?
Yeah. It's not even that he's ex law enforcement. I just always go back to people who should have ethics. You know, I mean, common
Oh, yeah.
sense. And he knows what the rules are. He knows why, but he was wanting views. I mean, everything he did was to get views,
Mm.
and he did. So, but if
Yeah.
you just go scroll his videos from about probably July, August, how they start growing. I think he had 200,000 hits on one of them. Like he was killing with the Summer Wells.
Yeah.
And then you go to Millette and you get 30,000. You go back to
I
Summer and you
remember
get
that
50.
actually. I do, and he would he wouldn't cover Maya's stuff as much as he would
Mm-mm.
Summer's.
And then David Robinson, the man who's, I think it's Daniel is the,
Yeah.
he went on his show and he thought he was going to help him. You know, I see him every day. He does
He is such
like
a good
updates.
guy, yeah.
Chris, and he said, no, he never got back in contact with him. And I guess he went to a couple of other people. Like, are y'all trying to help people or what? Chris, you've got the Cold Case Foundation, you know, go up and help him. But no, Brandy Neal, he didn't do that much on.
He did. Did he just do one interview?
He didn't do very many. Are you talking about Brandy?
Yeah, he did. I know.
One, I think.
I remember her interview on the labs. That was after she was in another creators chat. Then she hopped up and did the interview with the lab, and then I don't remember how many she did with Chris.
No,
It
he
was
didn't
just the
cover it.
one.
Yeah, anything like none of them like Summer. And now he's out looking for, you know, he needs to have a reason because he didn't have anything but the sisters, you know, and he doesn't dare try that again.
I don't even really watch him. What's he covering now? I knew he was
I
in
don't know.
Idaho 4 because I heard, I was really going over that one big time. And then he was going on like Nancy Grace and
Can't even
all those
believe she's
channels and
on.
stuff. So I knew he was covering that. I didn't know what else he's been doing.
Yeah, I saw him in the press conference. He was standing behind the officer.
Yeah.
Which my eyes started bleeding. And I don't know. He'll roll across my mentions or whatever. And he just has interviews with people he gets from the, Cold Case Foundation. Like that Bardot,
Mhm.
who invented DNA. She did not.
I know. I was like, wait, what?
No.
She invented it.
Yeah, the introductions are just always, his wife wrote his whole resume and I have to laugh every time I read it. Like the John Benet Ramsey case. And there were two other big ones. He got files, long distance for somebody. That's all he did. And he says he worked on it.
Okay.
Yeah, they said, could you find this file on some guy that had traveled from Boulder to California, the area that he was in, and he had to interview one guy, and then they needed a file on another one that they had in custody. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, in the Memphis 3, he got another confession that got thrown out of court. but he still puts it on there.
And I just don't, that's not the right words, but people question, why wouldn't Don and Candace want their help? You hear all these things, and what happened to their daughter's case because of that, or in spite of it, or whatever you want to consider it. And why would they want that help? Even
Well,
if they could guarantee that it wasn't interference with Chris, there's already this relationship that feels tainted and untrustworthy. And again, Summer has so many law enforcement. No, it's not
yeah.
hundreds of agents or agencies currently pouring over it all day, every day, but she still has those resources.
Well, you know, who hasn't gone to search? Who hasn't, after having it 2 years, who hasn't taken their resources out to search for Summer? Chris. All those people, and he's never searched. Not one time.
Yes, it's not a cold case. They've told us that repeatedly. I am interested in hearing if the TBI will do another
update.
Yeah, press release, interview,
No,
whatever.
it's not a cold case until they don't have another tip. When
Right.
all tips are exhausted, then it's a cold case.
Mm.
So y'all keep those tips coming.
Just make them real and truthful and accurate and not.
Yeah, they probably just, when they see YouTube, I told you I tried. I called for some reason. Wasn't to give them some crazy information, but the minute I said YouTube, it was like, you could hear it. Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. And I can't
Yeah.
blame them. I mean, first week they're
it's too
dealing with
bad.
psychics, like, and I know that's not from YouTube, but they're dealing with psychics and all this stuff. It's like, I don't blame them for shutting stuff like
And
that
they have to
down.
look into them. They have to look into the tips. They have to.
Absolutely have to. Anything and
Yeah.
everything. I said that on the live I did the other day with our personal tragedy story about how our case was, it should have been a shut and dry case of what happened to our family, and it was extended by 6 months because some idiot sent in a letter. And it doesn't matter. They have to look into it. They have to. And it sucks, but they do.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a waste of resources. It's a waste of time on the case. So many things.
Yeah, and they probably know pretty much anything you're getting off of some chat room, if it's important. You know, like, have you looked into Jody? It's so funny when I see people say, like, the case is a year old or whatever. Do you think they checked his phone?
Oh my gosh. Did they look in the wells? Did they look in the sewer system, the septic tanks? Did they check this? Did they look in the walls? Just so many
Obvious.
things.
Yeah, obvious stuff. Did they check for DNA? Did they do? Did they look for
Someone needs
blood?
to look at that bus. Someone should really look in that bus.
The bus. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they don't need those kind of tips. Like, you know, I was going to say earlier that Donna Serafina came up again. Somebody was asking a creator, did you talk to, because she solved the Lori or the Ballo case. And I remember back when it happened, there was some, like, she knew about JJ, like how he would be found or something like that. But even that.
Oh, the tape. She knew that she said the mom went heavy on the tape or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think she probably did. She sent Andra somewhere digging up something. Remember when Andra said she found the dirt? It looked like a big ant pile.
Hold on, I gotta say something real quick because now I heard Donna Serafina is.
You're breaking up.
She said she made a suggestion or whatever, like she made her predictions and stuff, but something about they knew that they.
You're going out real bad.
I caught
Yeah.
Donna Serafina, and that was it
Yeah.
from Queen.
Yeah. That she's something.
Yeah.
CM has to be right, whether, oh, you're right, Tracy, 100%. And that's
What'd
a
she say?
problem. That CM has to be right, whether or not he is, it doesn't matter. And he has to be. It's an ego. Like Avery, people saying, well, oh, she sounds mentally unhinged or whatever. She was mad. She wanted that to work and it didn't. And she's
lost
going to
control.
have to be, she's got to be right. And you can see it when Chris is mad about something, he just grits his teeth and he doesn't like to be questioned. That's why you can't comment. You can't. His mods have been with him since day one and they guard it. Yeah. So you can't challenge him. Betty is begging for money to go to Idaho, and I wondered if she was going to Tennessee. But at least she has a 72-inch TV.
She has I did hear about that. She has a 72-inch TV, so she can watch herself on it, right?
Oh my God. That wouldn't work.
Look up and see herself.
Yeah, it's bad enough on my phone.
Did she trade? I heard she traded the laptop that her subs sent her for that TV. I don't know how true that is, but
yeah, I just heard it. I didn't hear her even talk about the TV because I haven't been watching her. And she was just like,
I heard it on Burnt Toast actually.
Oh, then it's probably
she
true.
covered it the other day.
Yeah, yeah, she pretty much researches before she says anything.
Well, she said the part about the TV. She didn't say. I don't think she said the part about the subs. She said the part about her watching herself on it. But I had heard later that it was her subs that bought it.
Yeah, I just haven't seen her do anything worth covering. She did Burnt Toast did a thing tonight on Avery. Why I keep wanting to call Avery Tracy. So has there been any news on Avery after her morning she was leaving?
I guess I didn't know she had went live this morning a couple times. That's what Burnt Toast was saying. I didn't even know she had went live a few more times after last night's ordeal.
Yeah, I saw one, and she said she was going to leave YouTube, and we'll see.
All I saw was, wait, Gordon Lightfoot passed away? Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked.
Just now? I thought I think all these people are dead.
Herb said, where's my Nicka Willow at? I woke up to Gordon Lightfoot passing away and I need to cuddle. I did not know that.
Herb, are you asking for Willow?
You're going to have to fight heels for him.
Yeah.
And she's got sharp high heels.
Huh?
I said, and she has sharp high heels.
Yes,
so
that's right.
Be careful.
Donna S. is always asking for money to go to her cases. Girl, did you see? Did she see how she? Yeah, I mean.
I saw where Donna got shut down on Twitter with the Idaho 4 case because I don't know if she had been on Twitter much before that or not, but when she started saying some of the stuff she did in the Idaho case on Twitter, people really shut her down.
Well, the thing is, if a psychic is asking for money to go somewhere, how good can you be if you can't figure out how to make money? Like you can't see where the money is. You know what I mean?
I don't know any of that stuff. So
Donna or whatever made a really big deal about the whole Valo thing, and she was pissed. There was a change.org thing out or something like that because she never got the reward money from the you know what I mean? She felt she should get the reward money because she told them what condition the bodies would be in or something like that. I can't really remember.
Yeah, that's all she said. Was the condition of the body.
I mean, they pretty much had them talking on the phone. I mean, they had more evidence than we even know about. I don't think she had anything to do with them finding him. I think she just, did a pretty good guess on what, certain things happened to come out true.
Well, the fact that law enforcement had Alex's cell phone data and where he went the night after the night in question, or Yeah, the day
Right.
after, and the time that he spent there, that didn't come from a psychic. That came from the data.
Well, and how many other
Well,
videos
right. And
did
I
she
just,
do where he was, they were in some other condition? I mean, sometimes you can just, you're going to get it right, at some point. I heard something about that, though, about her, like changing something after the fact, but I don't know what it was. And I'm not going to say, but that's what I heard. Because, I mean, she didn't solve anything.
A broken clock is still right twice a day.
That's exactly right.
That's right. Hold on. We have Mo back here. How are you, baby?
No money.
Hi. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just hoping. What? I was just hoping to get some like insight about the case you're just going over, because I just realized I'm pretty sure I found your channel a really long time ago when Summer Wells went missing, and you guys were like talking about it and stuff. And then I remember kind of forgetting about that case and having no idea. And I just saw that that's what you guys were talking about, and there was a live. And so I just wanted to come in and kind of find out if it's that case that you guys are discussing, or if I'm totally
We're
wrong.
talking about all kinds of cases.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's we went over that for over that stuff for a little while, but yeah, we were talking about that case and others. You know what I mean? So yeah, we just.
May I ask like this? Okay, so she went missing like from her house, which was in the middle of nowhere, and like without her shoes and all that stuff, right?
Right.
And then like her parents just wouldn't cooperate with police. And
No.
has there
No, they
been
did. They did cooperate with police.
No.
They did?
Yeah. Have you been following the case, or?
Only from you, like only from your channel from that one day, like, or I'm sorry,
You got a
I
lot
think I
catching up
saw it
to
on the
do.
news.
Yeah.
But
Well,
like
basically, they didn't find any evidence of foul play, no evidence of an abduction, and it could likely be that she wandered off, and that's what we know.
But wasn't she like, I don't know, she wasn't like a baby. She was old enough. Like I thought she went like barefoot or something.
Well,
From
she didn't
I'm
have
trying to
shoes.
remember what you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember what you guys talked about.
barefoot. I mean, she's, you know what I'm saying? Kids run out, kids run around barefoot all the time. You know what I mean?
That's true.
She had been in a swimming hole with her mom and her grandma before, so.
Yeah, your feet
And
become
they
very callous after a
But
while.
so did they check? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like talking over you. I think I have a lag. No, what I was going to say was, did they use like sniffer dogs? Did they check that area? Like if
Are you
she
trolling
went,
us right now?
nope.
You're trolling us, aren't
Sorry.
you?
No,
You're
I swear
trolling.
I swear on my mom.
You didn't hear what we just said about this.
No, I
About people
literally
asking
just
the
came
obvious.
in here.
20 minutes ago.
No, I'm sorry. I literally just came into your live about 5 minutes
Yeah,
ago, and
well,
I'm just inquisitive because I can't find like anything about this case. Like nobody's
okay, well,
covered
put
it.
in Summer Wells.
Oh, come
If
on,
you put in Summer Wells,
girlfriend.
you'll find it.
Jeez.
No, I'm being actually.
Yeah, you're trolling the fuck out of us. I'm
All
not
you
doing
have to
trolling
do
us.
is type Summer Wells into Google, and you can find so much about her case.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. Anyways, yeah, type in Summer Wells and get caught up, baby, and then come back up here. Anyhow, Whistle While You Lurk said no disrespect, but I think you might be mistaken. I don't think Justin had Kathy on. He was just playing her video.
Okay.
Okay, he was asking her questions. So I think, well, I don't think he was in the same room with her.
What was it? Just like a
Let me go check
like a
real quick.
phone
He would
interview
talk
or
and she would talk.
something?
That wasn't an interview then, he would talk and you'd have to get through that. And then she would talk. I'm telling you, it was like talking about crap that didn't even matter. surely he wasn't just playing her video. Like, what would he be playing? No, I think it was an interview.
Prismo, she called up Josh. Did she do the same thing? He said
Did
this
Mo
is the
what?
same lady that called up Josh from the
Yeah, I think
lab.
it was a phone interview. I mean, she's sitting there answering questions. Or he could have been playing something she spent an hour talking about and he was stopping it. But if you've ever watched Justin just getting through, you know, you kind of fall asleep halfway through the first half a question. Remember when he was interviewing Jose and he would just go on and on with the question?
I like his new hairdo though.
Oh, it is cute.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I just don't appreciate friends doing that kind of. I don't care. I just think about if my friends would, you know, like when Benny broke up with Dawn, and he started reading text messages and listening to his private phone calls. I'm done. And then there was the whole phone debacle. Somebody had the phone.
Yeah, what did that matter? It was the phone after she went missing. I didn't understand that. Like, what did?
And you don't think if it was important to law enforcement, they know where all of it. I think it was before Don went into the jail.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Mullins held his phone and then downloaded it somewhere. But cops probably didn't say, "Where's your phone?" Or they would have.
But they got new phones after Summer went missing, so it would have been anything on it would have been from after, right?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. This is his most recent live.
Recently.
I don't think
So
that's it.
I really need it now more
And
than
it
ever.
has her name on the front.
It has her name on it.
I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm going to be streaming.
Jody Sue unloads on Don. Okay.
Yeah, it says Jody Sue unloads on Don. That's the last live. Oh, that's the last one that he
I think
did.
that was the last one. That's the one I saw. I don't know if it was
13
the last
hours
one.
ago. Is this the one? Is this it?
No, I don't. Oh. I probably saw it like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago. I don't know when it was from. It had her name on the front, like she spills the beans or Kathy spilled. Let's see.
Candace said what? Maybe is it that one?
Like Candace is, yeah, maybe. It says something about her friend spills the beans. He might have taken it down. Who knows? But it was like maybe not more than 5.
Past the flower one there, Queen. There's like flower market, and then
right here.
What? Oh no, that's the.
Candace said what? That's the interview.
No. Right before the flowers, it says she's lying, and then it says Kathy, the friend, unloads
on Candace.
Yeah, she's lying. Like it's some big. So if he's not interviewing her, doesn't that look like an interview to you?
No, he's playing her video. He's playing her content.
Really?
She did the video. Talking? Yeah, look. Yeah, she's talking on her own video. This is her talking on her video, and he's playing it.
Well, either way, I didn't see anything like that.
Yeah, she's on. He's off to the right hand side. You see him?
Well, yeah, but they would do like if they're talking like remotely, I would see the same thing. That's what I thought he was doing.
And they don't see each other anymore.
Oh, so that's how much attention I paid to the question. That's what it is. Really, I tune him out. He's got too many words. And see, with the mask, it was hard to tell, like if she was crying, what her expression was. I didn't invest that much.
Yeah, with that mask, it's really hard to tell. Like I don't know why she wears it. I don't know if it's for comfort, if it's for, I really don't know, because there's no way it could be for breathing. Fuck, it makes her breathe harder. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? Makes it harder for her to breathe with that fucking mask on over her face, so.
Maybe she has problems with her teeth or something.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, either way, she, whatever, to each their own. I don't care what she does. I mean,
no, but I'm saying maybe that's why
she doesn't put her camera on at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
that could be why she's doing it. But like at one point, she was crying, and I couldn't. He said something about her crying, and I couldn't tell.
Yeah, she gets really upset. I mean, Kathy gets really upset when she's talking about her and Candace, because she feels like Candace basically just like betrayed her. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I'm not talking about the why. I'm saying I couldn't tell that she was crying.
Oh,
I
okay.
understand she was, you know, probably upset, but the whole thing was very confusing. Like he would talk, and then I couldn't see whether she was talking yet and it was boring. You know,
Yeah.
and I just don't think when friends come out like that, it's for somebody else's monetization. And I bet he got a lot of views, right? Like probably 30,000 or something. JLR does one today that says, customer talks to Jack in the Box.
Oh, yeah, he did a secret interview with the iPad, didn't he?
And he got like 5,000 views in the first hour.
Yeah, but didn't he do
You might not like it, but
little fucking weasel?
Yeah,
The
it's like somebody
weasel?
drives up.
He went and
Exactly.
fucking recorded it with his spy pen, little fucking asshole. I'd
Yeah.
be pissed if I was working there. Oh, hold
No,
on. What
somebody
you
else
got?
did
Garth
it.
Brooks?
Somebody
What's
else
up,
did it.
man? What's happening?
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Good.
Yeah,
Summer Wells
I
case.
was just listening to y'all for a little bit, so I figured I'd hop on.
Come up, shoot the shit with us, huh?
Yeah, why not, right?
That's right. That's right. We're hanging out. Do you follow true crime cases, or you just come and just, you know?
No, I do. I follow almost all of them. Been a little disappointed in the coverage since the Murdaugh. I like the Murdaugh case was just excellent to watch. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I think it kept a lot of people on their toes. I don't think they were ready for the. I don't think they were ready for, you know, Alex to come out and talk like he did on the stand.
The old Low Country boy came out and just, you know,
Laid it on him, didn't he?
Yeah.
I was like, he's like, oh, I've been taking pills and I'm lying. I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go.
Yeah.
That's
The amount of
exciting.
pills the guy said he was taking was like unbelievable.
Yeah, he'd have to take like what, 1,000 a day for the rest of
Yeah.
his life to burn through that many.
Something ridiculous.
I mean, I could probably see him eating like 20 or 30 of them, but god damn, you know what I mean? That's even a lot for.
Mm-hmm. Oh, at 80 a day, still, that's quite a bit.
It's a lot.
I wonder if his wife took him too. Do you think she did too, or do you think it was just him? That's one hell of a fucking habit to have by yourself. That's why I think if his wife was taking him too, I could see burning through that many. You know what I mean?
I feel like the whole family was probably.
Fuck, at that many, right?
Yeah.
As I said, I guess I'm gonna, you know, you want to leave your camera on or you want to turn it off?
Who, me?
You want to leave it on or you want to turn it off? You can leave it on, you can turn it off. It's up to you.
Oh,
I put the screen down, so okay. I just wanted to make sure it was all right. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
Were
yeah.
you the guy drinking Tito's on Dolly's last night?
Yeah.
I knew I recognized that voice. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, that was a fun show.
Dolly slipped up here and got one in on us, little fucker.
No, I'm a little bit of a panel hoe. I go on everywhere. I don't care.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
You're entertaining over there for sure.
I mean, yeah, I found I found y'all by doing the same thing. I just click on like the first night, it was like 3 months ago. I clicked on live, and all of it was true crime, and I was like, this is great. I love true crime, and I just started joining panels.
I was gonna say, then you got caught up in the true crime bullshit and the drama and all that too, or you just
pretty much, yeah.
So, do you follow other cases besides Murdoch's?
Well, to be honest with you, I follow a lot of vigilante justice, pedophiles, Chris Hansen, that sort of thing. Because for me, like, there's one thing that's worse than murder, and that's pedophilia and just messing up kids.
you could just say peds or something or pedos or whatever, you know.
Yeah. And so yeah, I guess in that sense, I've always kind of been a little bit of a true crime fan because I watch all this stuff. So yeah.
There was a guy locally that did that where he would bait him online and then get him to meet at like a McDonald's or something, and
You know, that's fucking scary.
stuff like that.
They
that
did
what
that
you're
with
talking
the
about?
teenagers. They said, here, let's test your kids. They do it on like that show or whatever. They're like, oh, my kid would never. And they're fucking, the ones that say my kid would never are the first motherfucking ones
They
to
are.
jump in the car and fucking take off. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh my
Yeah.
God, I can't believe my kid did that. Well, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Teenagers do that. You know what I mean? They fucking do sneaky shit.
Yeah. It's dangerous.
It
So-
is. You have to be careful of that kind of shit.
You were there when Laura came on?
Were you there when Laura was on the panel?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was you on Dolly's panel when Laura came up?
I don't know people's names, so
Oh, okay.
I don't recall Laura.
I think
But
he
that
dropped
doesn't mean I
down.
wasn't.
Yeah, I
okay.
think
I
he
thought
dropped
you were
down
talking
like
about-
right as she came up.
Oh,
Okay.
I was just wondering what you thought, if you were.
Look at this. I just tried to open this beer. And the whole thing opened except for where it was supposed to open. That's terrible. I can't even drink it. Damn it.
Come on, hold the fuck on. What are you about to show us here now? Hold on.
Well, never mind.
Hold on now. Shit. Don't do us like that.
I'm just gonna get another
Okay,
one.
so wait.
No,
What
the
do you
whole
think
damn
about
beer
Summer Wells case? What do you think about that? You followed the Summer Wells case?
Well, yeah. I mean,
So what's your idea of what happened? Like, what do you think? What do you think about that?
I mean, I think arrests need to be made. That's all.
Like with the parents or with who? What do you where you at with it?
Who are you gonna arrest?
So here's the thing. I mean, it's a little sensitive to me because I had a nephew that got shot in the face and murdered last year, and he was a good kid, right? Like I had to hang out. I was hanging out with him at my beach house and everything, and he gets murdered, right? Well, the one thing you can't do is talk too soon, and you can't have open lips because that can sink a case. And so I don't really know what is gonna happen. I feel like I know what I think should happen, but
You just
you
want
know,
him
they're
to go
probably doing
arrest
the right
someone.
things by
Anyone.
keeping tight lips. I mean, I don't know.
Well, open lips sink ships. So
What do you think about Dolly with his $5,000 reward for Summer?
I mean, I think it's a beautiful thing. I think everybody that gets up and talks about this stuff, it's only raising awareness. And I don't think anybody can do anything bad necessarily.
No, but I mean it's 2 years after the fact, though. Do you think that like that 5,000? They already donated the big reward fund back to what was it? Where'd they take it back, or where'd they give it to? Deets?
It went back to the I'm drawing a blank now. Where did that go to?
I don't know. They were pissy though with it.
Churchill, it went into the something with kids. Totally
Anyhow,
wrong.
he's coming out with another $5,000 reward. Well, if somebody didn't come forward with a for the $50,000 reward, why would they come forward for a $5,000 reward?
70,000. It was up to 70.
70,000, right? So it don't really make any sense to me to even have that.
Was it 70? It went to the Child Advocacy Center. I knew it had something to do with kiddos.
So I just feel like if somebody in 2 years didn't come forward, for a $70,000 reward and talk about it for, you know what I'm saying, they ain't gonna talk about it for no $5,000. That's just
Rewards just typically don't work out in most cases.
well, no, and it's kind of like why even? I mean, it's kind of odd.
I feel like there's a lot of coverage, maybe too much. I mean, because there's so many other things. I mean, look at what happened in the last 2 days. We had 7 bodies found in Oklahoma.
Yes.
Mass shooting in Texas, 5 people, 4 people in California. Like, I don't
What
know.
they say about the bodies in Oklahoma, I did hear about that, but I didn't catch up with it because we were talking about this. So whatever happened with that? Does anybody know?
Well, I can tell you that they identified 2 of the bodies, and then and actually 3. The third was the guy that was the #1 suspect, but they didn't really say.
Oh no shit!
Yeah, they didn't really say if he was. They haven't released anything about if he was buried or anything. Because if he was buried, obviously he didn't bury himself.
Right.
Well,
So
fuck.
I don't know. There's a lot to be coming. I don't think there's just 7 bodies out there. I mean,
So yeah, it was the 2 girls that were missing that went over to his house for the weekend. They were his stepdaughter's friends, so it's also the stepdaughter. That's the 3rd. Him, his wife, and 2 sons.
Yeah, and he was a registered sex offender. He was on the list.
He was doing court today.
Yeah, he was doing court today and turned
Okay,
up
so
dead.
hold up. Run this to me again because here I got it pulled up real quick. Okay, so there was a guy that was doing court today for charges on SA type of shit or what?
Yeah, it was
And
those
now
charges,
everybody's dead?
also solicitation of a minor online.
Yeah, and child porn. Yep.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so two missing girls that went missing like on Friday turned up dead in his yard, and then they found 4 or 5 more bodies and his.
Holy fuck. And so this is he's doing it then. I mean, obviously he's the one that was doing it.
Yeah, well,
I
they're
mean,
guess. I mean, they haven't
guess.
said anything who did it, but it's kind of leaning that way.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
And it's I just think there's probably more out there. I mean, it reminds me of that. Y'all remember that the killing fields in Houston? That whole thing? Serial killer?
No, I don't remember all that, but
Yeah, there's a whole Netflix documentary on it, but it reminds me of that a lot because this dude just kept killing people and he would put them in the same place and nobody could ever find them. And finally they got him with like some cell phone pings but they still don't even know if it's the right guy. They still couldn't figure it out, but it seems a lot like that. This dude was whoever did that, the 7 bodies thing, like that, they've been doing it for a while.
Are you talking about the Texas killing fields?
Yeah, the Texas killing fields. Yeah, Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think that I don't know that this guy had been doing it for a while. It sounds like a mass casualty event.
So was it like the dad or was it just like somebody that had
Yeah, he's the stepdad.
Oh, okay.
The Jesse McFadden is.
So who are the girls, the missing girls were what, his daughters or 2 stepdaughters or
His stepdaughter's friends. They had went over for the weekend to stay the weekend with the stepdaughter, Tiffany. And so they were supposed to go swimming at a local ranch and they never showed up for that. That's when those 2 girls' parents reported them missing because one of them's Life 360 was shut off. And then they couldn't find anyone. They couldn't find this guy. They couldn't find the entire family. And then this morning, well, I guess the report was just made this morning. So then later today, or yesterday now, but later in the day is when they went on the property and found 7 bodies.
Holy fuck. All right, I'm going to play this real quick. We're about to check this out.
From the search scene where 7 bodies were found today in Oklahoma, Henrietta, Oklahoma, just east of Oklahoma City. This is in Okmulgee County. So the background here is that officials are saying that 7 bodies were found on this rural property here in Henrietta, Oklahoma, as they were searching for 2 teens. Earlier today, a missing endangered person advisory was issued after 14-year-old Ivy Webster and 16-year-old Brittany Brewer were reported missing. The 2 were reportedly seen traveling with a convicted sex offender. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol then canceled that Amber Alert this afternoon. So this is an overhead shot of the rural area in which investigators were searching, again, looking for 2 missing teens, but instead they found 7 bodies on this property. We did hear from officials very briefly earlier today. I want to play out that sound for you now.
Investigate, what happened and, try to identify any perpetrator and just do that. I mean, that's with any investigation such as this.
How would you describe your feelings right now, or even OSBI's, with how grave this all is?
Well, anytime someone loses their life, that's a serious situation. So that's about the best way to describe anybody's role in anything is to say that it's something where somebody has lost a life.
Has McFadden had any criminal history, or has OSBI been aware of him before?
I couldn't comment on that. I don't know.
Will you be investigating if there was anything leading up to this, if there were any warning signs with McFadden?
Well, no, as far as warning signs, don't know about that. We'll just they'll be looking into every aspect of the investigation that's pertinent to the crime and everything. But as far as the tactics or strategy, couldn't comment on that.
Do we know when more details will be released about the victims?
Well, again, the biggest thing on the victims, I think what you guys are interested in, are the identities, ages, things like that. So really that information truly comes from the medical examiner.
All right. Sorry, I muted you can unmute your mic or whatever. I muted it because there was something loud coming through your mic piece or whatever while we had this going.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Anyway, so no, you're okay. So hold on. Hold on. There's a family of so there's stepdad and mom, right? And then there's how many?
Stepdad and mom, and they have 3 children. And
Okay.
so that's 5. And then the 2 girls that were over for the weekend are the other 2.
Oh wow. So he killed them as well.
Everybody, but I guess like they're saying here, wherever the investigation leads, but it's looking like unless someone came in and wiped them all out, which would be with his background.
But he had court. Okay, well, hold on. They said he had court today for SA charges. More
his
SA charges.
Trial. See, let me go back. I put it on my community poster. His trial was today. Started today.
Damn.
He was due in court today on separate child porn and solicitation of a minor online charges, and he had served time for first-degree rape.
Oh my God! So he was a predator, anyways.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Wow.
And one of the moms of the missing girls said she had no idea that's that he had been involved in all that and had all those charges and stuff.
Yes, I know I sound like a bitch, but I don't let mine go stay anywhere. Nope. If you want to have friends stay, they gotta stay here. Nope.
It's like you can't anymore. Even just from 10 years ago, it's a different world.
You just don't know who, and what if their uncle comes over and something? No. You don't know who knows who or whatever's going on. No. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody in chat just said when he was in prison, he sent texts to one of the minors. Is that true?
That's what this one reporter posted earlier. The local reporter I started following on it.
Wow. What? So he was probably grooming them before he ever even got out.
Well, she didn't say it was to one of those girls.
Oh, okay. So so it could have been just somebody else then, like that.
If it said here what she said.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So I can't see your name, but you know more about this case than me. But so have they identified all 7 of the people?
I don't know if law enforcement did, but I want to say like 3 or 4 reporters have. I saw it earlier this afternoon before we started this live, so like 6 hours ago. So I don't know what has been updated since then.
Interesting. Yeah, so I only knew about the 2 missing girls, and then I think I saw it way early this morning. So I didn't know.
Missing girls. Basically, they went to go look for the 2 missing girls that didn't show up to the swimming place, and went back to the house they were staying at, and they were like, "Oh my God!" And they found 7 people dead.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
2 girls.
Yeah, they were still waiting for this reporter had put out pictures and stuff, and they were still waiting for the search warrant to even go on the property. So they found something there that led them to believe multiple casualties, but they still, you know, they still have to get a search warrant for that. So
Right.
That's tough.
That's sad as hell. So now you got two families, you know what I mean, that just lost their kids because they let him go stay the night, and this psychotic fuck,
yeah,
you know, decided to, instead of, you know, just offing himself and leaving his family, he took everybody's life, including theirs.
That's why you need to pay attention to that registry. I mean, like,
Yeah, straight up.
In North Carolina, for example, yeah, you can pull it up and see everybody. I don't know if it's the same everywhere.
Well, and okay, so there's some in
Yeah.
Florida going on where they're saying that basically they're trying to pass this law where on your license plates, if you're a pedo, you gotta have a special license plate.
Really?
Damn.
Well, they're trying to pass that. I mean, I don't know that they will, but yeah.
God.
If you
Can
got
you
a red
imagine
dot, you're
the
supposed to have a
shit that
different,
would
you know,
come
your
down
license
on?
plate. Yeah, you're supposed to have a different license plate, or they're trying to pass it, but yeah.
You know, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea because we can make ourselves fully aware. You can go on, I think it's watchdog.com, and look at the predators in your area. If you have Life 360, when you zoom in on Life 360, it'll have the red dots of the registered
Yep, right above
offenders
the
in
houses.
your area. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't know that when you're out and about with people if someone is a registered offender or something. So
I think that's. I mean, listen, I would never try to defend any predator ever because honestly, it's worse than murder. But if you put that on their license plate, there's going to be.
Yeah, I was gonna say
violence.
they might get killed or something. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about death. You know, somebody could just walk up and pop that ass. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
and they will.
yeah, and that's what I mean. So it's kind of dangerous. It's like, but it's like if you're gonna commit that crime, you better know what you're getting into.
exactly.
Don't
That
go to
might
Florida in
be
that case.
something to maybe think about stop before you do it, because now you not only do you got the red dot in your name in the registry, but you got that shit on your license plates where anybody and everybody knows exactly what the fuck a green dot or red dot around your license plates means. You know what I'm saying? And if you're driving around with a red dot across your license plates and you're a fucking pedo and you're driving by the bus stop 50 fucking times, that's something to look out for. You know what I mean?
Or
Like,
schools, yeah.
Yep.
And I guess it would be one way to kind of weed them out of your state because
Shit, yeah, exactly. Don't go to Florida, right? I mean, if you're them, I mean, that's tough. But I don't disagree with it. I mean, but I feel like it could put other people in danger because if I saw that, for example, and somebody got out of that car, I would be propelled to like go punch them in the face or something. You know what I mean? Just being truthful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That you know what I'm saying. You got to be careful with shit like that because that somebody might walk up, be having a bad day, and just unload on that ass. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it is what it is. You commit a crime like you touch kids. That's the risk you take. You should have to always look over your shoulder at any time. You know what I'm saying? When you do shit like that to kids, I believe you should definitely have to live in fear like that. You should. If you're not under the jail, then you should be living in fear like that every fucking day that somebody might run up on your ass for what the fuck you did, bitch. You know?
I 100% concur. Jessica Miller in chat, I don't know who this is, but she said they need their forehead tattooed, in my opinion.
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah. Put a red dot right on their fucking forehead.
Yeah. Damn.
Make them known, you know?
But I mean, to that point, like this could have been stopped.
Yeah.
This probably wouldn't have happened if something like that was in place, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, something to think about. Shit, we'll vote it in over here in Illinois too. See how it works out.
Be the first.
We'll see. You know what I mean? Shit. Check it out. We'll see how it works out. You know what? Let us try it, and we'll let you know.
You're in Illinois?
Yeah.
Oh, right on. What part?
Couple hours from about 2 hours, 3 hours from Chicago. 2 hours, about 2 hours.
Gotcha. Yeah, I stayed in Chicago for a while. I lived in Columbus for a little bit.
Yeah. Where you at? Well, I don't want to ask you where you're at now. I don't want you to
North
dox
Carolina.
Oh, okay, I was saying I don't want you to be doxing yourself on here. So
No. I'm cool. I've already doxed myself as much as I can dox myself.
Oh, okay.
Well, good for you for getting out of Illinois.
Right.
I do watch Dolly, if that was intended for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say shit, Dolly. Well, I mean, he's fucking rough. I don't really get along with him because he lied on me like a motherfucker. But he's one of the tragedy pimps. You know what I mean? That's why we don't really get along too well with him. Because over here we don't really believe that. You know what I mean? It's you take it like the Quentin Simon case. Were you around for that?
I was not around for that. I was not at all.
So yeah, so you missed out on quite a bit. So you really don't know too much about that. Like,
I don't know anything about that. Quinn, I've never heard that.
Oh, Quentin Simon.
Yeah, I've never heard that name. What is that?
Yeah, there's some cases like Summer Wells case, like these missing kids, and there's certain creators that will jump on these cases, call them baby cash cows, but they will jump on these cases. Well, are you still even here? Or did you bounce out? What happened? It went dark. Let me turn this up. Look, let me put this over here just in case.
What a night. What a night.
Okay. I was gonna say, you gonna pull one on me or what?
No. I'm here.
Anyhow, though, yeah, there's certain creators that'll take advantage of these cases. Like if you see a missing or murdered baby, you know what I'm saying, that's gonna draw in a lot of money, like Summer Wells, that a lot of them will just jump right on that case and they will stay on that case. And Dolly went to there was a little boy, Quentin Simon. His mother murdered him, or allegedly murdered him, and put him in the dumpster. And the police were trying to work the case and do everything they could do. They were looking for Quentin, and Dolly and his friend Betty and their friend JLR. Well, I don't think JLR was down there. Molly Golightly. There was a few. They called themselves Heels on the Ground. So they go to these places and they protest. And they were protesting an arrest, and he was out there with a turtle mask on, walking back and forth with a sign that says, "Leilani, will you marry me?" That's the woman who murdered her child. And so, yeah, we don't get, you know what I mean? That shit's not funny or fucking cute. And we're playing baby music outside the house, baby screams outside the house. And so we went, they called themselves protesting. That ain't a fucking protest. That's heckling and harassing and fucking, that's not cool at all, man. So,
So here's what I'm trying to figure out, because I've been back and forth on several of these channels and everybody's got opinions on everything. But aren't you guys all trying to do the same thing, like raise awareness and like get stuff solved? And
that's the thing is, yeah, we feel like you definitely should raise awareness, but you should not be standing outside their houses with bullhorns and screaming and heckling and hollering and causing a fucking scene and making things worse on the family and neighbors of these missing and murdered children. It's not okay.
So take, for instance, say you had a daughter living in your house, and your daughter committed a major crime, and you have this group of people show up and start accusing you just because she's your daughter.
And they're vigilantes. Most of them have been like 40, they got 45 charges. They've been arrested. They've been to jail. They've, strangled their own fucking mother. Like they've done all kinds of crazy shit, but they're outside your house screaming with bullhorns and signs because your daughter allegedly committed this crime.
So maybe you know something, maybe you don't. But for people that aren't even, not even private detectives, let alone law enforcement or anything like that, to come and start blaming you, dragging your name across the mud, and not giving compassion towards the victim. So if it was, a missing child in this instance, not covering that with facts and true information, how would you feel about all that?
I mean, I would feel terrible about all that, obviously.
Yeah. So some of us draw attention to that they're not covering the victims and their cases with facts and information and things like that, and instead harming people surrounding it that might not have anything to do with it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you guys think? I mean, and this is a serious question. I'm an outsider looking in. Like,
Right.
do you think that most of the broadcast, whatever the people that are covering these things, like, does anybody have ill intentions if in fact they're just generating help or that sort of thing, or just do you think people have bad intentions around this?
I don't know if anyone starts out doing something with bad intentions.
I don't know about bad intentions, but I know about greedy intentions. I think they do it for money and they do it for, their own personal gain, which is not, if that's what you're in it for, you're not going to make it very far.
Well, how do you make money on something like that?
Well, see, this is the thing. This is the thing. They go outside. Okay, people pay them to go out and stand outside these houses and heckle and harass them. That's the thing. They make money. They go and set their live stream up like this. Like we're live streaming right now. Like this is a live stream. You can pop your camera on right now, and they were standing outside these people's houses. I mean, I can go show you pull a video right now of the shit they were doing. And show you exactly what they were doing. I mean, it's fucking horrible. They did the same shit to Summer Wells' family. They said, okay, well, we think you're guilty, so we're going to fucking stand outside your house and scream and yell with bullhorns, and we're going to follow you to work, and we're going to make you lose your job. And we're going to call the DCFS and CPS as many times as we possibly can to get any of your other children taken. That's exactly what they've done.
Damn. Well, that's tough. All right.
Yeah, they stood outside. One of the ladies, they stood outside their house and called them baby and said, your baby, you're a baby killer, and all kinds of shit. Like, it's fucking disgusting.
Well, and not even just her, because she did end up being, the one that's accused at court, but a neighbor who's delivering something to other family members there that day are called names and heckled, and their license plates spread out across the live stream that thousands of people are watching. So I don't think that a person wakes up in the morning and says, I have these bad intentions to do this. But I do think that it is a slippery slope that slowly progresses into things that go too far.
Well, in YouTube, you should never really go. You should never have to go real life.
Real life.
Yep, yeah, that means like harassing people in their real life, calling their jobs and calling their family, and you know what I'm saying, trying to dox them, and that you should never be doing that to people.
So we've been talking about Summer Wells' case tonight, and a lot of people feel that her parents are guilty of something. Now, law enforcement has never named them as a suspect or put out any information or evidence that they did something to their daughter. But this group went down to protest her family for more information because they believe that they can get some sort of information out of them. And in the process of doing that, they get this man fired from his job. He's not even a named suspect, but let alone on trial for something or anything at all. His daughter's missing. He might be a dirtbag if that's what someone perceives it to be, but it just goes to that degree that now you've got him fired and he can't provide for his family because you believe that he did something wrong without any proof or evidence that he did something wrong. You just believe it. There's nothing wrong with covering these cases, even for those individuals at all. There's nothing wrong with spreading awareness and sharing out what needs to be shared out, or even having, soft theories about things if it's known that it's a thought and a theory and not a fact.
Did you call it a soft theory?
Yeah, like a soft theory. It's not a hard theory.
That is a beautiful comment, actually.
But
soft theory. I like that.
but there's nothing wrong with that. But when you take it across that line into you think you know something without any proof of knowing it, and then you start accusing, and then get an entire community of people
Yeah,
to
like an
accuse and
army of
believe
people,
that.
like just on one side and without facts. Yeah, totally get that. Yeah, that makes sense.
You're harming victims and their families.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's what that's kind of what I'm not me personally, but when my nephew was shot, everybody had to go quiet, right? And I was calling the police station every day, and like, who's the detective? Who's this? Who's that? I was trying to throw PIs on it, like all this stuff, and they were like, "You gotta let us do our job," and like my whole family had to shut me down. So I can see where it can be destructive in, like, if you're just out there talking about it, because they think like the two kids that actually did it, they've ran off, one to Oregon, one to Texas from Delaware. And I don't know. So it's all nuances to me. Like, you guys cover this stuff way more than I do, but it's fun to listen to y'all and get perspective.
Yeah. I think it's okay that everybody has different ways of doing things, like I said, or different ways of handling or talking about their cases. But when you cross over that territory and into that area of accusation without any proof, it becomes risky and damaging to a case. Like, watching a case online, if you interfere with these active and ongoing investigations, it can end up causing problems at the trial. And if you
Yeah,
watch Murdoch's trial, you can see where outside interference can have an effect on a case once it gets into the courtroom. And so,
100%.
like, if you have this mother, Leilani, who is probably guilty, and then you have all this outside interference happening, you can cause it, you're giving fodder for the defense team. Absolutely.
Yeah,
They can come up and say, well, I can't get a fair trial because of all these things that were done
yeah,
online or surrounding it or outside of it, and blah, blah, blah. Or it turns into where people who want to watch the case, family members, or just, people like us online that want to watch the court proceedings online, we don't get to watch them anymore because, like, they'll want to put a gag order on it and shut it down and not live stream it because of the circus that it was beforehand.
yeah, yeah. That's I think you're absolutely right. Uh, well, shoot, guys, thanks for letting me join.
I am sorry about your nephew, though, and I hope
Oh no,
that they're
yeah,
able to find
yeah,
the suspects.
I'm slightly excited because there's a month. I mean, excited is a terrible word to use, but there's a
Right.
month where the DA has to give us um, a resolution. Like, they're either going to make an arrest or they're going to make it like a cold case where we can actively go pursue.
Right.
So do you guys know, like, do you know who did
Yeah,
this? Or, oh, okay. So why are
we're
they,
pretty
why have
sure.
they not arrested him yet, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, that's the thing. They got out of town. They so here's the facts on the case. 100% facts on this case. They repositioned his body. The coroner, everybody said that. They repositioned his body. They wiped the gun and put it in his hand. They made it look like a suicide. Including him, there were 5 people at that house that night. 2 were upstairs. 2 were supposedly in the room with him or whatever. There was apparently a little bit of bad blood about some different topics. I'm not going to disclose too much, but there was like enough that I thought that the 2 should have been taken down. One of them completely destroyed his cell phone, like to get rid of it. The other one was on a burner phone. So I mean,
So when the police came and when the coroner and the police came and stuff, did they take the boys' phones or they just destroyed them and the one had a burner phone or what do you mean? Like
they didn't get anybody's because everybody left except the 2
oh,
people
they beat
upstairs.
feet. There was nobody there. Okay.
Yeah, the girl upstairs, she was with her boyfriend or whatever. They're the ones that called the cops. I mean, he was there until 4 a.m, but it had been 4 hours since whatever happened.
Right.
And so they found him. They're the ones that called, and the 2 people that were hanging out had just gone. And then by the time they got to him, there were no cell phones. There, and they had wiped the scene, and there's a lot of evidence though that says that it cannot be a suicide, just the way that the blood splat. But blood, why can't I say that word?
Splatter. It's a hard one.
Splatter. Like it just couldn't have went the way that they wanted to show it. It just couldn't have. But
They're trying to determine whether to pursue those 2 as suspects or completely turn it into a cold case. Is that what you're saying?
That's where we're at right now.
Okay.
But so I talk to his mom every day. That's my cousin, my first cousin. So I call him my nephew. So I guess he would technically be like my second cousin because it's
Second cousin.
It's my first cousin's son.
Child. Yeah.
Yeah. But I talk to her every day about it, and she wants to do exactly what I want to do, which is, screw
vigilante justice.
Yeah, correct. But you can't,
No.
And it's tough when it's one thing like when you watch it on TV, but when it hits close to home like that, and I mean, this kid was a college football player, like straight A grades. Like
I was just gonna say, I wanted to ask you some questions, but would you rather email me and like speak privately about it, or is it okay just to?
No, I mean, I can tell you about who he was as a person and everything. I'm not.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was interested in. Just like,
yeah, I mean, he was a kid, he had just turned 21 years old.
Oh, he was still a baby then. He was still young. Had his whole life ahead of him.
Correct. Yep. And literally 3 months before it happened, he spent 2 weeks with me down at my beach house, and like we were fishing, and it was really my first time like meeting him as an adult human being. I knew him as a kid and everything, but
that's different. Yeah, and it's good.
Yeah, and then the next thing you know, it was the day before Thanksgiving, and he was gone. Boom, got a phone call 4 o'clock in the morning. Tough.
That's really hard. I understand that pain.
Yeah. I hate it.
It's hard.
Well,
you
guys are gonna figure it out. It's not like I was hiding anyway. I go on everybody's damn live shows, but I'm on with Josh a lot. I like Josh, and I know that you guys don't, and that's totally fine. I understand why you guys don't. But I just wanted to tell you guys that because you'll probably watch back and see me on Josh's show. I go
we don't care where anyone goes. I go
You
to a lot of channels that Queen here doesn't care for. I'm sure she goes places that I don't care
Yeah.
for. And I don't dislike anyone. I dislike
I
some
do.
certain behaviors that creators
Yeah, I'm
exhibit.
totally fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I've known, I go on Josh's Lab After Dark show where we just kind of we talk about anything. Like, I'm not on like his
You're
case
not
stuff
on the
that he
true
does.
crime stuff. You're on the like the Dolly Uncensored, the hangout
Yeah,
part.
we're just hanging
Yeah.
out talking about everything, and like right
Yeah, that's
now,
kind of that's what we do over here. We just talk about what I mean. The conversation usually sways so fast that it's hard to keep up with. But I've always done an open panel. I know Dolly just started his, but his open panels and stuff. But I've always done open panels over here.
Yeah.
What's your
It's not
skeleton's
we
name?
We swing with the conversation. We flows with whatever,
my skeleton's name is it's Bylaw. And that's
Well,
from there's a channel out there, and he's just started doing true crime, but Manimal Reacts. Do you guys know him?
He's been doing true crime off and on for quite some time.
Yeah, he used to do a bunch of gaming stuff. He's got
Yeah.
like 123,000 subscribers with like
Yeah.
20 viewers.
It's hilarious.
But yeah, but I'm friends with him too. But he has this guy on every now and then that's just over the top. He either phones in or whatever. His name's Bylaw, and I was like, man, you know what? I'm gonna name my skeleton Bylaw. Yeah, the guy's over the top. He's like drinking Everclear and like driving down the street.
I mean, kind of like a Tito's on a live, just chugging from a handle of Tito's. Yeah.
A little bit, yeah. Well, that's me. But.
I know. My sarcasm must not come across at all.
It does. It does.
Yeah, I think it's great to be able to hang out with creators like that. Like I said, I dislike behaviors and things like that, but I know others just dislike people. That's fine too. But yeah, like Don said, we all bounce around on these messy streets.
I said I've had some friends, but I've had some weird friends, but never a skeleton.
That's my co-host right there.
The chat's talking shit to you.
For our senior prank, my class took the skeletons. There was 2 of them in our science lab, and we put them on top of the school to where you could see them when you drove up to the school that day. There's 2 skeletons on top of the building. That was our senior prank.
I'm trying to see. Oh yeah, he wanted you guys to see his eyes.
Longer. Here, let me see. Here, put that back on here. I'm gonna solo lay it out. Put back on here.
I'll get him in here with me.
Bylaw. Too funny. Oh,
Got him. Okay, Law Nerd says this. Okay, Girth, I understand, but please do not take this into your own hands. Get a professional PI and lawyer to help your family. Trust me, justice will be served, but it takes time, and I understand.
100 on that. Yeah, I totally agree. And we're ready. Like we're just all kind of waiting right now. We're waiting on the DA. Like they got to make a decision.
That's the hard part, is that waiting portion. The wheels of justice and all that moves so slow. Slow.
Liz said, justice. I'm sorry, but I'm losing faith in our justice system. My daughter's friend in Illinois, 18-month-old son abused by a babysitter, both broken legs, broken ribs. Hold on a second. Let me see here. Nail scratches deep in the neck, and the DA. Here she said the DA won't take the case, and the babysitter is walking free. This happened less than a year ago, and while she still babysits, the baby is still healing.
That's a lot. Good God.
That is a lot.
That's terrible. I'm so sorry. So sorry to hear that. God. I wouldn't trust her around no fucking kids anymore. Fuck that. Well, guys, I got to get up at 5:30 in the morning, and it is 3 o'clock, so I'm gonna catch a couple 2-3 hours of sleep, and then I am gonna go take care of business.
Thank you for sharing your story with us, though. I really appreciate that, and I hope that you get the answers that you need soon.
Yeah, I hope, just for his mom's sake. I mean, she's a wreck, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we will. Thank you
All
guys
right,
for
we'll be
having me
praying
on.
for y'all.
Yeah, for sure. We welcome back anytime. Come back and hang out anytime. Shoot me an email or something, you know.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Deep.
Hey,
Yep.
I will say this, because this is kind of where we started when we went on that 7 count dead body thing.
Mhm.
I'm actually going to be having Chris Hansen on the lab. I've been following Chris since the '90s.
Oh shit.
And he and I like text back and forth and everything. I've never interviewed him, but I'm gonna. I don't have a platform, right? So
Well,
but
yeah, I don't know.
I'm,
Why do you like Josh so much? That's what I really want to know.
we're friends.
Okay, you guys just been friends for a while, then? Like he's just.
He was one of the first ones I met when I started just kind of coming on YouTube lives, and
Oh, okay.
I
He kind of broke you in then, so it's kind of. I mean, it's hard to. It's easy to
I get it.
be comfortable with him. He's the first one you started hanging with on here.
and we just get along really well. I get along with everybody. I get along with Manimal, and Manimal's gonna be my co-host on the show. So
Oh,
That's
we're
pretty
gonna,
cool. When are you guys doing this?
it's gonna be in about 2 weeks. I'm in touch with his name's Steve Cohen. He's Chris Hansen's producer.
Mhm.
Come back
And
over and let us know when you get it set up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
get
I mean,
everything set up and ready in stone. You know what I'm saying? You get everything set up and ready. Come back over. Like I said, shoot me an email and we'll definitely come over.
And it wouldn't be a bad idea to think about starting your own channel. And you got
Yeah.
a story. You
I can't do
obviously
that.
have some empathy. So
You should. Yeah, you should. You really should.
It's way it looks like so much work.
No,
I
it's
can't.
really not. It's so easy. You know how many people I've taught how to do it just from your phone? You could work it from your phone.
there are some parts that are hard and some parts that are easy, but if you're just going to go live and talk to people about your experiences and your journey, that would be really easy to do.
Yeah, but I mean, you need like because the same thing happens to everybody. Like people just get hated on, and like I don't want any of that in my life. And like you got to have like damn 5-6 mods showing up, and like I don't want to put that on anybody. I'd rather just
Well, you
go on
really don't
y'all.
though. You can run your channel any way you want. You don't even
yeah.
have to have a chat like that in your side chat if you don't want. You could shut the chat off and just people can leave comments when they want to. There's several different ways to run a channel, man. You don't have to.
I feel like you have that something, and I think it's something you should definitely consider
You should
because
look
you
into
got
it.
a
for
story.
sure.
All right.
Just saying,
serious,
I think it's a good idea. But I think this is really cool. This live that you're talking about that you're helping set up. And what are you guys going to be talking about again?
Oh, when I have Chris on.
Yeah.
So one thing we're going to cover is it's a little bit different than what you would expect. Actually, I want to talk to him about how he first got into journalism. Period.
Okay.
And like how his whole family ended up in journalism. You know, his brother like runs NFL Network.
Yes.
Like he's on every Sunday, and
Yep.
so and a lot of people don't know that. And then he was the first guy that covered the White Boy Rick case. Do y'all know what that's about?
No.
So White Boy Rick,
No.
he was the longest incarcerated nonviolent offender in the history of the United States.
Oh wow.
He went and he was an FBI informant at the age of 14. Ended up getting arrested and charged as an adult for just a
Okay.
drug
Yeah.
charge. They made a
Yep.
whole movie about it.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
Matthew McConaughey's in it.
Yeah, it's on Netflix, isn't it? I know that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, but Chris Hansen was the dude that initially covered it, and Chris Hansen was the guy that got him out of prison.
wow.
Essentially, like he just kept bringing awareness to it. This dude stayed in jail for 28 years, had 2 kids, never had met him. Just a wild story, right? All out of Detroit, and he was in a Kid Rock song. Everybody knows Kid Rock. You know, Kid Rock's like, got more money than white boy Rick. That was where it came from. So I want to ask him about that, and then obviously some of his legendary predator catches, but also like he's got a lot of recent catches that nobody knows about. He has a whole channel called True Blue TV, and he's still doing predator catches, and people just don't even know about it because
Yeah, I was gonna say I really thought it was fake at first when he would like catch, you know what I'm saying, like set up those
To catch
people
a
coming to
predator.
the houses, yeah, like where they'd come into the house or whatever, and then he'd be like,
steam catches.
we'd have like the girl go to the door, and then they would open the door, and she'd be like, I'll be right back, and then she would walk upstairs, and he would walk around the corner like, yo, what's up?
Yeah, why don't you have a seat right over here?
Yeah, once you have a seat and sit down right
Yeah.
here, yeah.
And he's still doing it, and there's so many vigilantes that are doing it. He's not a vigilante because he has the cops lined up.
Right.
They're on site. But now people are doing it like anybody can just go do it, but they don't have cops.
there's
And
a lot
it's getting
of
real
Ernie
dangerous.
Shell.
It's
Ernie
getting
Shell
real
thing.
dangerous. Yeah.
Well, that's my concern is the danger around it. There's that group I was talking about. It's actually from St. Louis, and the reason I found out about the group is because what they do is, they lure them in and then they blast them on social media. Like, look, this dude was trying to meet up with a 14-year-old, blah blah blah, and they busted someone from like 2 towns over, and that's what they do is put that information out there on social media and then hope and turn over everything that they did, and hopefully law enforcement can then do something. But I've since found out if you do it that way, it makes it very hard for law enforcement to
Yeah.
do
They
something.
can't
And
convict.
so,
Yeah.
yep, it's like you said, that vigilante part of it kind of shuts down the actual case from catching the predators.
That's correct.
But I didn't know that Chris Hansen actually works with law enforcement and gets it done.
Yeah,
So
he
that's
has
neat.
them. He has it all set up. He wouldn't do it otherwise.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that either. I didn't know that he had law enforcement sitting there.
Yeah, they're always on site.
So, I gotta get off here. It's late.
All right.
I know.
Thank you guys.
Later.
I'll shut up.
No, thanks for telling us all that. We'll check it out. Like Queen said, come back and remind us.
Yes, or shoot me an email. We'll teach you how to do it. No big deal.
All right, cool. I'll shoot you an email.
All right, man.
Night, y'all.
I'll let you guys. Good night, Deets.
All right.
Good night, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, y'all. Thanks.